Hero of the Otherworldly Castle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: A New Beginning. Yang Song woke up in the morning and opened his eyes. There was no ceiling in front of him, only a layer of tent-like things. He sat up from the bed in a daze, and before he knew what was going on, he heard several rhythmic knocks on the door. The door was pushed open, and a crisp voice came. "Master, the hot water is ready. Let the servants serve you to wash up." Before Yang Song could react, he was served by two maids in light pink maid clothes. "Wipe your face with a hot towel, rinse your mouth, put on clothes, put on shoes, and comb your flowing black hair." During the service, Yang Song was confused. Who am I? Where am I? What place is this? These two girls are so beautiful. He is now full of questions. When Yang Song reacted, the two girls had already respectfully left the room. Then a middle-aged man who looked like a butler stood at the door and said respectfully, "Meet the master. Breakfast is ready. Please eat." Breakfast? It's breakfast. Yang Song thought. What's going on now? I woke up early in the morning, and not only did I change my sleeping place, but there were also those two girls, who should be maids. And the Lord? Are you talking about me? Have I traveled through time, or is someone playing a prank? Never mind, let's follow this middle-aged man who looks like a butler to the outside to see what's going on. Yang Song had so many thoughts in his mind in a moment. "Let's go, please lead the way," Yang Song said tentatively. "I dare not say please, Lord, please excuse me," the middle-aged man who looked like a butler said terribly. "Lord, please come this way." After saying that, he led halfway. When Yang Song walked out of the room, he saw a wooden corridor with a door on the right-hand side. He didn't know where it led to. It seems that this bedroom is not at the innermost, Yang Song thought. Outside the corridor is a small courtyard surrounded by a low wall. There are some rockery and a small pond in the courtyard. There is an exquisite pavilion in the small pond. There are some lotus-like plants in the pond, with a few white and pink flowers. Yang Song glanced over, and felt that the environment here was not bad. Turn left and walk along the corridor through the door of a room. At the end, was a wooden staircase going down. The dark brown railings were exquisitely carved and looked very grand. During this time, the middle-aged man who looked like a butler was half bent, half step behind, half sideways, and his right hand was waving in the air, a standard servant. In fact, at this time, Yang Song had already determined that he had traveled through time, but he just couldn't believe it. Since getting up in the morning, the bed has changed. When washing, I found that my hands were white, greasy, and smooth, like a woman's. If I hadn't found that my body was normal, I would have thought that I had traveled through time and space and become a woman. It's a pity that there is only a bronze mirror in the bedroom, and I can't see my appearance clearly. It shouldn't look too ugly. When washing, the eyes of the two girls can be seen. Both of their eyes are shining. And my hair has grown to my waist. I'm not waiting for anyone to marry me. I'm still a man. A man. A man. Important things should be said 3 times. When I looked out at the courtyard from the door of the room, I found that my myopia of more than 300 degrees had been cured. I went downstairs, turned around the screen, and came to the dining room. 2 maids were already waiting beside me. At this time, a delicate and delicious breakfast was placed on the wooden, round, 4-legged, dark painted dining table, a bowl of porridge, a plate of pickles, and 2 plates of side dishes. "My lord, please take a seat," a maid in light green said softly. Yang Song walked to his seat and sat on the stool. He was very uneasy. No, I should say very excited. This is a time travel. I had fantasized about it before, but I didn't expect that I would really encounter it. But how did I travel through time? Was it my soul or my body? My body has changed. Could it be my soul? But it doesn't seem like it. I didn't get an electric shock or fall off a cliff. How did I travel through time? I still remember what happened when I went to bed last night. I washed up and went to bed to play with my phone as usual, and then went to sleep. How could I travel through time when I woke up? The more Yang Song thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Coming back to his senses, Yang Song looked at the three people standing by, and he felt very uncomfortable sitting alone. He was confused when he got up in the morning, but now he gradually calmed down. Looking at the scene in front of him, he guessed that he was a master or a young master, and these people in front of him were the legendary servants. It is estimated that, even if they were asked to sit down and eat together, they would be terrified and at a loss. And there was only this pair of bowls and chopsticks on the table, which seemed to be specially prepared for him. At the moment, he didn't say much, and ate by himself. Well, it's really delicious. This porridge is mung bean porridge, and there is a dish of pickled vegetables that I don't know what it is. It's quite crispy. This dish should be green vegetables. I don't know what it is, but it's delicious anyway. While eating, he evaluated in his heart. After breakfast, he took the towel handed over by the maid and wiped his mouth. He stood up, watched the maids clean up the table, walked out of the restaurant, and came to the hall. This hall should be a living room, with a main seat on the top and a long table in front of the main seat. On the wall behind the main seat is a picture of a tiger descending from the mountain, which looks quite domineering. Secondly, there are 3 chairs symmetrically placed on the left and right sides of the hall below. This is an antique living room, similar to what you see on TV. When Yang Song walked, the middle-aged man followed him all the time, without saying much. By the way, what is your name, and what do you do? Yang Song thought for a while and said, I'm Yang Zhang, the housekeeper of the Lord's inner court. After saying that, he bowed and stood aside. When he walked out of the door, there were 2 guards with swords standing on both sides of the door. Yang Song was shocked. He hadn't noticed that there were still people at the door in the room. When he came out, he saluted him with a fist. What are your names? What do you do? He didn't care whether asking this question would arouse suspicion from others. He was now in the dark and didn't know anything. He only knew that he had traveled through time. My lord, I'm Zhao Wu, your close guard, responsible for protecting you. A more powerful guard on the left said. My lord, I'm Zhang Wei, your personal guard, responsible for protecting you. A more handsome guard on the right said. Well, I know. Yang Song nodded and replied. Looking outside, there is a square about the size of a basketball court. There is a side room on each side of the square. I don't know if it is a guest room or a servant's room. Opposite the square is a wall with a big door in the middle. It is a red double door, which feels very heavy. There is also a room on each side of the door, which should be the gatehouse. Walking through the square and out of the gate, just when I was about to get familiar with the surrounding environment, Ding system activated. A prompt box suddenly appeared in front of Yang Song. There was a gift bag icon in the box that kept jumping. Yang Song stood at the gate and didn't move, not even noticing what was outside the door. He was a little panicked, looking around, but the prompt box was always in a fixed position in front of him and didn't disappear. After a while, he gradually calmed down and began to think. It seems that this is my portable system, but what does it look like? Yang Song tried to touch the prompt box in front of him with his hand, but he didn't feel anything, and the prompt box didn't change at all. Then he tried to concentrate on opening the gift package. At this time, the gift package icon in the prompt box lit up and disappeared. Then some prompts and pictures appeared. Look carefully. Open the novice gift package and get a stronghold, the loyalty of 3,000 soldiers and civilians, 3,000 acres of high quality farmland, 100 katas of gold ingots, 1,000 katas of silver ingots, 10,000 katas of copper ingots, 100,000 katas of iron ingots, 1,000,000 katas of grain. After reading the prompts, Yang Song was instantly happy. He was going to rule the world, but in a blink of an eye, he thought. Why did he travel through time? Where did he travel to? All kinds of questions surrounded his mind, and he was puzzled. Looking more carefully, in addition to the name of the gift package just now, there is also a detailed description of the content. A stronghold, description, located on the southern peninsula of an unknown continent. There is an unknown river to the north, a forest of unknown size to the west, and plains of unknown size to the east and south. Possession, a lord's mansion, including the city lord's residence, martial arts training ground, side room, stable, garden, attic. a primary military camp, including a training ground, a horse farm, a shooting range, a big tent, a barracks, an armory, a military grain depot, and a stable, a primary arsenal, capable of manufacturing steel weapons and equipment, a refugee camp, capable of recruiting civilians, 1,200 residential buildings, each building can comfortably accommodate 5 people, a primary market, with 100 shops, a primary city wall, a stone wall, 1 kilometer long and wide, 2 feet high, 2 feet wide at the top, and 3 feet thick at the bottom. There is a gate tower on each of the 4 sides of the city wall. The loyalty of 3,000 soldiers and civilians. The 3,000 soldiers and civilians are all descendants of the Yellow Emperor who died in wars in China for thousands of years. Now the system has resurrected 3,000 of them as the initial reward. A total of 756 households are recorded, of which 300 are military personnel. 3,000 acres of high quality farmland. 1,500 acres of paddy fields outside the stronghold are in the east, and 1,500 acres of dry land are in the south. After reading these displayed by the system, Yang Song probably had a general idea of the rewards in his mind, and it seems that he will have to slowly understand the more detailed other situations later. Looking at the system interface again, exiting the reward content interface, I saw a striking prompt on the right side of the prompt box. After entering, a long paragraph of content appeared. After reading it, Yang Song understood where he had traveled to and the condition of his current body. The place he is in now is no longer in the original world, and it is definitely not on the planet Earth. He understood that this body is still his own body, not a soul travel, but it has been optimized by the system, removing hidden defects, and the body age is about 18 years old. It seems that his system is really powerful, resurrecting the dead, creating things out of thin air, and traveling through time and space. Knowing this, new questions arise. Why did he travel through time? It was caused by the system, but why did it choose himself? This is what Yang Song wants to know most, and it is also impossible to know now. New book. Please support. Chapter 2 Territory Power. Coming back to his senses, he looked outside the door. There was a large open space surrounded by rows of neatly distributed houses. There seemed to be a city wall behind the houses, but it was too far away to see clearly. The system said it was a stronghold, but according to the introduction, it was actually a small city. Just as he was about to step into the city to take a look, "My lord, I'll go get the carriage ready," said Yang Zhang, who had been following Yang Song. No need to bother," Yang Song said casually. "Yes," Yang Zhang said respectfully. "You should be very familiar with the situation in the city. Please take me around the city." Yang Song stopped and thought for a while before saying to the housekeeper, "My lord, please forgive me. This is what I should do. How dare I say trouble to you, my lord?" Yang Zhang said in fear. Yang Song thought to himself, "It seems that I have to pay attention to my words and deeds in the future. It's really troublesome. Come to think of it, coming from an era of equality for all to this feudal era, how can I adapt immediately? Then let's go." After saying that, he walked straight forward. Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei behind him also hurriedly followed. "By the way, let the guards go back. I'm just looking around the city. There won't be any danger," Yang Song suddenly said. Yang Song didn't want so many people to follow him. He was not used to being surrounded by people. "My lord, it is a duty to protect you," Zhao Wu said. "Well, then follow me." Yang Song thought for a moment and said, "It's better to be safe than sorry." "Yes, my lord. It seems that I have to learn to ride a horse in the future, whether it is convenient for traveling or for going to the battlefield in the future." Yang Song thought in his heart. "Let's go to the city wall in front and take a look." Yang Song still didn't feel much safe in this world now. "Yes. This city doesn't have a name yet?" Yang Song asked in the carriage. "My lord, yes, my lord. Please give it a name." Yang Zhang replied. "Then it's called Cheyenne Key City, which means the city opened by heaven and the revelation of heaven. Since we have come to this world, we must leave our legend in this world." Yang Song thought for a while. "And this city is a starting point. My lord is wise. I will follow you till death." Yang Zhang knelt down on the ground and said prostrate. "My lord is wise. I will swear to be loyal to you till death." Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei knelt on one knee and clasped their fists. No need to be polite, don't kneel down at every turn, let's do this. I will issue another order. All descendants of Yan and Huang are not allowed to kneel down, and the parents of heaven and earth are not allowed to kneel down easily, and they should be replaced by bowing. Yang Song thought for a while and said, some bad habits still need to be changed, so let's change them from now on. Change the whole city, change the whole society, and change the whole world in the future. Fortunately, Yang Song now has the power and determination to change. He also has the potential to change the whole world. Yes, Lord. Yang Song and the guards replied. Although they didn't understand, they had already given the order, so they had to say yes. Yang Song looked at their expressions and probably knew what they were thinking, but it was difficult to explain now. They will understand and know in the future. He thought to himself, Lord, where should we go first? Yang Song asked. Let's go to the north first and tell me about the details of the city. Yang Song didn't know the detailed layout of the city, so he just said a direction. Yes, Lord, the north of the city is mostly empty now. There is only a military camp next to the city gate tower, and the Lord's mansion is in the middle of the city. Yang Song introduced. The entire city is 2 miles long and wide, and there is a city gate tower in the middle of each side of the city wall. There is an 8-horse road from the city gate to the circular road around the Lord's mansion. Yang Song explained for fear that Yang Song didn't understand. The city wall and the road around the Lord's mansion look like a HUI character from top to bottom. The outer mouth is the city wall, and the inner mouth is the road around the Lord's mansion. Then, from the middle city gates on the 4 sides, a road extends to the middle mouth of the word, forming 4 3-way intersections. The circular avenue inside is also square, with a side length of 1 mile, and the Lord's mansion is more than 30 feet long from east to west and more than 100 feet long from north to south. There is an open space on the east and west sides of the mansion. Most of the houses are in the east of the city. There is a warehouse in the southeast direction, and the market is in the east of the south of the city. There is also an open space in other directions. Walking along the way, listening to Yang Song's introduction, looking at the open space on both sides of the road, thinking about future planning and construction. When I arrived near the city wall, there were some fenced buildings. I asked Yang Song and learned that this was the military camp. I'll go and see later. Let's go to the city wall first. Yang Song thought. Walk up the city wall from the horse road near the city gate. The horse road is 3 meters wide. There is no one on the city wall. Walk to the battlement and look at the vast world outside the city wall from the battlement. Ding, the system map module is turned on. A system prompt box suddenly popped up in front of Yang Song. Just thinking about the city is so big. What should I do? Suddenly a system prompt box popped up. Yang Song was startled. After 2 times, I almost got used to the prompts that suddenly popped up from the system. After reading the prompt, Yang Song became happy again. The system really gave him a surprise. Isn't this a small map? There is obviously a square city on the system map. There is a circle around the city, and some information is marked on it. And the city is dark further away, just like playing a strategy game. I didn't expect the system to do this. Yang Song thought. It seems that there is no way to light up the map without enough information. From the information on the system map, it is known that the city wall is more than 8 meters high and more than 6 meters wide. There are city defense facilities such as towers, corner towers, arrow towers, horse faces, battle platforms, battlements, and women's walls. There is a moat that goes around the city. The river is more than 3 meters deep and more than 6 meters wide. It is really a strong city, but it's a pity that there are fewer people. After walking on the city wall for a while, the novelty has passed. Go down from the city wall and come to the military camp. The military camp is built on the west side of the avenue, which is on the right hand side of the north city gate. Entering the military camp, you can see 2 arrow towers standing on the left and right behind the military camp gate. Standing outside the door, I didn't see it. It seems that it's because of the perspective. Behind is a parade ground. At the end of the parade ground is a general platform. On the left of the parade ground is a shooting range, and on the right is a horse farm. In the distance are some buildings. I don't know if they are dormitories or something else. When he came to the parade ground, he asked Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei to call all the soldiers to the parade ground to assemble. He didn't know how to operate it at all. Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei came to the big drum next to the parade ground. With a rhythmic drum sound, the quiet military camp suddenly became noisy. Soldiers wearing armor and holding long spears or longbows kept coming out from the right side behind the parade ground and standing in front of the parade ground. On the left, teams of cavalrymen wearing armor, holding war horses, and holding lances came out from behind the parade ground and also came to the parade ground in front of the parade ground and stood in turn. Clear distinction. After the assembly and reporting, it was learned that there were a total of 300 soldiers, 100 cavalrymen, 100 long spearmen, and 100 archers. Look at the cavalry on the far left. There are 10 rows, 10 people in each row. The infantry's queue is shorter, but considering the length of the warhorse, there are also 10 people in each row of infantry, a total of 20 rows. I counted secretly, and it was exactly 300. After the 3 drums, no one came out from behind. When the drums stopped, a large group of people and horses were already standing densely and neatly under the stage. Ding, the system military module is turned on. The system prompt box suddenly popped up in front of Yang Song. Yang Song is now completely immune to the sudden prompts of the system. Looking at the prompt box, the military module is divided into several parts: army, equipment, and generals. In the army, there are infantry and cavalry, and there is an item listed in each. The infantry says 200 people and the cavalry says 100 people. Looking more closely, the 200 infantry are divided into 2 items, 100 spearmen, and 100 archers. There is only 1 cavalry item. 100 light cavalry. Looking at the equipment, there are infantry equipment and cavalry equipment. Infantry is divided into weapons and armor, and cavalry is divided into weapons, armor, and war horses. In terms of weapons, spearmen are equipped with spears and short swords. Archers are equipped with long bows, short swords and arrows. Light cavalry are equipped with a lance and a cavalry sword. The most important thing is that all weapons and armor are made of steel. A proper heavy warrior or armor is very simple and practical, divided into steel half body armor, steel face armor helmet, steel shoulder armor, steel skirt armor / steel leg armor. The infantry is skirt armor, and the cavalry is leg armor. The introduction of cavalry war horses is the most domineering. It introduces a special war horse that is optimized and generated and trained by the system, combining the advantages of all war horses in the world. Endurance, load bearing, speed, intelligence and even body size are far better than other types of horses. No wonder these horses look tall and majestic, move in unison, without any neighing, and even the subtle expressions and movements are almost the same. It's terrifying to think about it. The products of this system are different. Either they don't give it, or they are the best. Fortunately, this system is still mine. Looking at the last item, the general option is empty. I don't know what this item is. Do generals have to accept their fate, or be recognized by the system? I thought about it, and I'll know after a test. When he came back to his senses, and looked at the crowd below, Yang Song was still a little nervous. He had never faced so many people before, and had no experience. He didn't know what to say, and he didn't know where the content he had thought of at the beginning went. In fact, it didn't take much time from the activation of the system function to his coming back to his senses. Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei came over after beating the drums, stood beside him, and knelt on one knee with the crowd to salute him. Even the war horses lowered their heads and shouted, "Meet the Lord." In an instant, the crowd was shorter, and the sound was like thunder and tsunami. In another instant, the wind stopped, and the rain stopped. The whole audience was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. No need to be polite, stand up. Yang Song was very shocked. The previous nervousness and panic had disappeared without knowing when. "Thank you, Lord." The whole audience stood up again with a swish. "Stand quietly." Looking at the soldiers below the stage, Yang Song felt that he should say something. Chapter 3 Territory Details. Soldiers, brothers, we have come to a new world. In this unknown world, I hope you will join me in overcoming difficulties and earning a place to survive. Not only that, we have to conquer this world and make this world tremble under our feet. We must live up to the name of the descendants of Yan and Huang and live up to the name of China. Conquer. 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 When the voice stopped, Yang Song struck, while the iron was hot. He ordered, all soldiers listen to my order. Order Zhao Wu to be the commander of the cavalry and Zhang Wei to be the commander of the infantry. I obey your order. Thank you, Lord. Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei stepped forward to receive the order. Order each column to be a squad, and every 2 columns to be a team. As for the captain and squad leader, Yang Song deliberately paused for a moment, looking at the expectant eyes of the audience, and continued without keeping them in suspense. The captain and squad leader will be selected from the whole army's competition. The first place in each team will be the captain, and the second and third place will be the squad leaders. Yang Song finished in one breath. Seeing that everyone in the audience was eager to try, he said nothing more. Now disperse. Start from the first team on the left. After a pause, he announced, I declare that the competition begins. Following the orders of Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei, the soldiers in the audience dispersed from the left and right to leave an open space, and a team of soldiers entered the field and fought 2 by 2. It was orderly, and it was obvious at a glance that the military discipline was strict and well trained. At this time, Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei came over one after another, clasping their fists and saying, My lord, as your god, how can I abandon you and become the commander of an army? Moreover, I'm not talented enough and cannot handle this heavy responsibility. Yang Song replied, Don't worry, there are still 10 guards in the Lord's mansion. They are enough, and who would come to hurt me now? As for ability, you need to work hard on your own. I believe in you, and you also have to believe in yourself. Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei looked at each other and knelt on one knee at the same time and said, Yes, my lord, I thank you very much, and will die for you. Get up, no need to be polite. By the way, the competition will not end in a short time. I will go to the city first. When the competition is over, just tell me the result. After that, he walked down the general's platform and walked out of the military camp. In fact, this is a test for the 2 of them. When they come to report later, the result will be clear. If they are really incompetent, let the captains compete again. As for why Zhao Wu was made the commander of the cavalry and Zhang Wei the commander of the infantry, it was because Yang Song asked on the way here that Zhao Wu had some experience with cavalry and Zhang Wei had some experience with infantry. In Yang Song's view, Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei were the generals prepared by the system for him. Looking at the system prompts, he found that these 2 people were not included in the 300-man army, and there was also the guard team in the Lord's mansion, which was not included either. It should be another system. After walking out of the barracks, Yang Song took him to the residential area to have a look. Only then did Yang Song have time to look at his experimental results. It was found that it was neither good nor bad. It was not bad, because the names of Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei were already in the general options, as cavalry generals and infantry generals respectively. The specialties and abilities of the 2 were listed under the names. It was not good, because there was a word pending behind the names. It seems that the system knows that he is testing the 2 of them, and it is quite humane. It turned out that Yang Song was going to test whether his appointment would be recognized by the system, but he didn't expect it to work. But thinking about it, if his appointment is not recognized by the system, what is the point of him? The system will have too many restrictions on himself. Looking at the strengths and abilities of the 2, Zhao Wu's military force is stronger than Zhang Wei, and his specialty is cavalry charge. Cavalry charge. Leading the cavalry charge, he takes the lead and marches forward bravely, which has the effect of boosting morale. Zhang Wei's command is stronger than Zhao Wu's, and his specialty is calmness. Calmness. When leading the army in battle, he is calm and not easily affected by provocation. Using the system's data division, Zhao Wu's military force is 75, and his command is 72, while Zhang Wei's military force 70, command 78. The system also made additional explanations and factors such as combat experience, withstand blows, and on-the-spot performance will affect the change of specific values. After reading the general options, I thought of the previous speech in the military camp. Yang Song was not very satisfied with the speech in the military camp just now. Thinking back for a while, I found that this was his first speech, and I felt that it was not bad to be able to reach this point. Finally, I came to a conclusion and thought that I still have a lot of room for improvement. After leaving the military camp, walk east along the main road, past the fork in the road, and there is a camp surrounded by fences on the east side of the main road separated from the military camp. There are tents inside. After walking in, I learned that this is a refugee camp. Refugee camp, civilians can be recruited. With food, civilians can be recruited from the tents. The recruited ordinary civilians are based on households, with 1 people per household. Looking at the detailed introduction of the system, Yang Song knew that this was an important building for expanding the population. And the expansion is based on households. It is easy to understand that there is at least 1 person, but this? What does it mean? Could it be that there are hundreds of people in 1 household? Yang Song was not in a hurry to recruit, mainly because there was no food now, and he could not recruit. Even if he recruited, he didn't know how to arrange these civilians. After all, he hadn't sorted out the situation of the territory yet. After leaving the camp, we followed the main road southwards, and arrived at the east of the city. Looking at the system map, the residential area in the east of the city was divided into 4 areas. Each of the 3 areas above had 400 residential buildings, totaling 1,200 buildings, but now there were only 756 households, which means that not even 756 buildings were occupied. The residential buildings in each area were neat and well arranged, and even the specifications and styles were the same. 2-story exquisite tiled houses covering an area of 100 square meters. Brick and tile structure, green tile roof, a balcony on the 2nd floor facing the street, plus antique wooden doors and windows. It was completely a classical Chinese town. After the residential area, there was a storage area in the south of the residential area, which was the corner area in the southeast direction of the city. The materials rewarded by the system were now stored there. To the west of the storage area was the commercial area, which was located in the south of the city. Now there was only the primary market rewarded by the system, which occupied one of the small streets. To the west of the market area was an open space, and in addition to the roads planned and built by the system early on, there was only 1 primary arsenal in the entire West City. There is a wide main road between each area, and there are secondary roads and lanes in the area. The main road is more than 30 meters wide, the secondary road is 15 meters wide, and the lane is 5 meters wide. It also has a complete water supply and sewage system, which is built along the street to facilitate the construction of other buildings in the future. The layout of the street is very similar to that of modern times. There are sidewalks on both sides of the road, then a carriage road, a fast horse road in the middle, and an emergency passage in the middle. Under the guidance of Yang Zhang, he walked around the city and learned the details of the city. Returning to the Lord's mansion, he found a chair in the hall and sat down casually and said to the housekeeper standing in front of him, "Yang Zhang, it's a waste of talent to let you be my housekeeper. You know the city so well. You will be the mayor of Cheyenne City in the future, responsible for the internal affairs of Cheyenne City." Yang Song already has a general plan for his future plans. First of all, there must be a system and an administrative system. With the scale and population of Cheyenne City, it is only a small town. When the territory is expanded in the future, the administrative level can be upgraded. The promotion and reward of officials can also be solved. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I obey your order. Thank you, Lord. I will do my best and die. Yang Zhang knelt down in the tunnel with excitement. There was no shirking. In fact, this was natural. Just like Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei, Yang Zhang was like an internal affairs talent prepared by the system for him. Ding, the system government affairs module is turned on. The government affairs module is also divided into many options, including territory, population, food, minerals, etc. There is only 1 Cheyenne City in the territory at present. The radiation range is quite large from the map. With the city as the center, the radius of 50 kilometers is its territory, but in the small map, only Cheyenne City and its surroundings are lit up. Focus on the option of Cheyenne City again, and the following information includes public security, public sentiment, city population, special products, etc. The values of public security and public opinion are quite high, all loyal, with a population of 3,000, and the specialty item is empty. Rebellion, turmoil, neutrality, but loyal, dedication. Population refers to the total number of people belonging to a group, indicating how many people are in different levels. For example, there are 2,997 people in the good category, 3 people in the loyal category, and no other options. Yang Song estimated that the 3 people with the most loyal level are Zhao Wu, Zhang Wei, and Yang Zhang. Yang Song himself was not included in any statistics. The food item says 1 million katis, which is divided into 3 categories, including 400,000 katis of vegetarian food, 400,000 katis of meat, and 200,000 katis of other food. The subdivision is terrifying. For example, 200,000 katis of rice, 100,000 katis of wheat. Minerals also have these divisions, such as metals, wood, stone, etc., which include gold, silver, copper, and iron in the novice gift pack. What caught Yang Song's attention was that sulfur and saltpeter each had 500,000 katis. Yang Song decided to go to the storage area to take a look. He hadn't gone in to take a closer look in the morning. When he arrived at the storage area, he found that the area was divided into warehouses of different sizes. Various things were stored in different categories and areas. The largest storage was the grain warehouse. There were also various farm tools, and various seeds. There were also many empty warehouses. After looking at the warehouse, he was a little disappointed that the new system module was not activated. After changing his mindset, he thought that it was impossible to activate a function. After looking at a warehouse, people should still know how to be content. He decided to return to the Lord's mansion because he was hungry. He had been busy all morning and had not drunk a sip of water. Back to the mansion, he came to the restaurant and asked the maid to serve the food quickly, and then picked up the teapot and drank it. Sitting at the dining table, waiting for the food to be served, Yang Song thought seriously. The current territory has nothing. Everything is missing, and nothing has been built. It is still a blank piece of paper waiting for him to paint. It is really a long way to go. After eating and drinking, he went to the martial arts training ground to gather the guards and select the guards by the same method of competition. The new guard is called Wang Wei, who leads the guards. Chapter 4 Territory Arrangement. By the afternoon, Yang Song found that he suddenly had nothing to do. It was not that he had nothing to do, but that he did not have the conditions to do what he needed to do. For example, he had not prepared the logistical materials for the army to explore outside the city. Expanding the population was not something that could be done overnight. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not taken a close look at his mansion, and there was also a candidate for a new housekeeper. Thinking of this, he found that he still had something to do. He asked all the maids and servants to gather at the martial arts training ground. He found that there were 2 maids, 4 servants, and a cook. After introducing himself, he learned that the maids were named Xiaolan and Xiaojun. The servants were named after benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, and faith, and the cook was named Liu. Yang Song thought about it, appointed a new housekeeper, and then asked the servants to go down and do their own things. The new housekeeper was called Yang Li. After dealing with the affairs of the mansion, he prepared to take a look around the mansion. He wanted to take a good look at the place where he would live in the future. The martial arts training ground was the square in the front yard. There was a screen wall next to the gate of the square, blocking the view from outside the gate. There is a side house on each side of the square, which is also a guest room. Behind the side house are 2 more houses. The 2 on the left are 4 guards and guards, and the 2 on the right are 4 servants, separated by men and women. Yang Song's main residence is in the middle of the 2 buildings. Behind it is the back garden, with a pavilion in the garden. Behind the main building is an attic connected to the main building. To the right of the garden, next to the servants' residence, is a small courtyard, which contains the kitchen and utility room. A little further behind the small courtyard is the toilet. To the right of the garden are the warehouse and stable, which are also separated by a courtyard wall. There are corridors connecting each building, so it is unobstructed even on rainy days. When Yang Song finished inspecting the Lord's mansion, time passed unknowingly. As night approached, the servant came to report that Yang Zhang, Zhao Wu, and Zhang Wei were waiting in the hall for an audience, and hurried back to the living room. Meet the Lord. After the greetings, they sat down in order of importance, and Yang Zong began to present the content of today's work. My lord, I have already distributed the fields outside the city, and have also distributed farm tools and seeds to each household. You can start farming tomorrow morning. There are also subordinates who don't know how to farm, who have been arranged to go out of the city, to cut wood or mine. That's good. Pay attention to the planning of planting content. How much rice to plant, how much mulberry and hemp to plant, and how much vegetables and fruits to plant. You have to make a good plan. Yang Song said he didn't want to have no vegetables and fruits to eat in the future. It's probably too much for you to be busy alone. You can recruit a few people to help you. Yes, thank you, my lord. Yang Zong also felt that he didn't have enough manpower. He was very busy today. He found a few literate people on the spot to help. Otherwise, he would not be able to finish his work today. How are you two? Yang Song asked Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei again. My lord, the captain and the squad leader have been selected. This is the list. Zhang Wei finished speaking and presented a list. Okay, what else? Yang Song asked casually while reading it. My lord, I have arranged cavalry to act as scouts, to explore the surroundings near the city, and to spy in batches to ensure that the surrounding environment is known as soon as possible. Zhao Wu replied. Very good. Your main task now is to find out whether there are any enemies around, but you must also pay attention to safety. Notify me immediately if there is any situation. Yang Song said with satisfaction. Looking at the system map, he found that there were already cavalry active around the city. My lord, I have also arranged infantry to patrol the city walls and guard the city gates, but due to the serious shortage of troops, it is not possible to fully guard the city walls. I plan to focus on defending the city gates and arrange some soldiers to patrol the city walls. Zhang Wei reported. Very good. It's already good. Now we have to focus on guarding the east of the city, which is now a residential area for the people. Yang Song said, you two are good, so let's leave it at that for now. Pay more attention to the outside of the city to prevent enemy attacks. Yang Song found that in the system, in the military module, the word pending behind the names of the two people in the general option was gone. This was because the system recognized the identities of the two people, because he recognized their abilities, so the system would recognize them. The security of the city will be arranged after Yang Song recruits enough people. Let your army take care of it for a few days. Yang Song found that there was nothing to do for the time being, so he asked Zhao Wu and Zhang Wei to go back and rest. Turning around, he continued to say to Yang Zhang, by the way, there is no special government office yet. You can find an empty house for the office and build it later. There are also several orders I issued today. You should implement them. Go down and rest if you have nothing to do. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Song went to the military camp to find Zhao Wu. He wanted to learn to ride a horse, and even had lunch in the military camp. Although he could ride a carriage on weekdays, he didn't want to ride a carriage on the battlefield in the future. It is worth mentioning that, when he was eating, he found that people in ancient times had the habit of only 2 meals a day. Yang Song ordered the military camp to change the meals to 3 meals a day, and explained to the two commanders the importance of 3 meals a day and the importance of improving combat effectiveness. Ordinary people Yang Song couldn't give orders directly. He hoped to bring this habit to ordinary people through the influence of the soldiers in the military camp. When he returned to the mansion at night, Yang Song rode back by himself. Although he was not yet proficient, he could still ride for a while. He had learned everything he needed to learn. He just needed to practice more in the future. This was what Zhao Wu told him. When he returned to the mansion, Yang Song had something to report. Yang Song asked him to meet him in the study. My lord, I have made a plan for recruiting people. Please take a look. Yang Song said, and handed him a few papers with both hands. Yang Song took it, and looked at the content on the paper. The paper wrote the method of recruiting people, recruit talents by the method of imperial examination. There were also positions to be recruited, patrol, civil affairs, finance, court, agriculture and sericulture. And at the back, it was written that these categories were responsible for their respective areas and the topics of the examination. Court, responsible for trial. The examination topic was to discuss the sentencing of crimes such as theft, robbery, and murder, and then write an article on how the law should be qualitatively and quantitatively conducted. Patrol, responsible for maintaining urban security, patrolling the city, and arresting criminals according to the approval of the townpan. The examination content included martial arts, interrogation, literacy and other subjects. Civil affairs, responsible for civil affairs, household registration, etc. This test is about how to manage household registration, marriage registration, etc. Finance, responsible for taxation, test account books, tax evasion, tax collection, tax management, etc. Agriculture and sericulture, responsible for agriculture and breeding, test the grasp of seasons and familiarity with crops. After reading the plan that Yang Zong worked hard for a day, it can be seen that it was a plan that was carefully considered. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. I have nothing to say about these, but I suggest adding one more item. Adding a department responsible for managing mineral resources such as ore and wood. What do you think? Yang Zong thought for a moment after reading Yang Zong's plan. My lord is wise. I will do it right away. Yang Zong admired. No need, we will discuss it right away and come up with a final plan. You can announce it tomorrow. It's better to decide earlier and start recruiting earlier. Yang Zong waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to be so troublesome. Yes, my lord. Finally, it was decided to add one more item, stone and wood, responsible for the collection and processing of resources. After the agreement was reached, Yang Zong went to work. He had nothing to do, so he started reading the books on the bookshelf. All of them were words of ancient sages. The most important thing is that there is no more complicated entertainment than before. He can only read books to kill time and enrich himself. As a monarch, he does not need to do everything himself. What he needs is to know how to use people well. He still knows this. Yang Zong did not get up until noon the next day and waited for lunch. Zhao Wu came to report something. My lord, we have explored that there is an ocean more than 20 miles, 10 kilometers, east of the city, and there is a bay. The river in the north of the city flows from west to east into this bay. There is no report from the west and south of the city. Zhao Wu reported. Okay, I know. Pay attention to continue exploring, and report immediately if there is any situation. Yang Zong replied, and then turned his attention to the system map. As ordered. Zhao Wu took the order and left. There is a wide river next to Xianqi City in the north, and the situation on the other side of the river cannot be known because it has not been explored. 10 kilometers to the east is an ocean, not far from Xianqi City, and can be used as an outlet to the sea in the future. To the west of Xianqi City is a large forest, and no one knows how large it is. To the south, closer to the city, you can see a grassland with some trees dotted around, which is very suitable for animal husbandry. It is still pitch black farther away, and there are cavalry exploring at the edge. Zhao Wu did not report the situation in the west and south just now, probably because the cavalry who went out to explore have not reported yet, but Yang Zong can already check the places that the cavalry has explored through the system map. Yang Zong thought about it, rode on his horse, led the guard Wang Wei and the escort team to the military camp, and asked Zhao Wu to take the only team of cavalry left in Xianqi City to the bay in the east of the city, to go and see the sea. As for why he had to bring soldiers, it was because Yang Zong was afraid of death. He didn't know if there were any natives in this place, and with the threat of wild beasts, it was better to be prepared. Leaving Zhang Wei to guard the city and look after the house, he was not afraid of getting lost with the system map and went straight to the bay. After taking a break on the way and eating some dry food, they continued on their way. Thanks to the excellent war horses, they reached the seaside in just a few hours because they had to bypass the inaccessible places. Yang Zong arrived here and found that this bay was really a holiday resort with golden beaches, white waves and beautiful scenery. So a group of people rested on the beach for a while, and Yang Zong even went swimming for a while. After the rest, they walked north along the coast. The estuary of the Xianqi River, the river in the north of the city is named Xianqi River, is just in the north of the bay. After crossing the river, I don't know what the situation is. The cavalry in this direction was exploring southward and didn't cross the river at all. After riding for a while, the sky gradually darkened and the estuary of the river appeared in front. Yang Song asked Zhao Wu to arrange a site for camping and wait until tomorrow to see if he could find a way to cross the river. At night, they lit a bonfire, roasted game, ate dry food, and discussed the scenery and strange beasts along the way. On the way here, they encountered a group of wild dogs, about 30 or 40, but they fled in all directions under the drive of the cavalry. He was a complete hindrance, and a group of guards protected him from being attacked by these beasts. Yang Song made up his mind that after returning, he must go to the military camp for training, and he must not let himself have no fighting power at all. Chapter 5 Seaside Affairs. The night passed quickly. In the morning, I woke up and came to the river. Looking at the wide river, I tried my best, but couldn't cross it. Turning around, I found that the place where I camped last night was very suitable for building a seaport. The terrain was flat, and it was a natural deep water port. It only needed to be renovated to berth ships. An excellent seaport area was found. The system rewarded a military port, a naval shipyard, and a population of 1,000. Do you want to withdraw the reward? At this time, the system prompt suddenly appeared. I didn't expect the system to give him a surprise at this time, and I didn't expect that there was a population reward. It was really good. He was thinking about building a seaport here, worried about the lack of manpower, and the system gave him a surprise. Originally, I planned to let some people from Cheyenne City migrate here, but now I don't have to. Now the territory has not yet achieved self-sufficiency, and various materials including food are still using those in stock. This will not work in the long run. So he didn't go to the refugee camp to recruit people, because there was not enough food to consume. Not to mention that the recruited people also had to eat, and it was impossible to recruit them and ignore them. Now the 1,000 people rewarded by the system do not consume food and grass. They only need to supply the daily needs of life. He can barely supply it now, and it will not work. If he wants more, he can only wait for the harvest in the fields. While he was thinking, the information about whether to extract the reward kept flashing. After Yang Song confirmed it, he saw a flash of white light in front of him, and 1,000 people appeared in front of him. A port also appeared on the coast not far away. The port was very large and there was no end in sight. There is a dock about 1 mile away from the river estuary. Judging from the number of docks, 12 sea vessels can be built or repaired, and there are also related supporting facilities. In addition, there is a small town connected to the seaport. The house style is not much different from that of Cheyenne City. It seems that the system has solved his living problems. This system is really considerate. After arranging these 1,000 people to live in the town, it was found that these 1,000 people also lived in different houses in units of households. There were about 300 households in total. The specific data has not been counted yet and is still unknown. After asking these people, it was found that many people actually had shipbuilding experience, that is, shipbuilders, about 300 people, and the others were their family members. It's a pity that there are no construction drawings and materials now, otherwise they can build a few ships first, Yang Song thought. Yang Song asked Zhao Wu to send people back to Cheyenne City, let Yang Song send food, and then let the young and strong among the 1,000 people go to the nearby woods to cut wood. The tools are in the shipyard. The specific arrangements will be made after Yang Song arrives. After the arrangements are made, he is ready to return to the city. Because the monarch has expanded the territory. Rewards: 3 optimized and improved sailing frigates, 150 officers and soldiers, 20 officers. Yang Song, who was just about to turn around, received another reminder from the system, and the system gave him another big gift package. After quickly confirming the receipt of the reward, he put the warships in the naval port and the sailors in the naval port barracks. The 150 sailors were the crew for the 3 warships. He quickly came to the naval port barracks, gathered the soldiers, and prepared to go on board to take a look. I'm Li Bao, the subordinate, to see the Lord. Please let the Lord show you. The leader of the sailors stepped forward and saluted Yang Song. Li Bao? Yang Song quickly reviewed it in his mind and found that he didn't have such a person with his knowledge reserve. So he said, no need to be polite, tell me about the current situation. Yes, there are 20 officers including my subordinates, 130 sailors, and 3 sea ships, which are frigates. Li Bao accepted the order and introduced. Each warship is equipped with 10 naval guns, 4 on each side of the ship, 2 on the bow, 45 crew members, and 5 officers. Well, good, very good, Yang Song said. I order you to be the commander of the navy. He thought carefully for a while and continued, this naval port is also under your jurisdiction as a berth. At present, you are mainly responsible for exploring the nearby waters, drawing sea charts, and exploring the enemy situation. Thank you, my lord. I will not fail my mission. Li Bao said. Let's go to the warship now. Yang Song couldn't wait to see the sailing warship. I had only seen it in movies before. Yes, my lord. Li Bao finished speaking to the sailors and went to the naval port. After listening to Li Bao's brief introduction, Yang Song opened the system's military module on the way to the military port and checked the general options. Li Bao's name was listed. He looked carefully. Li Bao, a little-known general of Yufei in the Southern Song dynasty, was under the command of Li Bao, a former general of Yufei, when Wan Yanlian went south. The Southern Song Navy, under the command of Li Bao, a former general of Yufei, defeated the 30,000 Jin Navy in the Chenjiadao Sea, now the Jiaoxin Sea of Shandong Province, with only 120 warships and 3,000 sailors. They annihilated most of the Jin army with 1 against 10, and burned almost all the warships. Wan Yanliang's plan to bypass the sea route failed, and he made great contributions to saving the Southern Song dynasty. After reading the introduction of the system, I realized that this is a rare naval general. Because ancient China has never paid much attention to the navy, generals with naval battle experience are actually rare in history. The military camp is not far from the military port. The military camp is originally part of the military port. When I came to the dock, I saw 3 warships moored at the dock of the military port, which was very majestic. As he got closer, he felt even more oppressive. The appearance was beautiful and linear, and there was armor on the outside. If it weren't for the sails, he would have thought it was an ironclad ship. Yang Song walked onto a battleship through the gangway. The deck was very simple and clean. There were 4 gun platforms on each side, with a cannon on the platform. There was a layer of wooden building at the stern, and there was also armor on the outside. When he got closer, it was not thick, only a thin layer. Walking up to the gun platform, Yang Song touched the cannon and looked carefully. It was very different from the bronze cannons in movies and TV shows. Yang Song didn't know other things, but at least he knew that the material was definitely not bronze. It looked like steel casting. The barrel was slender, the muzzle was thick, and the wall was not as thick as he imagined. At this time, Li Bao, who was following behind him, introduced, "My lord, this cannon is a 5th level naval gun, weighing 1,600 kilograms, with a muzzle of 3 inches. It can attack targets 3 miles away. Its power can split mountains and rocks, which can be said to be earth-shaking." Listening to Li Bao's introduction, look at the system introduction. Optimized and improved sailing warship. It is optimized and improved by combining the advantages of Chinese and Western sea ships. It uses a combination of weight-reducing hard sails and triangular sails as the power source. The pointed bottom square tail design of the Fu ship, the pointed streamlined hull of the clipper ship, the superstructure of the building ship, the superstructure and the hull are integrated, and the storage of the treasure ship, the storage layer and the artillery layer are connected by a shaft. And other advantages of various warships. It has good defense, seaworthiness, and operability. The biggest feature is that it requires very few operators. It perfectly balances speed, load, firepower, and maneuverability. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to build, the cost is high, and professional equipment and workers are required. Frigate. 15 meters long, 3.2 meters wide, full load displacement of 260 tons, 1 superstructure. The hull is divided into 3 layers. The superstructure is used for command and residence. The open deck is equipped with naval guns. The 3rd floor is the living area. The 2nd floor is the storage floor, and the bottom floor is the ballast floor. There are 10 level 5 naval guns on the open deck. There are 45 crew members and 5 officers. shipborne artillery, front-loading smoothbore gun, flintlock ignition, fixed propellant. The types of shells are solid shells, shrapnel shells, and scattershot shells. Level 5 naval gun, weighs 0.8 tons, caliber 100 mm, range 1800 meters. The level 5 naval gun is equipped on small warships. After watching the introduction, he understood why the naval gun had the name of level 5. It turned out that it was equipped on small warships, which means that there are larger and more powerful warships and naval guns, but he didn't know what they were like. Yang Song said he was looking forward to it. The units used in the system introduction were all familiar to him. Li Bao's units were all sizes, which were difficult to understand. Fortunately, there was a system. He also introduced the reason why such a large warship only had 10 guns. It turned out that the guns were very powerful, and the corresponding recoil and space requirements were also large. Loading 10 guns was the most optimized result. If more guns were installed, it would affect the service life of the warship. Each gun has a gun position. The gun is mounted on the gun carriage of the gun position. The gun carriage is fixed on the deck. It has a very advanced buffer recoil mechanism and professional aiming and ranging equipment, which can effectively break and shorten the reloading time. Yang Song was confused about this just now. The impression of the sail gun warships was that there were secret muzzles on them. Why are there only these few guns here? It turns out that there is a reason. This sacrifices a small amount of firepower projection density but enhances accuracy, rate of fire, range, and power. After admiring the naval guns, he walked into the superstructure and found that the lighting inside was very good. It turned out that the windows were all equipped with glass. There was a combat command room inside, with some incomprehensible instruments, and a captain's lounge a little further inside. Walking to the lower level, there were rooms one by one. This floor was the sailor's living floor. Below the living floor was a storage floor. Weapons, ammunition, and daily supplies were already full of storage rooms. The bottom was a segmented leak-proof bottom warehouse. It seems that the living environment on the battleship is still very good. The storage floor has a shaft directly connected to the open deck, which is designed to facilitate the transportation of materials. In addition, it is also beneficial to store materials in the lower floor. The weight of the materials causes the center of gravity of the battleship to move down and increase the stability of the battleship. The more he looked at it, the more he found that this battleship was extraordinary. The combat effectiveness revealed in every detail should not be underestimated. Returning to the upper artillery floor, after reading the system introduction and strolling around again, Yang Song had been itching for a long time, so he ordered Li Bao to test fire a cannon to see the power. Li Bao turned around and went back to the command room with several officers and ordered to raise the sail and set sail. After the order was issued, the sailors got busy, raising the sails, raising the anchor, and turning the rudder. Following the officer's orders, the sailors operated step by step, feeling very powerful, and people could tell at a glance that they were a group of well-trained people. Whether it was the cavalry, infantry, or sailors of Cheyenne City, they all seemed to have been systematically trained. Otherwise, there would be no such people in China at this time who could operate these weapons. Moreover, whether it was the soldiers or the people, they seemed to have no fear or doubts about some of the magical things in front of them, and this was the credit of the system. When the warship sailed outside the port, Li Bao ordered to turn and sail towards the estuary. When it arrived outside the estuary, the ship did not stop, and ordered again to load the shrapnel shells for the left side gun. Less than half a minute later, the officer reported that the loading was completed, and finally ordered to aim at the boulders on the river bank, and shouted fire. Boom boom boom, a burst of deafening cannon sounded, and the huge rocks on the river bank disappeared without a trace, leaving only rubble and craters. Yang Song was stunned with shock. He didn't expect that the muzzle-loading cannon could be so powerful, and it was black gunpowder, which was really unexpected. Returning to the military port, Yang Song told Li Bao to report to him in time if he encountered any situation. He was going back to Cheyenne City. When he returned to Cheyenne City, it was already late, so Zhao Wu and the soldiers returned to the barracks to rest. He also had to go back to the mansion to rest. It was still very tiring to sleep in the open air all the way. The next day, he came to the residential area, found Yang Zhang, and asked about the situation of the scientific expedition. Chapter 6, Developing Territory. After learning that there was no problem, everything was ready, and it was ready to start, he left without disturbing him. Then he wandered around the residential area. With the introduction of the accompanying personnel, he found that the distribution of occupations among the 1,000 people was wider than at the beginning, and there were all kinds of talents. There were teachers, workshop craftsmen, chefs, and even jugglers and fortune tellers. The introduction of this accompanying personnel also let Yang Song know a piece of information. That is, all the people actually knew about all this magic, as if they were born knowing it, and it seemed like common sense. Yang Song felt very magical, and at the same time he was amazed at the great power of the system. But on the other hand, isn't this nonsense? If he didn't have great power, how could he get to this world and have everything in front of him? There is actually no meaning in thinking about these things. Anyway, it is a good thing for Yang Song. Think about it carefully. The territory is actually still publicly owned now. Everything belongs to Yang Song. After issuing currency, private ownership can be implemented. Schools must be established. First, an enlightenment school will be established, which is equivalent to grades 1 to 3 in the past. There are also things like building military schools, establishing industries to develop productivity, etc., which surround Yang Song's mind, but the reality is that none of these can be realized. We can only do it one by one. Don't worry, there will be bread, everything will be there, he comforted himself in his heart. Now the most important thing is to develop productivity, the three elements of productivity, means of labor, objects of labor, and workers. In fact, he has none of these three elements now, but he is not worried at all, because he has a magical system. The most obvious manifestation of productivity is industrial capacity. But how difficult it is to build a complete industrial system. He considered one by one, and sighed. It was really difficult to get started. He shook his head, not thinking about other things now, and finishing the things in front of him first. Order Yang Zhang to build a school on the open space to the east of the Lord's mansion, so that students can have classes and teachers can have classes. Let the accompanying person take him to find a teacher to ask some questions. Arriving at a teacher's residence, after a round of greetings, the elderly teacher invited him into the house, and sat down in order. Yang Song sat in the upper seat, and asked the teacher who was teaching, "What do you teach?" "My lord, I can teach the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic, and this one can teach the 9 chapters of arithmetic and Arabic numerals." Yang Song asked the teacher in surprise, "I didn't expect that you could also teach Arabic numerals, and do you know the multiplication table?" "My lord, I know the multiplication table and some geometry," the young teacher said proudly. "Very good, you are a great talent, and I will trouble you in the future," Yang Song said politely. The teacher said he dared not, but it was his duty. Then he visited several teachers in succession. Now he just had to wait for the school to be built before he could start classes. After visiting the teachers, he gathered several skilled craftsmen and asked them carefully. Yang Song didn't want to find them one by one. After asking, he learned that there were 3 people who could make paper, 1 who made fireworks, 1 who dried salt, 10 carpenters, 5 blacksmiths, 6 stonemasons, 7 tailors, 5 bricklayers, 1 who could carve, and 2 who made ceramics. You don't know until you ask. Once you ask, you'll be shocked. You didn't expect that you still have so many talents under your command. It seems that a large number of workshops can be established. Yang Song is very happy, and some idle buildings can be put into use, such as the primary arsenal. He plans to set aside a piece of land in the western urban area to build various workshops after the busy farming season. This day is the day to start the examination. Because the examination time is not long, only 1 day, the examination location is in the martial arts training ground in the Lord's Mansion. This is also because there are not many people who come to register for the examination, and only the Lord's Mansion has the conditions to conduct the examination as long as people who can read and write basically come. From this examination, it can be seen how many illiterates there were in ancient China. Those who came are families with the conditions to go to school. A small martial arts training ground is sparsely and neatly filled with more than 20 people, which looks like the open-air monthly examination he had in school before Yang Song still misses that happy time. Yang Song and Yang Zhang personally supervised the examination, and the examination questions were also jointly set by the two of them, although he only made suggestions and Yang Zhang was responsible for the details. Moreover, because of the special nature of patrol, a force competition was also conducted in the military camp. Soon the one-day exam was over, and it was time to verify the results. After a day of hard work by him and Yang Zhang, the positions of this group of people were finally determined. Yes, he decided to admit everyone. There were few people who could read, and this group of 23 people would never be let go. It was just that different positions were given according to the positions applied for, and their respective exam terms. Patrol. There are head of the police and the first head of the police, and the outstanding Zhao Ze will serve as the first head of the police, and there will be 3 head of the police. Court. There is a judge. Baoji will serve. Finance. There is a tax accountant. Kan Liang will serve. Civil affairs. There is a staff. Wei Dan will serve. Agriculture and sericulture. There is a staff. Fanking will serve. Stone and wood. There is a staff. Zhang Yu will serve. The rest of the people were assigned to various departments to serve as clerks. This time, all the admissions were clerks, not officials. In Yang Song's plan, only the chiefs at the town level and above can be called officials. So, in the end, apart from the army, there was only one official in the entire territory, and that was Yang Zhang. Yang Song didn't count, because he was the monarch. Among them, the finance and justice were separated, and not under the jurisdiction of each other, but directly under Yang Song, and all other departments were under the jurisdiction of Yang Zhang. He had planned everything. According to the ancient Chinese system combined with the modern system of decentralization, Yang Song separated the powers of finance, justice, administration, and military. Although this caused inconvenience in communication between the departments, and was a test of the monarch's ability, it also avoided the situation where the local heads had too much power and the emperor was far away. In general, the current situation has more advantages than disadvantages. Early in the morning of the third day, a group of people had gathered outside the gate of the mansion, waiting for the announcement of the results of the examination. When the time came, 2 people came out of the mansion and posted a red list on the public notice board next to it. Suddenly, the crowd surged and surrounded them to watch. The red list is divided into several columns. Columns 1 to 6 are the results of the 6 subjects, and the last column is the number of admissions. The first name in each column is the principal, and the others are clerks. Everyone was very excited. They didn't expect that everyone would be admitted, even though the people behind were clerks, not the principals, let alone officials. After a while, the housekeeper Yang Li came out and asked the people on the red list to go to the mansion. Most of the people in the big group were just there to watch the excitement. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, they came to the square and lined up to stand still. Yang Song walked out of the gate. "Greetings, my lord." Everyone bowed in unison. No need to be polite. After everyone stood up, he said, "Everyone's grades in this examination are good, and the first place is well deserved. From now on, everyone will be an official. I hope everyone will work hard and serve the public." "Yes, my lord, I will live up to your expectations," they said respectfully again. "Okay, this will depend on your performance in the future. Now I will train you on what you will do and how to do it after you take office." First of all, in terms of patrol, Yang Song looked at Zhao Ze's column. "Zhao Ze, I appoint you as the head of Xianqi Town, responsible for patrolling and maintaining public security, arresting criminals, detecting bandits, and collecting evidence. Remember not to resort to lynching. This is very important. As for how to collect evidence without lynching, this is a time to test your ability. You are under the jurisdiction of the mayor, and the others are appointed as constables, and are under the command of Zhao Ze. Appoint Wei Dong as the civil affairs officer, responsible for assisting the mayor, managing civil household registration, and registering marriages. The people's identity documents must also be processed. In the future, personal identity documents will be issued to everyone so that they can travel unimpeded in the territory, except for the restricted areas, which are also under the jurisdiction of the mayor. Others are appointed as clerks. Appoint Fanking as the agricultural and sericulture officer, responsible for managing the fields, woodlands, grasslands, livestock and other resources of Cheyenne Key Town, reclaiming wasteland, and persuading farmers to return to Mulberry. He is under the jurisdiction of the mayor, and the others are appointed as clerks. Appoint Zhang Yu as a stone and wood worker, responsible for managing the collection and processing of raw materials such as ore mining and forest felling in Cheyenne Key Town. He will be under the jurisdiction of the mayor, and the others will be appointed as clerks. Appoint Baoji as the court judge, responsible for trying criminals and hearing disputes among the people. In the future, if there are lawyers, the qualification assessment of lawyers will also be under your charge. Lawyers are practitioners who accept commissions or designations to provide legal services to parties. In layman's terms, they are people who sue for others. Yang Song said seriously, the most important thing is that you are under my direct jurisdiction and not under the jurisdiction of others, so as to avoid false and wrongful convictions due to power. Remember that the trial must be based on reason and evidence. If there is any difference, the case cannot be concluded. It must be fair and open. Even if I broke the law, I will be convicted. If I break the law knowingly, I will be punished even more severely. What kind of laws to establish, the degree of sentencing, and how to try, these are all up to you. Come up with a charter first, and then we can discuss it together. Appoint Kan Liang as the financial officer, who will be responsible for tax collection, salary payment of officials, and budget formulation. The budget refers to the estimated amount of money needed in the future, the income, and how much money each department should have for purchasing equipment, training, salary increases and decreases, etc. He will also be under my direct jurisdiction, which will avoid a great degree of corruption. In the future, a national treasury and local treasurers will be established, and the proportion of taxes submitted to the national treasury will be determined later. Anyway, you are in charge now. After the assessment, I believe you have the ability. If you don't know how, you can go and learn, or you can ask me. Don't feel embarrassed. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for not telling you what to do in advance. Yang Song said earnestly. Tomorrow we will officially take office. Each of us will find an unoccupied residential building nearby as our own government office. Baoji, your current task is to consider the compilation of the code. We will discuss the details together at that time. By the way, appoint Yang Li as the propaganda officer for government orders. He will be responsible for explaining the laws and government orders to the people, so that they will not be deceived. He will review some store advertisements, including operas and poems, and establish a newspaper. He will also be responsible for guiding public opinion. This is a heavy responsibility. Yang Song attaches great importance to the importance of information. Yang Zhang is the man now. You can run errands for me and be under my direct jurisdiction. Yes, my lord, I will die for you, Yang Li said with emotion. Suddenly, Yang Song found that the housekeeper had to be found again. Yang Song was a little depressed, but it was more important than the business. Yang Song appointed Yang Li in front of everyone to remind them and warn them not to deceive their superiors and subordinates, and to eliminate all crises in the bud. This is his usual style. In this way, the development of the territory with systems and talents began to accelerate. Chapter 7. After March, the cavalry worked hard outside to explore, and Yang Zhang was in charge of the administration inside. 3 months passed unknowingly. Now thinking back, Yang Song came to this world in spring. If this world also has 4 seasons, and now the weather is starting to get hot. Some of the crops with short growth cycles planted in the fields outside the city have been harvested, and new seeds have been sown. All the workshops that can be built in the territory have been built, and these workshops have injected new vitality into the development of the territory. Because the territory is publicly owned, the primary market rewarded by the system has no place to use, and it is still idle so far. The simple school has also been built, and now the children in the territory are learning to speak in it. As long as they are over 6 years old and under 10 years old, they must go to study. This is Yang Song's mandatory order. In order to allow these children of school age to study, the school will provide food and accommodation. This is his compulsory education in the territory. Although there is no 9 years, there must be 3 years of compulsory education. Yang Song had considered that compulsory education must be carried out in his jurisdiction in the future. The current territory will first carry out 3 years of enlightenment education. In the future, as the territory develops, 6 years of compulsory education or even 9 years of compulsory education will be carried out. To this end, he planned the education system into several parts. 3 years of enlightenment education at the beginning, then 3 years of elementary school, then 3 years of middle school, then 3 years of high school, and finally university. In fact, by the time of high school level, the level of knowledge is already quite high. In the current world, it is unknown whether there is advanced knowledge. For this reason, Yang Song has been prepared. However, from the rewards of the system and the current cultural level, it can be seen that the current world should not have developed to the level of the Industrial Revolution. Otherwise, did the system send him to this world to let him die? Turning back to the territory, the small village by the sea, a town with 1,000 people, can only be a village level, was named Navy Village because it was basically built to serve the Navy. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the necessary organs. A village chief is appointed by the villagers themselves, a person of high moral character and prestige. Patrols are set up to maintain public order, and an enlightenment school is established, so that the village can also receive enlightenment education. Around the Navy Village, the villagers have reclaimed a piece of land to grow food, so that they will no longer have to rely on the transportation of Cheyenne City. The current dock cannot build large ships, but it is more than enough to build fishing boats, so that the territory has a stable supply of meat. Most of the meat in the past was hunted. In order to solve the long-term stable and abundant meat supply, Yang Song is preparing to establish animal husbandry on the vast grassland south of Cheyenne City, but there are no conditions yet, and he only has a plan. Because of the construction and operation of the workshop and the opening of the school, the system has rewarded a library. Yang Song found all the teachers, and went to the open space next to the school on the east side of the Lord's mansion to collect the library. There was a flash of light, and a very large academy appeared in front of him. When they walked into the academy together, they knew why it was called the library. The 9-story attic was filled with books, and the books were classified layer by layer. It looked very spectacular. While Yang Song was still sighing at the magnificence of the library, several teachers were already reading at the desk next to them with a pile of books. Without disturbing them, Yang Song looked at them layer by layer. There were hundreds of categories. He found that the library had all the knowledge of this era, whether it was Eastern or Western, Chinese or foreign, and all of them had been translated. He picked up a book of poetry and opened it to read. He read it for an entire afternoon and spent the entire afternoon reading some books that interested him in the library. It was not until the light in the room dimmed that he realized that another day had passed. Because of the cavalry's long-term and unremitting exploration, the situation within a radius of 10 kilometers in Cheyenne City has been completely explored, and a lot of distance has been explored outside, but it has not been fully explored. The east of Cheyenne City is a plain all the way to the seashore, with many wild animals in the middle, and there are also scattered forests. It has been explored all the way to the Navy Village. This is the direction of the key exploration. To the south is an endless grassland that stretches far away. At least the area currently explored is still within the grassland, and the edge cannot be seen. Not far to the west is the forest, which is as boundless as the grassland in the south. The only difference is that the terrain is no longer flat, but a rugged hilly terrain. The cavalry only explored the periphery and did not go deeper because it was full of various dangerous plants and animals. Not far from the Cheyenne River in the north is the mountainous area. The mountains are rugged and difficult to travel. I don't know how many mountains and rivers are still ahead, but judging from the trend, there should be a large mountain range in the future. Going upstream from the Cheyenne River, it flows east-west from Haikou, passes through the forest west of Cheyenne City, turns around in the forest, and goes north. Judging from the trend, the Cheyenne River still comes from the mountainous area, and Li Bao's fleet did not gain much from the exploration of the outer sea. Because it was sailing in the form of exploration, it did not go far in 3 months, and now it has just left the near sea. Looking at the sea area he explored, there was nothing but water in the vast waters. He really wanted to say, "Sea, you are all water." Yang Song looked at the vast land on the map and sighed. This is his territory. With the harvest of grain, he can also start to expand the population with confidence. The three element of productivity: labor materials, labor objects, and laborers. Labor materials were acquired with the completion of the library. At least there was no shortage of materials before the first industrial revolution. All kinds of knowledge were available and only needed to be realized step by step. The labor objects were all kinds of materials and raw materials. Yang Song was still exploring within the territory, but the inventory in the warehouse was enough at least in the early startup period. So now he only lacks laborers. That is, he needs to have enough population. The territory only has the current manpower, and there are not enough people to farm. How can people come to develop industry? For example, a small steel plant with a daily output of hundreds of tons requires at least dozens or hundreds of people, and they are all young and strong. This is not something the current territory can afford, and they are still needed to farm. Not to mention other factories, such as the textile industry and light industry, which is one of the factories that needs the most manpower, at least more than 100 people. Where do these people come from now? If you want to build a complete set of basic industrial systems, textiles, steel, mechanical processing, cement bricks, military production, etc., the population required is terrifying. Of course, it is too early to think about these now, and it is better to solve the current development problems of the territory. Yang Song came to the refugee camp and walked to the open space next to the gate of the camp. There was no one in the entire camp, only the dirty tent in front of him, and there was no sound in the tent. Turn on the system, turn on the option of the refugee camp, follow the prompts, and choose to recruit refugees. This is his first recruitment. In the past, he was either busy or forgot, mainly because there was no need to recruit civilians. As the recruitment began, there was a sound in a tent in front of him. Someone was walking and talking inside, and then the curtain of the tent was opened from the inside, and several people came out. This time, Yang Song only selected one family to recruit. The family of 5 in front of him was one of them, an elderly couple, a young couple, and a little boy of 5 or 6 years old. "I greet you, Lord." The old man led the family and bowed to him. "Please stand up quickly. No need to be polite. You are a newcomer. Please rest assured. As long as you come to my territory, you can live in peace. If you have any difficulties, please speak directly." Yang Song asked the family to stand up and said politely, "Thank you, Lord. I will speak directly. If I offend you, please forgive me." The old man in the lead ignored the hints of his relatives and followed Yang Song's words. "No problem. Please speak." Yang Song was not afraid that he would make any excessive demands. "Thank you, Lord." After thanking him, he continued, "I'm ashamed. I just hope that my family can have a place to stay and the rest needs some food." After hearing their request, Yang Song laughed in their puzzled eyes and said, "I thought there was something to ask for, but I didn't expect it was just these. Even if you don't tell me, I will prepare them for you." He paused and continued, "As long as they are my people, they should have a place to go at night, clothes to wear, and food to eat. This is a matter of course. Thank you for your great kindness, Lord. You are kind. I will definitely work like a cow and a horse to repay your kindness." The old man in front of him changed his name after hearing what Yang Song said. "It's just that I didn't expect that the family recruited this time had such knowledge and courage. It seems that they were not ordinary people before." But Yang Song couldn't care so much. Besides, it's a good thing to have knowledge, and it can also contribute to the development of the territory. After asking Yang Zhang, who was waiting on the side, to take the family away and arrange for them, he then began to recruit the people. After satisfying his curiosity, he recruited one family at a time. After a while, the open space in the refugee camp was full of people of all ages, men and women, big and small. For a moment, the refugee camp, which was very quiet just now, became lively. When there was no more open space in the refugee camp, Yang Song reacted and then told the people in front of him again what he had said or promised to the family of 5. With the gratitude of these people, Yang Song asked the officials who had been on the side to arrange these people. There was a long table in front of the gate of the refugee camp, and several people were sitting behind it. They asked these new people to register here in turn according to their households. After registration, they were issued a simple identity certificate and then asked to wait on the side. When there were more people, they were led by a civil affairs official to the residential area in the east of the city to arrange accommodation and collect the day's rations. The whole process is linked together, and the action is powerful. Before we know it, we have collected the information of the people and arranged it. The registration content includes name, what they can do, whether they can read, etc. All this information is made into a unified form in advance. The clerks only need to ask and fill it out according to the actual situation. This is what Yang Song proposed. This can effectively standardize the process and establish a set of effective systems. Don't underestimate this small form. It is also a great invention. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Getting on Track. After everyone was arranged, Yang Song found that the food that Yang Song had transported for conscription had already been consumed. After a rough calculation, he found that the food transported was far from enough to recruit so many people. So where did these extra people come from? He already had a rough guess about this question. Then Yang Song walked into the mysterious refugee camp tent, opened the door curtain, and found that there was actually nothing inside after walking in. This disappointed him greatly. He thought there were some complex machines or mysterious patterns inside. Back to the mansion, looking at the statistics submitted by Yang Song, counting the number of people conscripted this time, and the various talents that appeared among these people. This time, more than 1,000 people were conscripted, with more than 300 households and nearly 200 talents of various kinds. Judging from this ratio, there are more talents. Logically speaking, it is very good if more than 10 people can read and write among 1,000 people. Even if various skills and various craftsmen are added, it is a normal ratio to have 40 or 50 talents. You should know that in ancient China, the most common people were farmers who worked hard, accounting for about 90% of the population in society, and the remaining layer was other industries. Yang Song thought for a moment, never mind. After all, this is a good thing, so there is no need to worry too much about this good thing. This time, I was busy expanding the population for a day, and I have been busy until now. Now I'm free and find that the population of the territory has reached more than 5,000 people, and the development of the territory has taken another step forward. Although this step is small, he believes that with the development step by step, the territory will become stronger and more prosperous. After a simple calculation, the territory can now recruit 1,000 people every quarter, but with the development, it will definitely become a continuous recruitment every day and every moment. Only at this time can the territory be considered to have developed to a small success. With the addition of new people, the territory has started new construction, because there are not many houses left from the system reward, but fortunately there are still many vacant lots in Cheyenne-Key City. There is no vacant land in the east of Cheyenne-Key City, so the construction of a new residential area began in the south of Cheyenne-Key City, and residential houses were built according to the building specifications and patterns of the east of the city. 2 more residential areas were planned to the west of the market area in the south of the city. After the construction is completed, there will be 800 residential houses. This is also the last residential area in Cheyenne-Key City. In the future, it can only be expanded outside the city. It is not that there is no vacant land in the city. The vacant land in the west of the city is reserved for the construction of various functional buildings and workshops. On the east side of the longitudinal main road in the west of the city, next to the Lord's Mansion, are various official buildings built, lined up along the avenue, such as the court, the town government, and the patrol house. On the west side of the avenue, there is a horizontal main road leading to the west gate of the city. To the north is the primary arsenal, and to the south of the main road are various newly built workshops. Because of the various talents, the arsenal has also begun to operate. Although it is not at full capacity and is only in preliminary operation, it is at least the first factory in the territory to start operation. The arsenal is now responsible for providing the army with weapons and equipment maintenance and trial production of a small number of cold weapons. Because it adopts a standardized production method of assembly line, the output is still many times faster than that of the workshop in the case of trial production. The most important task of the arsenal at this stage is to develop new weapons and equipment, especially firearms. Therefore, Yang Song ordered the arsenal to be responsible for the production of weapons and equipment, and workshops such as blacksmith shops are only responsible for the creation of civilian tools such as hoes and axes, and to separate the military and civilians. Moreover, not long ago, the personnel who went out for exploration brought good news. An iron ore vein was discovered in the mountainous area north of Cheyenne City. The specific distribution and reserves are still unclear and are still under exploration. Now that the raw materials for steel have been settled, Yang Song plans to build a small village nearby to be responsible for mining and smelting. But it will have to wait until the next quarter after the people are recruited. This iron mine is about 10 kilometers away from Cheyenne City. It is on the edge of the mountainous area and is easy to mine and transport. According to the explorers, judging from the topography, it is estimated that there are various minerals in the mountainous area. To the west, a logging site was built on the edge of the forest. More than 100 people cut down trees here because it was not far from Cheyenne City, only 5 miles away, and it only took an hour to walk there. So they started collecting wood since they explored this forest. Now there is a steady stream of wood transported to Cheyenne City every day, providing rich materials for the construction of Cheyenne City. The construction of Cheyenne City not only requires a lot of wood, but also bricks and tiles. For this reason, Yang Song built a row of kilns next to the river outside the northwest of the city. These kilns can not only provide bricks and tiles, but also ceramics. Not far from the river is a rich piece of clay, which is one of the reasons why he built the kiln in this location. Building in this location is not only convenient for water and sewage, but also close to the location of raw materials. To the southwest of the kiln is the logging site, which can provide charcoal nearby. Another task of the kiln is to burn excellent charcoal, which can not only be used to burn bricks, tiles, and ceramics, but also provide convenient fuel for the residents of the territory. There is a reason why fuel ranks first among firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. The first ray of civilization began when humans mastered fire. When it comes to daily necessities, we have to say that Yang Song's work has provided a lot of help to Yang Song. As a person who traveled through time, Yang Song has tried his best to think about it in all aspects, such as housing issues, which were a national issue in his previous era, so he could consider them. However, he often failed to consider some common but necessary matters in life. One day, Yang Song came to the mansion and said, "My lord, I learned that the people have been unable to work recently, so I went to investigate the reason." "Oh, there is also this matter. What is the reason?" "My lord, I have found out that it is because the people in the territory lack salt. Although the food of the people in the territory is distributed uniformly, these daily necessities are not distributed because there is not much salt in the entire territory. It turned out to be caused by a lack of salt. Then you should build a salt field by the sea as soon as possible to restore the health of the people in the territory as soon as possible. In the future, you don't have to ask for instructions for things like this. Just do it directly. I obey your order. I will do it now." Yang Song also left without saying anything and went to do things. He is very busy now. Yang Song reminded him that the people in the territory were weak because of the lack of salt. Only then did he know that there was this inconspicuous white powder in life. He also knew the importance of salt to the human body, but he just couldn't remember so much. The saltiness of salt is produced by sodium ions, but the role of salt on the human body is not just seasoning, but to maintain the balance of the body's osmotic pressure and other physiological needs. So Yang Zong was arranged to let the people of the Navy village build a salt field by the sea, and the specific site selection and personnel arrangement were done by Yang Zong. After all, he knew that he could not take care of everything in this territory, so he established a simple administrative system. Yang Song was not good at other things, but he knew how to establish an effective administrative system. After all, he was a civil servant in the past. He also knew that he could manage some specific things in the early stage of the territory, but when the territory became larger, he would not be able to manage it. At that time, what he had to do was to know how to use people and formulate a major strategic direction, that is, to appoint officials to appropriate positions and formulate strategies and macro control. After letting his subordinates do these small things, he found that he became much more idle and could continue to exercise in the military camp. Because of the development of the territory during this period, he was also busy, so he had no energy to exercise his body. Although he did not need to lead the army to charge, he could not sit in a carriage on the battlefield. Although it is not impossible to ride in a carriage, it is very dangerous. The enemy will know that there is an important person here and will attack him as much as possible. If he is not careful, a cold arrow can kill him. He does not want to die for his country. Having a good body is not a bad thing. Not only that, he can live with the soldiers in the barracks and improve his reputation in the barracks. All these factors prompted him to spend a certain amount of time in the barracks. That day, Yang Song strolled to the school not far from the east of the mansion. Looking at the young children in the school, he felt an indescribable satisfaction. There were rows of young children sitting neatly in the school, learning the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the young teacher. The teacher's name is Tang Yu. The teacher in another classroom is teaching 3-character classic. The middle-aged teacher is called Han Yu. Because Yang Song attaches great importance to education, he established a special education department, which is in charge of Han Yu, the teacher who is teaching 3-character classic. Since this department does not have many affairs at this stage, Han Yu's current task is still to be a teacher. The education department is responsible for the construction and administration of various schools in the territory, the qualification certification of teachers, the purchase of educational tools, the management of school meals, and the most important textbook compilation. After a class was over, he came to the backyard and sat on the stone bench opposite Han Yu. He said to Yang Li, who was responsible for publicity behind him, "You sit down too." Yang Song waited for Yang Li to return the gift and said, "I see that the school's textbooks are very good. Thank you for your hard work. This is very important. Enlightenment can use simple and general works such as 3-character classics. Mathematics should also be taught. The advanced schools in the future should also teach agriculture, engineering and other practical subjects. Don't just teach the classics of sages, but also science. You have been to the library and should know the importance of various subjects. The ocean of knowledge is too vast." Yang Song recalled the knowledge he knew before and was very emotional. He said this because he was afraid that these teachers would only recognize the words of sages and despise other knowledge in science and engineering. Looking at ancient China, this is very likely. "Yes, Lord, I and other teachers will handle it carefully," Han Yu said solemnly. Yang Song said to Yang Li, "Collate this information of the school and publish it. It must be publicized in place. Some people don't want their children to go to school. You must unite with the teachers and the mayor and let them cooperate with you to explain and persuade the parents who don't want to go to school." "Yes, Lord, I will definitely publicize it in place and let all the children go to school," Yang Li replied. "You can recruit some talents, smart and eloquent, regardless of gender, and use storytelling and performance to publicize," Yang Song suggested. "Two official words will not be understood by the people, right? Once misunderstandings are caused, it will be inappropriate." When he said this, he seemed to remember something, and then said to Yang Li, "The most important thing about publicity is to let the people understand. Only when they understand it can it be considered a successful publicity. If you don't understand anything, you can go to the library to have a look. There should be books on this subject." "Yes, Lord, I obey your command." With Yang Li in charge of publicity, the implementation of government orders and the transmission of information are more convenient and faster. Avoid the troublesome things like deceiving superiors and subordinates that have not yet appeared. The next day, he and Yang Li came to the naval port, where warships were parked. Yang Song came here because he heard the report that the naval warships had returned from exploring the surrounding area. He found Li Bao, who was resting in the military camp of the naval port, and listened to his report. The result was that apart from finding some small islands in the surrounding waters, there was no other gain, which made him a little disappointed and relieved at the same time. What disappointed him was that there was no gain, and what relieved him was that he did not find any dangerous enemies. Chapter 9: A New Stage. Later, I listened to Li Bao's specific information about the surrounding oceans and the training of sailors. In addition, Li Bao mentioned that there was a lack of professional supply ships, so we could only reduce some of the ammunition in the warehouse to store supplies. Therefore, the progress of exploring the surrounding waters was very slow, and we had to return to the voyage for supplies every time before we could continue to set off. Unfortunately, the first batch of wood processed now will have to wait for a while before the ship can be built, and even so, only some fishing boats and small boats can be built. The requirements for wood required for large sea ships are very strict. At present, excellent wood has not been found, especially keels. It seems that we can only continue to study more advanced shipbuilding technology, or we can only let the system provide perfect shipbuilding skills and practical drawings. Fortunately, there are 3 warships for reference, but in the absence of disassembly and research, there are not many results. In the absence of a qualified hull, we can only study the sails and layout. Time just moved forward tenaciously and steadily. Another 3 months passed, and time came to the season of harvest. Yang Song was worried that there was not enough food, so he did not recruit the people during this period. The rice fields outside the East City had already been bent by the weight of the rice. The yellow and orange rice ears were full and plump. Looking at them from afar, my heart was filled with joy, satisfaction, happiness, and security. Harvest is always joyful. The first season of rice is about to be harvested. From budding, transplanting to harvesting, 3 months have passed. Judging from the current acres of land, the yield per acre is very gratifying. Yang Song heard from Yang Zong and Fanking that the rice was about to be harvested, so he came to the rice fields in the east of the city to take a look. My lord, the first rice harvest in Xianqi City is about to be harvested. Please offer sacrifices to Cunning of heaven and earth, first to unite the people, and second to correct the orthodoxy. Yang Zong stood in the middle of the government hall and made a serious suggestion. I reconsider, my lord. This harvest is of extraordinary significance. Fanking, who was engaged in agriculture and sericulture, continued. Yang Song thought for a moment and then said, okay, Yang Zong, go and prepare. In a few days, we will offer sacrifices to the heaven and earth, Cunning, and start harvesting rice. Yes, in this era, sacrifices are very sacred and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It is not just superstition, but the crystallization of the simplicity, diligence, and wisdom of the Chinese people. The Chinese people use their own hands to diligently create civilization, wealth, and the future, but in the end, they are the most vulnerable. The ritual sense of sacrifice can make the hard-working Chinese people feel at ease with their harvests, and there is a way to vent the anxiety and joy of harvesting from the heaven and earth. Since ancient times, China has emphasized the harmonious coexistence of people and nature. There will be gains only if you pay, which is not something that people of other nationalities can simply understand. Looking at these issues with today's thinking, many people do not understand the feelings of the people at that time. Uneasy? It doesn't exist. Or, what is that? Gratitude? No. Because the current society is full of exchanges between interests, what I pay, and then what I can get. Although it is not wrong, but the most simple and true feelings have faded. Therefore, in ancient times, sacrifices were solemn and important. If you were not the king of a country or the head of a family, you would not have the power to hold them. It is closely linked to major events such as sending troops to fight, harvesting crops, and expanding territory. Yang Song came to the outside of the East City early in the morning. At this moment, there were crowds of people in the open space beside the rice fields. There was a high platform next to the city wall. This was a temporary sacrificial platform. On the highest point of the altar was a long table, on which were placed 3 animals and incense burners, and below were a group of cattles, and then a burning full-legged bronze tripod. Long banners stood at the 4 corners of the altar. Yang Song was wearing a dark robe, a ceremonial crown on his head, and cloud boots on his feet. He stood under the altar in a formal suit, and officials of all sizes stood beside him. Except for the naval commander Li Bao, who went out to explore the sea, everyone else came. The auspicious time has arrived, and the sacrifice begins. Yang Song shouted. Boom boom. After a burst of cannon fire and a burst of gongs and drums, the whole place was silent. Yang Song took firm steps, slowly and steadily walked up to the altar. Knock to heaven and earth. Yang Song shouted. As Yang Song knelt on the round cattle, all the officials and civilians, men, women, young and old, knelt down. After 3 kowtows, they stood up. Burn incense. Yang Song took 3 long incense sticks, lit them in the bronze tripod, and walked to the altar. After bowing 3 times, he inserted the long incense into the incense burner and stepped aside. The main officials behind him burned incense one by one. Please read the sacrificial words. Yang Song stood in the center of the sacrifice, facing the altar, unfolded the sacrificial words written on bamboo slips, and recited them. In this different world, the Chinese people of Yan and Huang have settled here because of the grace of heaven and earth. They have worked hard all day and have gained something. Now they offer sacrifices to heaven and earth to repay their blessings. The sacrificial words recorded what place this was, what people were there, what they did, thanked heaven and earth for their blessings, and this bumper harvest. Yang Song finished reciting the sacrificial words and put the bamboo slips into the bronze tripod to burn. Then Yang Song said a few more words to the people below the stage, mainly to encourage and motivate officials and people. Yang Song got off the sacrificial platform and went to the newly built Shenan temple not far away to worship the kindness of his ancestors and hope for their blessings. Finally, with the ceremony is over, a burst of cannons and a burst of gongs and drums, the whole audience was shocked, dancing and excited. Yang Song then came to the rice field, holding the harvesting sickle in his own hand, and began the first harvest, the harvest of the first bead of rice. After he finished the ceremony, the farmers who were watching the excitement went to the fields to harvest and bundle, thresh the rice, and the division of labor was clear. At this time, Yang Song stood by the rice field and looked at the busy people and said to Yang Song and Fanking on the side, pay attention to the preservation of rice and then calculate the average yield per mu and the total harvest. After the work is done, hold a celebration, a harvest celebration. This way, the people's panic will be settled. Yes, my lord is wise, the 2 replied. In fact, Yang Song, like the people, came to this strange world, strange place, and strange people and things. There is always a trace of fear and uneasiness in his heart, but because of the oppression of survival, no one showed it. Taking this opportunity, Yang Song is ready to eliminate the unstable factors in everyone's heart. And holding a celebration, let everyone be harmonious and happy, and vent a little. This is the most convenient and quickest way. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully holding a harvest sacrifice celebration and receiving rewards. A population of 1,000, 1 great scientist, 5 scientific researchers, and 1 research institute. At the moment the celebration ended, the system sent a wonderful reminder for Yang Song. Now that Chang'an City and the surrounding territories are on the right track, the system has awarded a key to move forward. For Yang Song, this reward is very important to him. You know, Yang Song has experienced the saying science is the primary productive force very deeply. In Chang'an City now, there is no electricity, internet, cars and other convenient things, and even daily necessities are very primitive. If there were no workshops, Yang Song would still be wiping his butt with branches. With these scientific personnel and this research institute, science and technology can be developed. Presumably, with the development of science and industry, life will become more and more convenient and fast. The next day, Yang Song called Yang Zhang and then took over 1,000 people, asking him to arrange these new people properly. With these 1,000 people, some projects that lack manpower can also be established. For example, ranches, mining, smelting, cement, glass, chemicals, textiles, leather, soap, road construction, sewers, and other factory projects can be established. I think too much. He came back to his senses and wiped the saliva that didn't exist at the corner of his mouth. These are just 1,000 people, and they can't do so many things. But you can imagine how tempting the wealth of Xianqi City will be once all these factories are built, and how abundant the materials will be. Productivity can be improved again. Then he came to the reserved open space in the northwest corner of the city to receive the establishment of the research institute, and then received 6 scientists and scientific researchers. After receiving them, he found that these were not ordinary people. Shen Kuo, Comprehensive Scientist Zhuz, Education Qinjiashao, Mathematics Song Ci, Forensic Medicine Li Ji, Construction Shen Yu, Agronomy Yang Zanfu, Astronomy and Calendar from several famous figures he is familiar with. It can be seen that these should all be people who will leave their names in history. Shen Kuo is the great scientist mentioned by the system, the person who wrote the scientific work Mengxi Baton. He is proficient in astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, mathematics, water conservancy, medicine, economy, military, art, literature, architecture and even divination. He is simply a versatile person. He is worthy of being a great scientist recognized by the system. He is worthy of being called the most outstanding figure in the entire history of science in China, and Dream Pool Essays is also called a milestone in the history of science in China. Zhuz, a master of law, Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, a neo-Confucianist, thinker, philosopher, educator, poet, and a famous figure who founded neo-Confucianism. However, Yang Song disagrees with some of his ideas, but he still attaches great importance to education. In this era, these idealistic thoughts are still very common. Yang Song does not disagree, but materialism is more in line with the development of science. In sociology and moral philosophy, idealism still has many uses. Yang Song is ready to start 100 schools of thought and 100 flowers bloom in the academic field. After all, there is a reason for existence. Qinjiashao, this person is not as famous as the above two, but Yang Song still knows this person. He is an expert in astrology, music, arithmetic, poetry, archery, construction, especially mathematics. His book 9 chapters on mathematical book contains the Daoyan Qiu Yishu, the solution to the problem of a system of linear congruence equations, which is now known as the Chinese remainder theorem, the 3 slopes Qiu Yishu and the Qinjiashao algorithm. The numerical method for finding the positive root of a higher order equation are important contributions of world significance. Describing an algorithm for finding the numerical solution of a higher order polynomial equation of one variable, the positive and negative square root method. Among them, the world famous mathematical book 9 chapters on mathematical book has 9 chapters and 18 volumes, 9 chapters and 9 categories. The book is extremely rich in content, ranging from astronomy, astrology, calendar, weather prediction, to rivers, water conservancy, architecture, transportation, various geometric figures and volumes, calculation, and reciprocity of money, grain, taxes, markets, and Yali. It is an epoch-making masterpiece. Song Ci, a famous Song dynasty official, was the best candidate for judicial prosecution. He pioneered forensic identification, so Song Ci was revered as the originator of forensic medicine in the world. He wrote the book Xiao and Zhilu, also known as Xiao and Lu, which applied the world's leading traditional Chinese medicine to criminal investigation, and comprehensively summarized the practical experience of criminal investigation in successive dynasties, since the pre-Qin dynasty, making it organized, systematic and theoretical. It is permeated with the scientific spirit of not listening to old words, but listening to heaven, which was very rare at the time. Li Ji was a famous architect in the Northern Song dynasty. He presided over the construction of large-scale buildings such as Kaifeng Prefecture, Taimyou and Empress Dowager Qinzhi's Buddhist temple, and compiled the first book in China that detailed the construction engineering practices, Yingzhao Fashi. The compilation of Yingzhao Fashi was based on the practice of ancient craftsmen. It was a practice passed down by craftsmen from generation to generation, and has been popular for a long time. Therefore, the book reflects the level of civil engineering technology in China at that time. Chen Fu, in his book Agriculture, summarized in detail the rich experience of farmers in southern my country in planting rice, raising silkworms, planting mulberry trees, raising cattle and other production technologies, and pointed out that, by improving the soil through reasonable fertilization, the soil fertility can be constantly new and strong. Chen Fu's agriculture played an important role in improving the ancient agricultural technology system in my country, and it also had important guiding significance for actual production. In particular, his positive and enterprising spirit and the idea of full development were praised by the world. Yang Zanfu wrote Tangshan calendar, which set a year as 365.2425 days, which was only 26 seconds different from the tropical year, with the same accuracy as the Gregorian calendar, and more than 380 years earlier. Introduction to these famous figures except for two very famous ones, Yang Song only knew the others through systematic introductions, and they were all figures who promoted history. PS. Explain the choice of ZHUZ. Because we want to have 100 schools of thought, we chose ZHUZ, the master of law, Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. Chapter 10 Stage Report. The appearance of these characters solved Yang Song's many worries about employing people. He didn't have to do everything himself, so he could relax, and the territory could develop faster. First of all, welcome all the great talents. This place is just starting out, so everything is simple. Please forgive me for my negligence. I believe your arrival will change the status quo of the territory. Yang Song introduced several people to each other briefly and chatted for a few words before getting down to business. He appointed Shen Kuo as the director of the institute, Qin Jiashao, Chen Yu, and Yang Zanfu as researchers, each responsible for their own projects, and approved a batch of funds for research. Because the territory does not have a court or central government now, these people have no place to use their talents, and can only be researchers for research. Then he personally brought ZHUZ to the school, introduced him to a school teacher, and let ZHUZ take the lead in education, and the library was also under his control. The teachers at the school were very excited about ZHUZ's arrival. Han Yu had no complaints about ZHUZ replacing his leadership position. After all, he was not at the same level as others. Appoint Song Si as the person in charge of procuratorial supervision, responsible for supervision in administration, justice and other aspects. Finally, let Li Ji be responsible for the production and engineering of the territory, that is, to manage workshops, handicrafts, and construction projects as well as future industries. After arranging everyone properly, it was already very late, and I was going to find Chen Yu tomorrow to discuss the construction of various government offices. The next day, after breakfast, when I found Li Ji, he was patrolling the workshop area, and it seemed that he was familiar with the specific operation methods of the territory. Li Ji, now Xianqi City and Heijin Village have not built special government offices, and they are all using residential houses temporarily as offices. You should organize a team of craftsmen dedicated to building various buildings. Yang Song said solemnly. Yes, Lord, I will go now. Li Ji replied respectfully, and he was ready to go after he finished speaking. Hey, don't be busy. It's not too late to do it after you are familiar with the current situation of the territory. Yang Song hurriedly stopped Li Ji and said. Afterwards, Yang Song introduced Li Ji to the current operation of the territory and put forward some of his own suggestions. Li Ji, in the future, when producing items, you can first produce the production equipment of the item, design the production line, and carry out assembly line production. This can not only expand the scale of production, but also improve production efficiency. The most important thing is to improve confidentiality. Yang Song said. Think about it, a worker only produces the same parts, and repeatedly producing the same parts can increase familiarity, so that production can become more and more familiar and faster, and this worker will not produce other parts, so there will be no leakage. Yang Song said more and more clearly. Of course, this involves a lot of problems, which you have to solve. Yang Song said, and looked at Li Ji. He only knew the principle, but he didn't know how to do it specifically. My lord, I will find a way to solve it, Li Ji promised. Then he patrolled Shianki City and found that ZHUZ, Song Ci and others were spontaneously familiar with the territory and their duties, so he didn't disturb them. These great talents are not ordinary people. A few days later, Yang Song estimated that they were familiar with the territory and notified all officials to come to the meeting. Arriving at a side room of the mansion, this side room used to be a guest room of the Lord's mansion. Now Yang Song had it renovated and used it for meetings. The living room simply couldn't accommodate so many people. The side room was renovated by Yang Song according to the style of the previous conference room. There was a rostrum that was a little higher than the ground, and rows of long tables and chairs below. Because the side room had limited space, it could only accommodate less than 100 people. Even so, it was much better than the living room. After Yang Song arrived at the side room, he found that all the officials had come, including the officials of the Navy village. Of course, Li Bao would definitely not be able to come this time. Arriving at the rostrum, or the throne, there was a wide chair, a screen behind the chair, and a long table in front. Yang Song turned around and sat down facing everyone. "Meet the Lord." Everyone shouted. "No need to be polite, sit down." Yang Song raised his hand and said, "Thank you, Lord. Today's territory has been put on the right track, and this is inseparable from everyone's hard work. I would like to thank everyone very much." Yang Song stood up and bowed to everyone. Everyone in the audience stood up and bowed to Yang Song, saying "I dare not and I should." This was not Yang Song's pretentiousness, but a necessary formality. After this, everyone in the audience felt that they were no longer as strange as they were at the beginning, and felt that they were closer to each other. Okay, let's all report on the current situation of the territory, starting with Yang Zhang. "Yes, my lord." Yang Zhang stood up and replied, and was about to report, when Yang Song interrupted him. "Sit down and talk, you don't have to be so rigid in the future." "Yes, thank you, my lord." Yang Zhang saluted and sat down. "My lord, my colleagues, I have been trusted by you, and I'm the mayor of Shianki town. From the establishment of Shianki City to the current territory, I have been responsible for the internal affairs of Shianki town. I have worked diligently, dared not slack off, and have not forgotten my original intention, so as to live up to your trust." Yang Zhang saluted Yang Song Iao. Yang Song nodded to indicate to continue. "There is one Shianki City, one village and 2 strongholds in Shianki town. The village is a naval village, and the strongholds are for collecting wood and iron ore. Shianki City is the place of Shianki, where the Lord's mansion and government offices are located. The city can accommodate 10,000 people. Now the entire territory, including the army and officials, has a total of more than 6,000 people." Yang Zhang paused and continued. "There are more than 3,000 acres of farmland in the territory. The government has encouraged land reclamation during this period, but the results are poor. This is mainly because the 3,000 acres of high quality farmland have barely been allowed to be abandoned until now, and this is because of the more than 1,000 people who have just arrived. Among these more than 3,000 acres of farmland are rice fields, vegetable fields, fruit gardens, mulberry gardens, castor fields, cotton fields, etc. The rest is that the territory has good public security, there is no theft, and there are only some quarrels between neighbors. There are quarries and pottery factories outside Shianki City, and these places also require a lot of people. The demand for population working in the 2 strongholds is also great. Finally, there are more than 1,000 people in the Navy village who are building fishing boats and some small boats, and the wood for building other larger ships is still being processed." After Yang Zhang finished his report, he stood up and saluted Yang Song on the stage, then saluted his colleagues and sat down, indicating that he had finished speaking. "Well, very good. After listening to the report from County Magistrate Yang, everyone has an understanding of the structure of the territory. The summary is that it is developing well, but it lacks people, and this cannot be solved overnight. Others can report on their work." Yang Song affirmed Yang Zhang's work, and then summarized and motioned to continue. "I'm Kan Liang, in charge of finance, for financial taxation, directly under the Lord, responsible for managing taxes and distributing salaries. Because the fields outside the city belong to the territory, that is, the Lord, taxes have not yet begun. We have to collect taxes in the same way, no matter whose land it is, we will treat it equally. Yang Song interrupted. In the future, no matter who it is, we must treat them equally, collect taxes from those who should be taxed, imprison those who should be imprisoned, and sentence those who should be sentenced. Yang Song warned everyone. Yes, Lord. Everyone stood up and took the order. Go on. Yang Song motioned for everyone to sit down and said to Kan Liang. After all his colleagues sat down, Kan Liang continued, the territory is now implementing a rationing system, so there is no business, and there is no taxation. There are only various materials managed uniformly in each warehouse, and these are all owned by the Lord. After Kan Liang finished his report, he also stood up and saluted Yang Song on the stage, then saluted his colleagues again and sat down, indicating that he had finished speaking. Your subordinate Baoji is in charge of trial and is the judge of the court. He is directly under the Lord and is responsible for civil and criminal trials. However, there is no case in Cheyenne City yet, so the Lord asked me to compile a code of law. This is the result of this period of time. He handed a book in front of him to Yang Song. Very good, let's discuss it together later and continue the report now. Yang Song took the book without looking at it and put it aside. Your subordinate Yang Li is in charge of propaganda and is engaged in propaganda. He is directly under the Lord and is responsible for announcing, disseminating, and explaining the meaning of the code of law, political orders, etc. to the people of the territory. I respect the Lord's order to establish a court newspaper. Your humble servant Wei Dong is in charge of the civil affairs of Cheyenne Town. I'm under the jurisdiction of Mayor Yang, and I'm responsible for the management of civil affairs, household registration and population statistics. Currently, there are 6,318 people in Cheyenne Town, divided into 4,318 people in Cheyenne City, and 1,000 people in Hagen Village. Your humble servant. Your humble servant. After everyone finished their reports, Yang Song opened the book that Baoji had just handed over and said, now everyone has a detailed understanding of the territory and knows their colleagues. Now let's discuss the content of the code. There is no way to have a framework. Article 1, Theft. Let's talk about how to sentence it. Your subordinates think that theft should be sentenced to caning as a punishment. Baoji said first, the number of canings should be 10 for the first offender, 20 for the second offender, and imprisonment or beheading for the third offender, to show the tolerance and majesty of the code. Your subordinates think that the sentence should be severe. Thieves should have their hands cut off and their faces tattooed as a warning to the public, which can warn the people not to steal. I think that such severe punishment is not necessary. We should focus on education and persuasion, supplemented by punishment, to show virtue. Each official has different views on the law. They express their opinions freely in the discussion. Every law has been deeply explored, which is very lively. After debates, disputes, and discussions, the provisions of the code have become richer and more rigorous. After additions and modifications, the first code of the territory was officially completed. This code is a comprehensive code of civil law, criminal law and a small part of the system. It is named Cheyenne Provisional Code. Cheyenne Provisional Code stipulates the principle of trial, punishment, and education are equally important. For example, for the crime of theft, the first theft will be punished with 10 strokes of the cane, and the prisoner will be asked to recite all the provisions of the code for the crime of theft. If he commits the crime again, he will be punished with 20 strokes of the cane and imprisoned for 1 year. If he commits the crime for the third time, his left hand will be cut off to show the majesty of the code. The Cheyenne Provisional Code has been completed for the time being. Baoji, you will judge according to this code in the future. If you encounter any content that is not covered, record it and discuss and revise it later. Yang Song said to Baoji. In fact, the laws of a country are very complicated, including all aspects: tax laws, commercial laws, administration, systems, trials, supervision, etc. and the most important constitution, all of which need to be formulated. However, the current territory is too small, the population is too small, and the industry and system are not yet perfect, so many things have not been involved. These can only be gradually improved in the future. Chapter 11 Development Institutions. Finally, let's talk about what else needs to be added, such as the duties of officials in the government system. Yang Song let everyone play freely. My lord, I think the current territory system is not perfect and needs to be supplemented and modified. At this time, ZHUZ stood up and said, well, continue. Yes, after getting familiar with the territory in the past few days, I found that, although the territory is still very simple, it is still developing very fast. The most important thing is that the climate, environment, and calendar of the territory are different from those of the central plains of China. Therefore, a new calendar needs to be formulated to guide the people to farm. Yes, this place is another world, and the climate is also different. I have asked Yang Zanfu to be responsible for astronomy and calendar. My lord is wise. My lord, I think private ownership can be implemented now. Only by owning private property can the enthusiasm of the people be improved, and the economy can be developed rapidly. Qian Liang, who is in charge of finance, reported at this time, and looked at Yang Song with a little worry but determination. Yes, everything in the territory now belongs to Yang Song, whether it is land, objects, wealth, or people, they are all his. He proposed to reform the ownership form, and was really afraid that Yang Song would drag him out and chop him off, but for the sake of long-term considerations and his own responsibilities, he had to mention it. Yang Song also knew that the current rationing system was a temporary measure for extraordinary times, and was definitely not a long-term solution. He didn't think too much about Qian Liang's thoughts. Qian Liang, you are right, but the current territory is so small, the population is small, and all walks of life have not yet developed and perfected. Is it too early to implement private ownership now? He answered affirmatively, but raised questions about the current situation of the territory. My lord, you are right. I'm too impatient. Please punish me. Seeing that Yang Song did not blame him, Qian Liang quickly replied. No need to be like this. You can speak frankly here. I won't blame you. On the contrary, I will be unhappy if you hide it. Ha ha ha. Yang Song said directly, and finally made a big joke. As for what the people below think, he can't say. My lord is wise, and I will do my best to repay your kindness. All the officials present stood up and saluted. These ways of being an official are really troublesome in Yang Song's eyes. Okay, sit down. What do you want to say about Qian Liang's advice? Yang Song finally wanted to hear their opinions. I think what you said is very true. The current population scale of the territory has not yet reached the conditions for the economy to operate effectively. There are too few types of goods and the materials are not rich enough. After issuing currency, it cannot be effectively circulated. The first person to agree with his point of view was ZHUZ. As the founder of ZHU's theory, he has his own unique insights on society and politics. The following speeches were basically the same, and they all agreed with Yang Song's remarks. Since everyone thinks it is too early to implement private ownership now, let's wait until the population is larger and the products are rich in the future. Finally, Yang Song made the decision. Next, after the suggestions of many officials and discussions, the current management agency of the territory was revised. The management agency of the territory is divided into the Lord's direct subordinate and the territory management, that is, the difference between the central and local governments. Territory management is also administrative management, which is temporarily divided into county and town levels. Management is divided into station level and bureau level, corresponding to town level and county level respectively. In the future, when the territory is larger, the county level will be established, and it will be called whole at that time. In other words, the current territory still has little development potential as it is administratively divided into towns, so upgrading the administrative division level is also a preparation for the future development and expansion of the territory. Then the management is also divided to a certain extent. The ones directly under the Lord are Law Bureau, Science and Technology Bureau, Finance Bureau, Supervision Bureau, Propaganda Bureau, Military Industry Bureau, Education Bureau, Military Department, Guards, and Guards. The local, county level ones are Guard Bureau, Household Bureau, Agricultural Bureau, Commercial Bureau, Medical Bureau, Personnel Bureau, Post Office, and Industrial Bureau. The town level has guard station, household station, agricultural station, commercial station, medical station, post office, and industrial bureau. There is no department responsible for the management of officials and personnel at the town level, and there is no need for it. Law Bureau, BOG, responsible for trial, courts, and lawyer management. Science and Technology Bureau, SHINKUO, responsible for the Research Institute. Finance Bureau, Kunliang, responsible for taxation, banks, salaries, and wages. Supervision Bureau, SONGCI, responsible for supervision and review. Propaganda Bureau, Yangli, responsible for court reports and publicity. Military Industry Bureau, LIGI, responsible for military industry and equipment manufacturing. Education Bureau, ZHUZ, responsible for library, school establishment, course offering, textbook compilation, and teacher qualification certification assessment. Military Department, Yangsong directly commands Infantry Commander Zhang Wei, Cavalry Commander Zhao Wu, and Navy Commander Li Bao. Guards, Wang Wei, responsible for the safety of the lord and the guarding of the mansion. Guards, Yang Yi, responsible for territory intelligence collection. This system adjustment is a complete redesign, with a long-term vision and a lot of consideration for future development. Let Yang Yi in the mansion be responsible for the guards. Yang Song found that the people who appeared in the mansion at the beginning actually had their own talents. This may be an invisible benefit provided by the system. It depends on whether Yang Song can find it. As for why the departments directly under Yang Song are also at the bureau level, this is to facilitate expansion and upgrading in the future. Otherwise it will be impossible to reward officials, resulting in no rewards, which is not conducive to stability. However, in the eyes of the officials below, the departments directly under Yang Song are naturally half a level higher than other departments. Yang Song is responsible for the administrative management of Xianqi County, which is under the jurisdiction of Wei Bureau. Zhaoze, responsible for public security, inspections, and investigations. Household Bureau, Wei Dong, responsible for civil affairs and household registration. Agricultural Bureau, Fanking, responsible for agriculture, forestry, fishery, and animal husbandry. Industrial Bureau, Zhang Yu, responsible for industry and minerals. However, the Commercial Bureau, Medical Bureau, Personnel Bureau, Post Bureau, and Military Bureau have not yet been selected, and they still need to recruit additional officials. The Commercial Bureau is responsible for commerce. The Medical Bureau is responsible for hospitals, clinics, and epidemic prevention. The Personnel Bureau is responsible for the recruitment and personnel management of clerks. The Post Bureau is responsible for postal services, post stations, and transportation. The Industrial Bureau is different from the Military Industry Bureau, and is responsible for civilian industry and mineral development. The Wei Bureau is still responsible for urban security patrols as before, just like the household, agricultural, industrial, and commercial departments. The names have just changed. The town level is also divided into the Lord's Direct Department and the Town Mayor's Management Department. The town level does not set up a direct military department, guards, science, and technology bureau and local official bureau, but it is the same. But it is called a station, belonging to the station level. The administrative system after the adjustment is more perfect. The county level has become the main administrative level, and the town level is a secondary auxiliary county magistrate. In addition, the town level officials must be re-recruited, and the original official positions must be adjusted. In fact, there is also an administrative level of village below. According to the plan, the management of the village level is actually self-governed by the people of each village, and those with virtue and prestige are recommended to serve as village heads. But it is still just a design. There is only one Navy village in the current territory, and after reorganization, it will be upgraded to a Navy town, so there is no village level in the territory at present. And even the two strongholds outside the city are only temporary resting places, not fixed residences, so they cannot be turned into villages. The establishment of county level clerks is based on 5 people as a standard, and is adjusted according to the needs of the department. For example, the Wei Bureau, Zhaozen, is responsible for management, and there are also police chiefs and police officers, and the number of police officers is very large, so it is temporarily set as 5 people per team, with a total of 3 teams of 15 people, 3 police chiefs, and 12 police officers. The system is already very complete, and the next step is to fill the vacancies. ZHUZ and Yang Zhang, you two will be jointly responsible for this recruitment and finally report the results to me. I will let the supervisor and the leader of the guard supervise the recruitment process. Yang Song said. Yes, my lord. Several responsible persons replied. In the future, the chief officer of the town will be called the mayor, and the chief officer of the subordinate office will be called the director. Similarly, the chief officer of the county will be called the county magistrate/chief, and the chief officer of the subordinate bureau will be called the director. The clerks can just call each other by their names. All officials will be called by their official titles, and the title of adult will be abolished. For example, for my address, you can call me the Lord, and abolish the title of Lord. Yang Song continued to order. Seeing that everyone had puzzled expressions, Yang Song explained, the territory has abolished the slave system. The title of master means that you are still my servants, and calling me Lord means that you are my subordinates. Master, no. Lord is wise. Well, remember, you are not allowed to have private soldiers or slaves. You can recruit guards and servants for miscellaneous tasks, and make contracts. Everything is based on voluntariness. It is forbidden to restrict personal freedom. Yang Song said solemnly. Yes, Lord. Yang Song decided to seize this opportunity to abolish some bad systems and bad habits, such as the slave system and the private soldier system, and for example, in the future, all Chinese people are not allowed to kneel to officials, subordinates to superiors, and officials to monarchs. They must kneel instead. This is a bad habit, and it must be changed from now on. Yang Song ordered very seriously and majestically. Yang Song also knew that some of his orders would be questioned, and some of his ideas were very different from those of the ancients, and could not be understood, but as a latecomer, he could see things more clearly by standing on the shoulders of giants. Taking advantage of the initial stage of the territory, it was like a blank sheet of paper, allowing him to paint freely. Otherwise, he would have to wait until all aspects were solidified, and the situation was difficult to reverse before reforming. The price he would have to pay would not only be the doubts and confusion at the moment. The specific consequences can be referred to the Renaissance. The formulation of this system also intends to pave the way for future private ownership. Regarding Yang Zong's report that land reclamation was ineffective, do you have any suggestions? Yang Song returned to the topic. In fact, Yang Song already had a rough idea in his mind, and he asked everyone for suggestions to see if there were any omissions or mistakes. As a monarch, he has grown a lot and learned a lot now. Report to the Lord, I suggest. After discussion, it was stipulated that the newly reclaimed land belonged to the reclaimer, and taxes were exempted for 3 years, but each person could only own 20 mu at most, and the excess reclaimed land would be purchased by the government at market prices. Since the soldiers of the territory cannot force people to join the army now, in order to encourage soldiers to join the army, it is stipulated that the government will reward soldiers with 10 acres of land or land of equivalent value for other purposes, or if they do not want land, they can use equivalent materials instead. These 10 acres are additional, and are not counted in the number of acres of land owned by individuals. As for why it is 20 acres, this number is not small. You must know that there was no mechanized farming during this period. One person with 20 acres of land is actually too busy without help. Of course, this is only the number of cultivated fields, and the regulations for land for other purposes are different. There is a lot of land for animal husbandry, with 50 acres per person, and 30 acres per person for forestry. The regulations for other land use are different according to different uses. Of course, this is temporary, and adjustments will be made later according to actual conditions. Yang Song asked to write these articles into the Xianqi Provisional Code, to form laws and regulations, to cultivate the concept of rule of law among officials. Yang Song did this mainly to prevent land annexation. A large part of the changes of dynasties in ancient China were caused by land annexation, which led to the people having no land to cultivate and causing survival problems. In the future, when industrialization is carried out, these lands may not be cultivated, or there may not be enough for use. At that time, the government can carry out market-oriented resource allocation through macro control. Although it has not reached this stage yet, Yang Song is already making anticipatory plans. This is his growth. Chapter 12 System Tasks. The meeting lasted for several days, and all aspects were discussed. Sometimes the policy agreed on the first day would be overturned the next day, and sometimes there were inconsistencies. The administrative system was formulated in the meeting, and some new departments were established. Among them, Yang Song valued the research institute managed by Shen Kuo the most. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. The research institute managed by Shen Kuo is a functional building rewarded by the system. The equipment inside is all advanced and has the technological level before the Industrial Revolution. As long as there are enough people, advanced technical equipment can be developed quickly. There are only Kinji Asheo, who studies mathematics, Chen Yu, who studies agronomy, Yang Zanfu, who studies astronomy and calendar. Other aspects can only be studied by Shen Kuo. There is still a shortage of personnel. This time it is not the usual population shortage, but the shortage of researchers. This is not something that everyone can do. It requires certain knowledge and talent. It is worth mentioning that the library has added another floor, which was added during the last system reward. It seems to be one of the hidden rewards. Just like there are many excellent soldiers in the population of the territory, which needs Yang Song to discover by himself. This newly added floor is full of theoretical knowledge before the Industrial Revolution, so the theoretical research of the institute can save a lot of time. Otherwise, the time consumed by basic theoretical research alone is unknown. Secondly, Yang Song is interested in industry. Industry is a necessary way to make science and technology practical, and the development of industry will also promote the development of science and technology. The two complement each other and are indispensable. Then the Bureau of Industry was arranged to start large-scale construction. Offices for various departments began to be built, that is, various government offices. After the proposal and discussion of the architectural layout, the suggestive government hall was built outside the Lord's mansion and connected to the Lord's mansion. The government offices of the Lord's direct departments were built on the left and right sides of the Council of Government, all facing south and north. On the left are Military Industry Bureau, Law Bureau, Court, Finance Bureau, Supervision Bureau, and on the right are Propaganda Bureau, Science and Technology Bureau, Education Bureau, Military Department, and Guard. The left and right are symmetrical, which is equivalent to expanding the Lord's mansion, but it is not surrounded by a wall. The guards have no government offices, only a station, which is inside the Lord's mansion. These buildings were built outside the gate of the Lord's mansion, inside the main road. In the past, you had to walk a distance from the gate to the main road. Now, because the council hall is next to the gate of the mansion, there is a small square in front of the hall, and outside the square is an east-west main road. To the south of the main road are other areas. The west is the residential area, and the east is the market area. In this way, basically all the southern part of the city has been used. The county government and the subordinate yamen were built on the open space to the west of the mansion, lined up along the main road running north and south in the west. The county government was in the middle, and there was an open space to the east of the yamen as a square. Opposite the square was the west wall of the territorial mansion. After arranging the construction work of Cheyenne City, the Education Bureau was arranged to unify the degree measurement, mainly in decimal, and various standard templates were made with gold as the material for reference. The length unit, based on the meter, is divided into micrometer, millimeter, millimeter, centimeter, centimeters, inch, decimeters, meter, meter, zang, 10 meters, kilometer, all in decimal system. 1 meter is 1 meter. The weight unit, based on the jin, is divided into heo, kan, liang, jin, kilogram, jun, dan, ton, and a ton is added here, all in decimal system. 1 jin is equal to 1 kilogram in the past, and the weight of 1 ton is the same as before. There is no such thing as shijin. The volume unit, based on the liter, is divided into milliliter, He, 100 milliliters. Liter, 1000 milliliters. Dao, 10 liters. Who, 100 liters. She, 1000 liters. 1 liter is equal to 1 liter in the past. 1 cubic decimeter of pure water is 1 liter. Other scales are not used for the time being, such as light year. Unify the frame size, unify the road standards, and formulate standards for various industries. After all, it must conform to the current national conditions, so it is not completely copied from the past, but only some specific contents have been changed. Affects reading and writing. When Yang Song finished arranging the next work of each department, he said, "Okay, after the meeting, everyone will be busy. Adjourn." Ding. Congratulations to the host territory for entering a new stage. Reward for 10,000 people. Open the task module. 10,000 tons of strategic materials. As soon as Yang Song finished speaking, the system popped up a prompt box, prompting that there was a new system reward. Yang Song did not pay attention to the exit of the outside world. He had already paid attention to the system prompt. The reward for a population of 10,000 is the same as the previous population reward, but the number of rewards this time is a bit more. They are all composed of families, with about 3,000 households, which means that there are only 3,000 main laborers, and about 3,000 secondary laborers. The rest are temporarily without laborers, young and old. Yang Song looked at the new system module, the task module. The system introduction is very simple, that is, the system issues tasks, there are rewards for completion, and no punishment for failure. It is just an incentive mechanism. Ding. New task. Establish a rear area. Establish a stable rear area to prepare for the development of a new world. Task reward, unknown. Build a territory. Expand the territory. Develop the territory. Only in this way can only move forward, not relax and retreat. Mission reward, a regular infantry brigade. Ding. New mission. Glory to China. As a descendant of Yan and Huang, you must shine the great and dazzling light of Chinese civilization in the new world. Mission reward, unknown. Phase 1. Establish communication with local indigenous civilizations. Tip. Go to conquer by force or communicate peacefully. Mission reward, mature steam engine technology. I only heard the system prompting ding sound and issued a series of tasks to him continuously. After reading the task prompt, Yang Song said that he was under great pressure. Whether it was to open up a new world or to glorify China, it would not be completed in a short time. Fortunately, the system tasks are still very humane and are carried out in stages. It's just that the task reward for establishing a large rear area, he said he didn't understand it very well. What is meant by opening up a new world, conquering the world, and the task reward is still unknown. But for the first stage of the task, he said he has been doing it all the time, and he has been building his territory. But according to this task, Yang Song decided to adjust the new population distribution of the territory. Yang Song called the county magistrate Yang Zan, who was about to leave. Yang County Magistrate, wait a minute, I have something for you to do. Yes, Lord. Yang Zan replied, thinking to himself, haven't all the arrangements been made? Although he didn't know what Yang Zan was thinking, Yang Song guessed that he had doubts in his heart. Another 10,000 Chinese people will come here to live soon. You have to count and arrange them. Really? That's great. No, Lord, I don't doubt you. It's just that my subordinate was excited and lost his composure. Yang Zan said excitedly. It's okay, I can understand. The territory is short of manpower everywhere now, and it's hard for you. Yang Song understood. Thank you, Lord, for your understanding. Then, if you have any other instructions, I will do it now. Yang Zan was moved. Well, build another town in the southeast and south of Shianqi City respectively. The town in the southeast is used to open up new fields, and the town in the south is used for livestock. Each town will arrange about 3,000 people, all on a voluntary basis. Although it is voluntary, the new people are confused and are easy to guide. And build an industrial town at the foot of the mountain in the northwest to mine ores and develop industry. You must also allocate the remaining population. Yang Song finished his plan in one breath. Seeing that Yang Zan was a little puzzled, he said, the towns in the southeast are arranged for those who are willing to open up wasteland, and the towns in the south are arranged for those who can graze. The industrial town in the northwest is the starting point of industry. In addition to the various facilities of Cheyenne City in the middle, this will form a town with different functions developed around Cheyenne City as the center, which will facilitate the circulation of materials, the prosperity of commerce, the circulation of currency, and the most important thing is to expand and improve the territory. Lord, I will do it right away. Yang Zong admired. No hurry, a new batch of materials has been added to the warehouse. People have to keep them properly and register them. Don't miss them. This batch of new materials is very important. Yang Song said solemnly. I obey your orders. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Go down. Yang Song waved his hand to let Yang Zong do his work. Open the system prompt and read the task introduction. The first stage of the first task has just been arranged, but it is not known to what extent the territory construction should be developed to complete this stage of the task. It is still unknown when the first stage of the second task will be completed. At present, he does not know where the natives of this world are, and what they look like. Yang Song shook his head. It is really a long way off. And what does it mean, that the final reward is unknown? In this regard, Yang Song only hopes that Li Bao's exploration fleet can bring him good news. Before the exploration fleet set off, Yang Song asked Li Bao to explore mainly along the coastline. I hope to be able to detect the figures of the natives of this world. In any case, the establishment of a civilization is inseparable from various resources, and the ocean is just a treasure land. He believes that people in this world will also go to the ocean to obtain supplies and build their own civilization on the seashore. In this way, as long as you explore along the coastline, you will find people in this world one day. Not only in the ocean, but also on land. Yang Song sent all the cavalry out to explore. From this period of time, Yang Song knew that the system had put him in a fairly safe place. At least there was no human figure within a radius of dozens of kilometers that was clearly explored. Moreover, the scope on land is too wide. As the scope of exploration increases, the speed of exploration decreases exponentially. The most important thing is that there is no key direction for exploration, and it is possible to discover from all directions. This is also the biggest threat currently facing the territory. The unknown is the most dangerous. So Yang Song also included the expansion of the army in the plan this time. Although the population of the territory is small, only more than 16,000, he also has to engage in production and develop the territory. He dare not requisition too much labor. In the end, he decided to implement the garrison, serving as a soldier in wartime and a farmer in busy times. Only in this way can the pressure on the security of the territory from the outside world be alleviated. Although the combat effectiveness of the soldiers engaged in garrison is very limited, there is no other way. Since he came to this world, there has always been a sense of urgency that forced him to develop quickly. At first, he thought it was caused by his nervousness about security in an unfamiliar environment, but since the release of this system task, he found that his sense of urgency was not bad, but relatively speaking, he was relieved. From the few words in the system, he knew that he needed to take the initiative to contact the people in this world. Therefore, his current situation is basically not dangerous. Chapter 13. Fast forward. After learning about his general situation, he did not relax. On the contrary, he became more motivated. He did not want to be domineering and corrupt in an unknown corner of this world. Yang Song shook his head again, suppressed these thoughts, and looked at other rewards. According to the long list listed by the system, this batch of strategic materials rewarded by the system is very rich. There is saltpeter for making gunpowder, some primitive industrial equipment, and breeding livestock for animal husbandry, which is why Yang Song wants to build a livestock farm. There are also some other materials. Saltpeter is a necessary raw material for making black gunpowder and a chemical raw material. In fact, 500,000 kilograms of saltpeter can produce a total of about 1 million kilograms of gunpowder, but the Navy is a big consumer of gunpowder, and it also needs to be used for mining and training. In summary, it is found that the remaining gunpowder is only enough for one battle. The newly added saltpeter, calculated in the new Unified Measurement Unit, is 10,000 tons, that is, 10 million kilograms, which can be used for a long time. The types of industrial equipment awarded are very complete, including chemical industry, machinery manufacturing, light industry, and many small categories, such as stamping machines, hydraulic machine tools, refining equipment, extraction equipment, textile equipment, etc. With this batch of original industrial equipment, an industrial base can be established, and some blanks in the civilian industry can be filled. Yang Song plans to establish a civilian industrial base next to Cheyenne City, which will be under the jurisdiction of Yang Song's subordinate bureau, that is, under the jurisdiction of the county government. First, a textile factory must be established, and the warehouse has raw materials, cotton, and linen. Moreover, the land outside the city has been planting cotton and linen for the current situation. Chemical plants and dye plants must also be established to provide simple chemical products, dyes, simple chemicals and various raw materials. Finally, a machinery manufacturing plant will be established, using a set of hydraulic stamping and machine tools to manufacture civilian products, such as saw blades, kitchen knives, pots and pans, etc. With these industrial equipment, life in the territory will surely be more colorful, and living materials will be more sufficient. These factories will be established after the recruitment of officials is completed. This time, the recruitment of officials is more formal than the last time, and there are many more places. The main purpose is to set up deputy positions for officials, to prepare talents for the future expansion of the territory. The last reward is breeding livestock, which is very rich, including chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, mutton sheep, dairy cows, oxen, beef cattle, horses and other common livestock. In the end, Yang Song even saw Chinese pastoral dogs, local dogs. With these livestock breeding, it seems that there will be no shortage of meat in the territory in the future. Of course, Chinese pastoral dogs are not for eating. Seeing this, Yang Song will have to add a breeding factory to the factory he is going to build. By the way, there is also a seed breeding base to be established. Whether it is animal or plant, research and breeding must be carried out. After the breeding factory is established and operated, the chickens, ducks, and pigs can also be distributed to ordinary people for free to breed as a welfare. Well, what kind of horse is this? Yang Song was puzzled when he saw the appearance of the horses on the list. After a careful look at the introduction, I learned that the horses that can be raised include war horses and nags, and they have all been improved by the system. There is no need to say much about the role of war horses. Nags can be used for pack transportation and plowing fields. After a closer look, I found that it is indeed a product of the system, and it must be a fine product. All livestock have been improved by the system, with advantages such as high disease resistance, high growth, high yield, high nutrition, high adaptability and no side effects. Seeing the introduction, Yang Song was scared. Are there such perfect creatures? You must know that genetically modified crops in the previous world were not well received, and they also carried a lot of infamy. But in a blink of an eye, I thought that the system had no reason to lie to him or harm him. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he would have died. Of course, these are all Yang Song's current ideas, and they are also the work of the territory for some time in the future. Unknowingly, time passed like a white horse, and it never looked back. A year has passed. A total of 1.5 years have passed since I came to this world. The rice has been harvested 3 times, and various factories have been built and started to operate. The territory has expanded a lot, and several small towns have been built around Cheyenne City. The population of the territory is now close to 20,000. In addition to the hundreds of babies born in more than a year, the rest are recruited from the refugee camps. In addition to Cheyenne City, there are now 5 small towns built in the territory, including the Navy Town. They are Mashao Town, which is built deep in the grassland in the south of the territory, and Linkei Town, which is built next to the forest in the west. A small town for reclamation in the southeast has also been built, named Gufeng Town. An industrial town has been built next to the Cheyenne River in the northwest of the territory, and most of the factories are concentrated here. The population of the 5 small towns ranges from a few hundred to more than 3,000. The largest population is the industrial town, with more than 3,000 people, and the smallest population is the Mushao town, with only more than 900 people, less than 1,000. The industrial town is mainly composed of various factories and mining, so the population is the largest among the small towns. The small town in the southeast where farmers reclaimed wasteland and gathered together is called Gufeng town, which means a bumper harvest. There are many people, about 3,000 people. Yang Song wanted to leave some farmers in Cheyenne City to cultivate the fields outside the city, so he would not pull all the people to open up wasteland. Otherwise, the 3,000 acres of high quality fields outside the city would be abandoned. In the Navy town on the eastern coast, there are more than 2,000 people. They are currently building fishing boats for going out to sea, and several small warships that can only sail near the coast. This is a practice for building warships in the future. Yang Song attaches great importance to the shipyard, second only to the industrial town. After the establishment and operation of the industrial town, the Navy town is even given the first place. Fishing boats are large ships that can be used for whaling. They are more than 10 meters long and have a whale harpoon crossbow and a trawl net. One was built for experiment. It went out to sea once and harvested a lot. Now it has been finalized and is being manufactured in small batches. Ordinary small fishing boats and inland river boats have been divided into Mushao town for construction. At present, there are not many fishing boats built. The main aquaculture industry in Mushao town is breeding freshwater fish. It is very unstable to rely solely on fishing. The same is true for small warships. First, one was built for experimentation, then the design was finalized, and finally the number of ships to be built was planned. Because it was for training, no number of ships was planned. Small warships were only more than 10 meters long, the same specifications as fishing boats, except that the fishing equipment on them was replaced with weapons and equipment. Small warships were not equipped with artillery, but only equipped with a bed crossbow, and the others were large crossbows fixed on both sides. The bow and stern of the small warship each had a large bed crossbow as the main gun, firing a short gun more than 1 meter long as a crossbow arrow, with a range of nearly 1,000 meters. There were 2 large crossbows fixed on both sides, and the range was also 200 to 300 meters. These weapons were all produced by the arsenal. The Mushao town in the south is mainly based on animal husbandry and breeding. Animal husbandry is mostly large livestock such as cattle, sheep and horses, and the breeding farm raises chickens, ducks and other livestock that do not require a lot of land. There are more than 900 people in Mushao town, which is not a lot, but the scope is very large. Because the grasslands are divided, grazing is carried out in different regions and seasons, and sustainable development is carried out, so nomadic people will not live by water and grass. Linke town was built further west of the original timber mining base. With the felling of a large number of trees, the location of timber mining is getting farther and farther away from Cheyenne City, so a suitable location was found to build a town. In addition to timber mining, this town can also go into the forest to hunt, collect herbs, and collect various materials in the forest. This is the so-called living off the mountain and living off the water. Linke town provides all kinds of wood for the territory, whether it is wood for construction, wood for shipbuilding, or other types of wood. Most of them come from Linke town. The other is that there are many carpenters in Linke town who collect wood locally to make furniture. Relying on the forest, Linke town has developed very well. Yang Song also knows the importance of the environment, but it has not yet reached the point where it needs to be protected. After all, this is a very primitive place, so he can only cut through the thorns now. The total population of the territory is more than 19,000 people. The rest of the population is in Cheyenne City, about 9,000 people, and it is almost saturated. After all, Cheyenne City is only a small city with a length and width of only 1 kilometer, not even as big as a township before. After more than a year of development, Cheyenne City has also established an industrial zone, most of which are light industries, built on the west side of the city. To be more precise, it is just an expansion of the original workshop. The river in the north of the city provides the people in the city with a variety of rich freshwater fish, which also provides new food types and some jobs for the territory. The education area is very important in Cheyenne City. There are libraries and various schools here. Primary schools have been added in more than a year, and enlightenment schools have been established in various towns to facilitate the education of young children in various towns. The primary school stage is the same as the enlightenment stage, both of which are 3 years. Cheyenne City has built underground projects, with the main street as the core, and underground pipe networks, underground waterways, and various pre-buried pipes are built under the street, and then the street is used as a line to connect every household. In fact, the underground facilities of Apocalypse City have been there since the beginning. There are 3 horizontal and 3 vertical tunnels, 6 underground tunnels, which divide the underground of Apocalypse City into blocks, and the main streets on the surface of the city are also built based on this. This year's underground project just expanded the underground projects in each district like the main roads. There is no large-scale construction, just adding some ditches, and the underground parts of the buildings rewarded by the system have been solved from the beginning. After the construction of Apocalypse City was completed, it presented a piece of square blocks, which was very neat, and provided a perfect template for the planning and construction of other cities in the future. After a year and a half, Yangsong also knew the approximate location now. The latitude of the territory is not too high, and it is close to the equator. It has a subtropical monsoon climate, with high temperature and heavy rain in summer and mild and little rain in winter. It is very suitable for growing rice, and can be harvested once or twice a year. And after this development, the territory has a very good foundation, which can provide a strong guarantee for the subsequent development. Chapter 14 Encounter with the Natives. Yangsong sat at the desk, looking at a letter in front of him, and somehow felt a little excited. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect that he would still feel a little nervous when he really encountered it. This letter was a report sent back by the cavalry team that went out to explore. The report said that a team of cavalry encountered a group of savages wearing animal skins and holding simple weapons less than 10 miles south of Mushao Town. When the cavalry found these savages, they were also discovered by the other party. In order to avoid losses and conflicts, the cavalry took the initiative to retreat, followed and observed these savages from a distance, and asked for instructions on what to do next. This is the first time I have encountered the natives of this world since I came to this world. I don't know the other party's social situation, what system it is, what beliefs it has, whether it has any supernatural powers, etc. All of these are discredited at a glance. Only after contact can we know. So Yangsong summoned several major officials under his command to discuss countermeasures. The reason why I summoned you here today is because we finally found people from this world. Yangsong said to Yang Zhang, Shen Kuo and others below, while holding the letter in the main seat of the living room. Take this letter and read it. Tell us what you plan to do after reading it. He handed the letter to Yang Zhang, who was sitting in the first seat on his left. Yang Zhang stood up, took it with both hands, sat down and started reading it. Sitting behind Yang Zhang was Yang Li, who was in charge of publicity, and behind him were other relevant officials. Sitting on the right were several military commanders. After a while, the letter was circulated. Yang Zhang began to suggest, I suggest using courtesy first and then force. Send an envoy to gather intelligence. Yang Zhang said it clearly and sat down. Zhao Wu, who was next to him, was a military officer and led the cavalry to explore the surroundings of the territory. He had his own opinion on this encounter. My lord, I think it is impossible to communicate with the other party. It is better to send troops to drive them away directly, to save time and effort. I didn't expect that as a military officer. It was not easy to think of the difficulties in language communication. It seems that he reads a lot of military books. What Zhao Wu said is true. Communication difficulties are the biggest problem. But now we are in this world. It is essential to communicate with others. This difficulty must be overcome. Yangsong first agreed with some of Zhao Wu's opinions, and then expressed his own requirements. Sooner or later, we will send people to learn the language and writing of this world. Of course, the premise is that the other party has writing. Yangsong continued. My lord, the cavalry under my command replied that the other party's lifestyle is no different from that of the barbarians. I think there is nothing to communicate with the barbarians. Zhao Wu insisted on his point of view. Bold, the Lord has made a decision. Zhao Wu, you are so bold that you dare to disobey the Lord. Yang Zong suddenly became furious and shouted at Zhao Wu on the side. My lord, please forgive me. I was in a hurry at the moment. Please punish me. Zhao Wu also reacted at this time and quickly apologized. Alas, there is no need to do this. I said that you can speak frankly in the meeting and I will not blame you. Yang Song waved his hand to show that he was very generous and would not care. Zhao Wu, as a military officer, not a politician, always speaks his mind, and Yang Song understands. Moreover, as a warrior, he has been doing the work of exploring the territory and expelling wild beasts for more than a year, which is also very depressing. This time, he finally has a chance to show his ability, and of course he will try his best to fight for it. Yang Song knows all this, but there is no way. The current territory is not a war period, and it is impossible to create an enemy. Moreover, this status quo is the best. If a battle really happens, bloodshed and sacrifice will be inevitable. Although the value of soldiers is best reflected on the battlefield, Yang Song hopes that this value will never be reflected. Thank you, Lord. I will never offend you again. Zhao Wu saw that Yang Song did not blame him, and he was very moved and bowed deeply to Yang Song. Although he is a warrior, he also knows that the Lord's Majesty cannot be offended, otherwise how can he convince the people and lead his subordinates? Just like a general without prestige cannot lead soldiers to fight. Lord, you are wise, and I admire you. Yang Zong was also flattering him at the side. He seemed to be blaming Zhao Wu, but in fact, he was reminding Zhao Wu and giving Yang Song, the Lord, a step. Otherwise, no one would listen to Yang Song in the future. Compared with military men, literati always have more twists and turns and see more clearly. This is also the reason why most of the ruling class are literati. Even the military commander at the top level cannot understand politics. Yang Song did not think so much. He simply thought it was nothing. In his impression, isn't a meeting just a group of people expressing their different opinions and then discussing them? It is normal to refute each other. But after this, he seemed to have realized something and secretly reminded himself that he still had a lot to learn. Okay, next we still have to send people to contact the other party first and then talk about it according to the situation. Yang Zong and Zhao Wu, you each send people to form a delegation to communicate with the other party. Does anyone else need to add anything? Yang Song gave the order directly. Finally, after discussion and supplementation, each department sent a representative to the delegation to prepare for a comprehensive investigation. In addition, the heads of various departments did not want to miss out on the first diplomatic activity in this world. After all, this was something that would be recorded in the history books. No one wanted to or dared to miss out, otherwise people would criticize them for their inaction. As a team of soldiers escorted the delegation out of the territory, it represented the beginning of an era and the territory officially began to highlight its presence in this world. Because the territory implemented farming and all the people were soldiers, but these were militias with considerable combat effectiveness, so except for the 300 regular troops at the beginning, the territory now had no capital to fight. It was okay to defend one's own land, but it was unrealistic to take the initiative to start a war. With the increase in the population of the territory, there were only 300 regular troops in a territory of nearly 20,000, which was too unreasonable. However, to develop, there was always a focus. Because there was no fighting before, just in case, they only trained militias. Counting these militias trained during the slack season, nearly 10,000 people could still be mobilized in wartime. Think about it, with 10,000 soldiers available for battle in the current territory, it could be considered as a rainy day. Therefore, Yang Song decided to expand the regular army to 1,000 people. 1,000 people is not a small number, which is equivalent to expanding the army 3 times. Moreover, too many off-duty soldiers will also affect the development of the territory. It took Yang Song and Yang Zong a long time to discuss the decision of these 600 or nearly 700 people. 1,000 people were a reinforced battalion in the past, and most of them were logistics personnel, and only 1/3 were combat personnel. This is also the current situation of the army, with more logistics support personnel. The regular army expanded by the territory this time is all combat personnel, and the logistics personnel are served by the territory militia. For this reason, another department was established in the military, the Hubeo Bureau, the full name of which is the Logistics Support Bureau, and Yang Ren is responsible for the management and establishment of the department. The Logistics Support Bureau is responsible for the logistics support of the army, including food, clothing, housing and transportation, and also stores and manages the military rations separately. It is also a direct department of Yang Song. Only when the logistics support is in place can the army have combat effectiveness. On the other hand, it also consolidates Yang Song's dominance over the army. No matter how powerful an army is, as long as it loses its logistical support and food, it is nothing but yesterday's news, and poses no threat at all. It has been a month since the mission set out, and judging from the regular reports sent back by the mission, it is not very good. The contact was smooth, but the most worrying thing was that the language was different, and it was impossible to communicate normally, which caused some unnecessary misunderstandings during the period. Fortunately, it is still possible to communicate simply through actions and behaviors. Through various methods, the members of the mission are trying to learn the other party's language, and teach the other party their own language. These cannot be accomplished in a short time. The most important thing is to know the social situation of these indigenous people. Through gestures, dancing, and new simple vocabulary, I finally got a general idea of the situation of this tribe and the surrounding areas. The race of this world is similar to that of the yellow people, but there are also differences. The dark yellow skin is very rough, the nose bridge looks smaller, the hair is brown, and the pupils are also brown. The height is about the same, an average of 1.7 meters, but the distribution of the internal organs is unknown. I also know the location of the territory. It is similar to the former Indochina Peninsula, but there are not so many high mountains. There are large plains. The mountainous area in the north of the territory is actually a mountain range, which blocks the mainstream society of this world from communicating with this plain. The people of this peninsula came over the mountains a long time ago. It is estimated that they were either refugees or explorers. However, how long ago it was, from the fact that the people of this place have degenerated into the primitive tribe era, it can be known that it has been a long time. They have degenerated to the point that they don't even have clothes, only animal skins or grass skirts to cover their bodies. Food is all obtained by hunting, salvaging, and gathering. They don't even know what planting is, let alone other things. Weapons are also made of bone, wood and stone. There is no writing. The language can be passed down, probably because of the need for daily communication. In addition to hunting, weapons are also used to compete for hunting grounds. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, not to mention this primitive tribal society. Fights between tribes are inevitable. If the delegation hadn't used food to lure and force to deter, they would not have established communication with this tribe so easily. As he learned some information about this world through communication, Yang Song also divided the direction of exploration into two directions, north and south. The south was mainly to explore the distribution of various tribes, while the north was to explore whether there was a road that could go over the mountains to the other side. The location of the territory is in the northeast of the peninsula. The north is closer to the mountains, just 1 or 2 days away. It is 10 miles away from the sea in the east, and there is now an endless forest to the west. It is unknown how large its range is. It seems that the location chosen by the system is not chosen casually. The territory is backed by mountains, sea and forests. Only in the south are there some primitive natives from the tribal period. Although the other side of the mountains is the main body of this world, Yang Song is not prepared to confront it with the current strength of the territory. This is neither brave nor cowardly. Taking the initiative now is a brainless and reckless behavior. Now, no one in this world knows the existence of the territory except these tribes, but Yang Song knows their existence, which puts the territory in an active position and has the initiative. Even if a passage over the mountains is found, Yang Song can only send people to inquire about intelligence and obtain information. Not to mention that no secret passage has been found yet. Yang Song, who was sorting out various information, finally relaxed a little. The security of the territory was guaranteed in the short term. so he could start developing the territory with all his might. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Clash of Clans. The development of the territory was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the cavalry who went out to explore brought back more and more news. The mountains in the north were too dangerous, and the exploration was slow. I don't know how these natives got here before. Is there any secret passage? Compared with the north, the exploration speed in the south was much faster. The tribes encountered before and after were no less than 2 digits. The larger ones had hundreds of people and some primitive animal husbandry. They only reached the level of catching live prey and raising them in captivity and then slaughtering them for food when food was insufficient. The small tribes had only more than 10 people. It was better to say that they were wandering hunting teams, ready to chase prey at any time, going wherever there was food, and choosing to submit to some tribes when they met them. This was the indigenous version of refugees. These indigenous refugees were born after tribal conflicts. Most of the population of the defeated tribes belonged to the winners, and a small number of people were not annexed for various reasons, such as hunting teams going out to hunt or defecting, and became these indigenous refugees. These indigenous refugees are very aggressive, and conflicts are inevitable every time they encounter them, but the cavalry of the territory is not easy to mess with. They always act in a squad mode. When they encounter the attacks of these indigenous refugees, they can only be crushed. Not all indigenous refugees are aggressive. Some of them saw the cavalry squad running faster than rabbits, and the cavalry would not chase them. Some refugees even expressed their willingness to submit to the tribe where the cavalry is located, but the cavalry squad would not pay attention to these as long as they did not attack. Their task was still to explore the surrounding intelligence. As more and more indigenous people were encountered, some conflicts between tribes were also discovered during the exploration process. In the eyes of the territory, these fights were only at the level of conflict, but in the eyes of the people of these indigenous tribes, this was war. Although the scale of these conflicts between tribes was small, the cruelty was not small at all, and it could even be said to be cruel. In addition to those who died in the conflict, the winner generally annexed the entire population of the loser. This annexation was very cruel. In addition to children and women and some young and strong people serving as slaves, the rest of the old and weak were all killed, and those with a little wound would be executed. This was caused by the backward medical level, the lack of food, the difficulty of survival, and the primitive productivity all contributed to the small population of these tribes. The largest tribe encountered by the territory so far has less than 1,000 people. Yang Song looked at the information that had been sorted out and had a clear understanding of the environment of the grassland in the south. As long as these indigenous tribes did not invade the territory together, 1 or 2 tribes would not be taken seriously by the territory, but it was impossible for these indigenous tribes to unite. After all, there were conflicts between these tribes, and they were irreconcilable conflicts about the struggle for survival. Such conflicts would not allow them to unite at all. Besides, the territory was not easy to bully. Although Yang Song thought so, these indigenous people did not know how powerful the territory was. On this day, Yang Song was handling some government affairs that needed to be handled in the study on the 2nd floor as usual, and there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside. Bang bang, come in. Creak, my lord, there is an urgent letter. The one who came in was the steward of the mansion, holding a letter in both hands, and stepped forward to respectfully say to Yang Song, "Express letter? Where did it come from?" Yang Song took the letter in a hurry, opened it and read it. "I don't know." The soldier who delivered the letter entered the city from the south gate. The steward didn't dare to say more, only said what he knew. "Okay, got it," Yang Song said casually, and he focused all his attention on the content of the letter. "How dare you attack the territory? You are tired of living, right?" Yang Song roared angrily after reading it. The steward who was standing by was startled by the sudden roar and looked at Yang Song in fear and was relieved when he found that he was not angry with him. "Go and call Yang Zhang, Yang Li, Yang Ren, Zhao Wu and Wang Wei." Yang Song asked the steward to go down and call people. Yes, I'll go right away. The steward said nothing, raised his hand and bowed, and then hurriedly withdrew. The content of the letter said that the Mushao town located in the south of the territory was attacked by a group of natives. Fortunately, it was discovered in advance that there were no casualties, but the livestock grazing outside were looted. Because Mushao town is the closest town to the indigenous tribe in the territory, in order to prevent attacks from the indigenous people, Yang Song placed 2 teams of soldiers in Mushao town to prevent external attacks. Although they were prepared for the attack, they did not expect that this day would come so soon, and it was still so annoying when they encountered it. After a while, the steward came to report that everyone was there, and Yang Song went downstairs to the living room. After greeting each other, they sat down. Mushao town in the south was attacked by the indigenous people. Yang Song said directly without waiting for them to speak. What? It was attacked? What a courage! Lord, I ask for your order to lead the troops to eliminate these daring barbarians. Zhao Wu stood up and asked Yang Song directly regardless of the surprise of others. I ask for your order to lead the troops to drive away the barbarians. Zhang Wei also asked Yang Song. At this time, the civil servants on the side reacted and agreed one after another and were willing to provide full support for this military expedition. Okay, order. Yang Zhang will be responsible for managing the territory's political affairs. Yang Ren will ensure the logistics of the army, and Yang Li will publicize to the people of the territory and grasp the public opinion. Yang Song saw that no one opposed the dispatch of troops, so he gave the order. With Zhang Wei as the main force and Zhao Wu as the auxiliary force, sent troops to attack the barbarians. Let these uncivilized barbarians see the consequences of provoking the territory. Yes, I obey your order. Everyone stood up and said in unison. As for why Zhang Wei was the main force, it was because most of the cavalry led by Zhao Wu were exploring outside, and most of the troops sent this time were infantry led by Zhang Wei. No other threats were found around the territory except the south, so this time, Yang Song decided to send all the troops except the militia. 180 infantrymen and a team of 10 cavalrymen were all sent to Mushao town. After joining the infantry squad stationed there, they went to the grassland in the south to conquer the barbarians. In order to make more reasonable use of various resources, the remaining 700 recruits will serve as logistics transport and escort to the front line to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield, which will help the recruits to form combat effectiveness faster. Among the 700 recruits, there are 600 infantry and 100 cavalry. They will be led by Yang Ren and the militiamen who transport food and grass to the predetermined location one step ahead. The art of war says, before the 3 armies move, food and grass must go first. With an order, the territory became busy and lively. This is a charm of power. One thought determines life and death, and one thought cuts off the river. A team of cavalry has been monitoring these natives who came to attack, and constantly reporting various intelligence to the territory. As various information from the front came, all aspects of the territory continued to make various subtle adjustments, with clear division of labor, clear organization, and order. After investigation, through the reports of the personnel who were previously sent to the indigenous tribes for communication, as well as the exploration of the cavalry in front, the natives who attacked this time were from another tribe, because the expansion direction of the territory was in the direction of that indigenous tribe, threatening the survival of the indigenous tribe, so they came to attack. Yang Song is not a soft-hearted person. If you slap him, he will directly press the enemy to death. After getting specific intelligence, Zhang Wei felt that the time had come and decided to attack immediately. After making sufficient preparations, there was no suspense about the result. The cavalry moved forward to harass, and the main force of the infantry pursued all the way. After surrounding this small indigenous tribe, the final encirclement and suppression was carried out. With several rounds of arrows from the archers, the spearmen advanced forward in a neat battle line, and the battle was soon over. The remaining surviving women and young indigenous people were brought back as trading items to other indigenous tribes. The captured middle-aged indigenous people were put into a closed mining area to mine, so that they could exert their last remaining heat. The bodies of the killed indigenous people were used to build a landscape on the spot with their heads, to deter other indigenous people. The captured middle-aged indigenous people will soon die under high-intensity labor, which is the final destination of these indigenous people. As for naturalizing or assimilating these natives, it is impossible for the time being. The territory is not ready to meet the impact of foreign culture, not to mention these natives who have sinned themselves. For Yang Song, he does not have much sense of reality in this era, just like playing a game, a construction game, but it is all played by real people. This attack by the indigenous tribe is like the plot of the game at a certain stage, just like the monster siege in the game, but the difficulty is very low. So many times his orders are based on maximizing benefits. From today's point of view, the content of many orders is a bit difficult to look directly at, and these natives are simply not regarded as human beings. Even if Yang Song knew this, he would not care so much. As a lord, the issues considered in this position are completely different from before. In his position, he should seek his politics. In the past, he thought about food, clothing, housing, transportation, and ordinary trivial matters. Now Yang Song has to think more. The development of the territory, people's livelihood, army, officials, etc. must be decided by him in the end, which makes him very tired, but he enjoys it. Seeing the territory developing day by day, and getting better day by day, all of which were achieved under his leadership, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Fortunately, he was not a tyrant, nor a lazy lord who did nothing. Otherwise, he would have wasted all the resources he had. When Yang Song received the battle report from the front, he sat in the bamboo pavilion in the garden, looking at the scenery outside, and began to think wildly. Coming back to his senses, he sighed self-deprecatingly. Am I old? I'm starting to feel sad about the passing of time. Haha. Looking at the task of building a territory issued by the system, he didn't know to what extent it would be considered completed. The reward for this task was a regular infantry brigade. Although he didn't know how many people and equipment a regular infantry brigade had, it was definitely indispensable from the perspective of the brigade organization. Chapter 16. 1 year later. If he recruited soldiers, trained soldiers, and then formed combat effectiveness from scratch, not to mention the time, the various resources consumed alone were not a small number, which greatly affected the development of the territory. But it would not work without enough troops. The territory needed strength to protect it. After all, a country would perish without an army, and the people would be in chaos without an army. The territory needed the protection of the army, the people needed the protection of the army, and he, the monarch, also needed the protection of the army. This made him very entangled. The army was not something that could be obtained just by wanting it, so fortunately there was this task reward that gave him hope. It was estimated that the system wanted to tell him that, if he developed the territory well, he would have an army. With such an obvious reminder to him, Yang Song knew what he should do next. 1 year later. Calculating the time, it has been 3 years since I came to this world, and the research on the calendar has yielded results not long ago. After 2 years of research and calculation, the time in this world is a little different from the previous world, but the difference is not too big. There are 380 days in a year and 26 hours a day. For this reason, the number of days in each month was redivided, and 2 more hours were added every day. This world also has a moon, and the satellite is also tidally locked, and the speed of one rotation is just equal to one orbit around the Earth. And I don't know whether the satellite is larger or closer to the Earth, but it looks much larger than the moon. The light emitted during the full moon is a deep night blue, which is very beautiful, and the light at ordinary times is also a faint blue light. By the way, this world also has a blue sky, which is close to the color seen on the plateau of the previous world. It seems that this world is also mostly oceanic. The reenacted calendar stipulates that there are 12 months in a year, divided into big and small months. Small months are 31 days, and big months are 32 days. There are 8 big months in a year. The new calendar is called Apocalypse Calendar, which stipulates that the year of the Advent in this world is the first year of the Apocalypse, and the day of the Advent, which is the 6th day of the 6th lunar month of each year, is the Advent Day, National Day, and there are 5 days off. A new work and rest time is stipulated. Each month is divided into 3 decades. Each decade has 10 or 11 days, and there are 2 or 3 days off. This is a legal holiday. In addition, there are also traditional festivals that have holidays, and the Spring Festival also has holidays. The Spring Festival holiday is half a month every year. Of course, these are officially stipulated holidays, mostly implemented by officials or factories and public ownership. The actual situation varies according to different industries, especially after the implementation of private ownership. Yes, the current territory has reached the time to implement private ownership. After a year of development, the current territory has a population of nearly 50,000 under continuous conscription. The number of towns has not increased, but it is still the same as before, but large and small villages have been built around each town. The population of each village is several hundred people, all of which have been reasonably planned. There are no natural villages in the previous world, and there are no scattered households scattered in the mountains. Each village has a village chief, who is recommended by the villagers of the village, just like the previous Navy village period. The term is set at 5 years, and the person can be replaced in advance if there is a fault during the term. Each village also has an accountant who is responsible for the village's finances, a village guard who is responsible for public security. These 3 people form the village level administrative system, and are also the clerks, not officials, who have the most contact with the people. They are called 3 elders by the people. The largest town now is Gufeng Town, with a population of about 10,000. Since they are all engaged in land reclamation and grain planting, 8 new villages have been built around Gufeng Town, 1 in each direction, evenly distributed. The town's population has increased to 5,000 people, and the population of each of the other villages is about the same, with more than 600 people. In addition to diverting the population, such a plan also has the function of reasonably and quickly reclaiming wasteland. Evenly distributed villages can use the fertile land here more quickly. For this reason, the construction of supporting facilities in each village, such as schools and post stations, has been very busy for a while. Fortunately, the construction of the cement plant started this year, otherwise I don't know when it will be completed. This is also a job that can only be completed under the system of public ownership. You can concentrate your efforts on one thing, but the disadvantage is that you can only do this one thing. The productivity is not enough. Soon after the invasion of the tribe, a coal mine was discovered in the mountains to the north, and the corresponding mining site was quickly established. The coal mine is a distance away from the iron mine, and transportation is very inconvenient. It took some time to build a road in the mountain with black gunpowder. At first, Yang Song was worried that there was no coal in this world. Now that he found that there was coal in this world, he finally felt relieved. You know, in the previous world, the energy source of the early industrial era was coal. Without energy, how could we develop industry? I just don't know if there is oil in this world. With coal and iron ore, the iron blast furnace in the industrial town was built. There are dedicated people to be responsible for these aspects, so Yang Song doesn't have to do everything himself. Besides, he doesn't know how to build an iron blast furnace. He doesn't know, but someone knows. Now the territory is mature in all aspects, and the time to implement private ownership has finally come. The enthusiasm of the people in the territory now is very unsatisfactory. It's time to implement private ownership. Yang Song said at a meeting held in the council hall that day. I believe you have all discovered that no matter how effective supervision is, it is not a solution. Only when it concerns your own interests can you mobilize people's enthusiasm to the greatest extent. Yes, not bad. It's time. At the meeting, after Yang Song finished speaking, the important officials below discussed it one after another, and they all agreed that it was time to implement private ownership. This meeting will discuss how to implement private ownership and formulate rules and regulations. Yang Song continued without waiting for them to continue discussing. Moreover, once private ownership is implemented, it will involve currency. What kind of currency should be used, paper or precious metals? I will start by discussing this issue first. The first thing he thought of was the issue of money. There was no other way. This was also the most important and most conspicuous issue. Lord, I think it is best to use precious metals as currency, because gold and silver are real, and the people feel more at ease holding them in their hands. Yang Zong stood up and suggested. He was in charge of civil affairs, and knew the people's thoughts best. Lord, I think paper money is best. I'm in charge of finances, and it is very troublesome to manage materials on a daily basis. If we use paper money, it is light to use, easy to store, and saves the cost of minting coins. Qian Liang continued to suggest. He was in charge of finances, and had the most say in matters of money. Lord, I think paper money is not good. Paper money is too easy to counterfeit, but precious metals will not have this trouble. Li Ji also suggested, and also talked about the disadvantage of paper money being easy to counterfeit from a technical perspective. Yes, not to mention now, even in the past, the counterfeiting of paper money has never stopped. Yang Song once encountered a counterfeit that was so real that it caused him a lot of losses. Lord, I think this is not a problem. Some time ago, the paper mill produced a special kind of paper. It was accidentally produced during the experiment. It is soft and can be folded repeatedly without being damaged. I believe it can be used as paper money. No one can counterfeit it. Zhang Yu is in charge of industrial production and has the best understanding of the emergence of new technologies. After speaking, he looked at Li Ji with great pride. I think. Then the officials were divided into two factions, each supporting the use of paper money or coins, and each had their own reasons. Yang Song sat in the upper seat and listened to their speeches quietly. Yang Song found that both paper money and coins have their own advantages and disadvantages. He began to hesitate for a while, not knowing which currency to use. There are many points about paper money, but the people's sense of identity is not so strong, and we must also consider the future exchanges with the main civilization of this world. Using precious metals as currency is the most secure. Precious metal currencies have many versatility, but they are not only inconvenient to carry and store, but also require sufficient reserves of precious metals. This is the biggest disadvantage of metal currencies. Using paper money is much more convenient and effective. Lord, I think that both can be used together, that is, paper money and coins, taking the advantages and making up for the disadvantages, and having the best of both worlds. At this time, ZHUZ, who had been listening silently, stood up and said. After listening, Yang Song's eyes lit up. Yes, wouldn't it be enough to use the two currencies together? Although it seems troublesome, there are actually not many problems. Moreover, after a period of transition, when everyone is used to paper money, they will definitely switch to using paper money in the end. Okay, but just use both together, he said with his eyes shining after hearing it. But Qian Liang then explained the materials he managed. There were only 100 katas of gold ingots, 1000 katas of silver ingots, and 10,000 katas of copper ingots in the warehouse. This amount of metal that can be used as currency cannot issue much currency. If there is no source of precious metals, it will sooner or later cause a shortage of money. Hey, it seems that we can only use paper money as currency. After hearing about the lack of precious metals such as gold and silver, Yang Song realized that there was no way to issue metal currency. After discussing for a long time, the result was already predetermined, which really made him and everyone present speechless. Fortunately, the discussion was not in vain. At least they all knew the pros and cons of various currencies. Prevent the overissuance of currency, and ensure the use value of currency. Do you have any way to do it? Since this road is blocked, the only way is to climb to the sky in one step. Sooner or later, paper money will have to be used. Now it is better to issue experiments as soon as possible, which can also save a lot of frustration and trouble when the territory develops to a certain scale in the future. After a long period of discussion, it was finally decided to issue credit currency, with official credit and various material resources of the territory as a guarantee. Finally, to prevent the depreciation of paper money or to maintain its value, the exchange ratio of paper money denomination to gold was stipulated. The last provision linked to gold is actually a helpless move, and it is also a cautious measure, and it is also to appease the hearts of the people in the territory. Although it cannot be redeemed, at least for the people, there is a comparison and comfort for the issuance of paper money. However, with the future economic development, this regulation will be abolished sooner or later. Yang Song originally planned to use metal currency so that he could experience the feeling of using gold and silver coins. Whether it is previous movies or other works, there are aspects of gold and silver. The free and easy in the tea house and the heroic in the restaurant are indispensable. Even the various virtual gold and silver currencies in the game play an important role all the time. But the reality is that these virtual things are virtual and they are not in line with the actual situation at all, and his little dream was shattered. Because although precious metals can naturally serve as currency, the problem of their source is the biggest problem. Currency actually serves as a general equivalent, used as a reflection of value in transactions, and a general expression of various resources. As long as the government guarantees these functions of paper money, it is natural for the people to accept it. Chapter 17 Issuing Currency. The specifications and styles of the issued banknotes, as well as the most important denominations and monetary units, were also discussed. Based on previous experience, under Yang Song's suggestion, special pigments were added to the paper used for banknotes to prevent counterfeiting and make special banknote paper. This special pigment has different colors when viewed from different directions. Then the engraver was asked to carve a special mold. It was very difficult to carve directly with steel. There is a small row of holes in the mold, and a special movable type template can be used to form a code in the hole, so that each banknote has a different code. In other parts of the mold are different patterns and texts, which are basically based on the previous currency, and the patterns can still be touched and felt when printed on paper, which requires very high engraving skills. Then there are the pigments used for printing, with red and black as the main colors, and yellow and green as the secondary colors, all extracted from specific plants. The banknotes issued in the end are rectangular and the size of a palm. The denominations are 1 wen, 5 wen, 10 wen, 20 wen, 50 wen, 1 kyan, 2 kyan, 5 kyan, 1 liang. This is also the final decision of Yang Song. Wen and liang are actually the monetary units of ancient Chinese coins. The face value of the currency is determined by the weight of the silver standard, and there is no impact when it is used as paper money. This can be regarded as a consolation to make up for Yang Song's regret that he cannot use gold and silver coins. In the end, in order to link with gold, a currency that can be used for circulation but is prohibited from being exchanged was made: gold coins. The gold coin has exquisite patterns and anti-scratch serrations, and the face value is 10 liang. The weight is 1 liang of gold, which means that 10 liang of paper money is equivalent to 1 liang of gold. Yang Song asked Khan Liang to set up a money shop, the operating model of the bank, print and manufacture currency samples, and then wait for the official issuance after the Chinese New Year. At the same time, the implementation of private ownership is also on the same day, that is, the first day of the new year, the first day of the Lunar New Year. Next, the salary system for officials was decided. All salaries were paid in paper money, divided into monthly salary and year-end bonus. The monthly salary was paid at the beginning of each month, and the year-end bonus was determined based on the financial situation after the performance evaluation at the end of the year. It was temporarily stipulated that the monthly salary for clerks was 1 teal and 5 kyan, 2 teals for deputy town level officials, 3 teals for town level officials, 4 teals for deputy county level officials, and 5 teals for county level officials. This amount was used as the standard value, and then adjusted according to the work content and position. The positions that were busy, difficult, and dangerous would be increased, and those that were less busy would be reduced. In fact, a small-scale private ownership was implemented a year ago, that is, the ownership of land for land reclamation, but it was an incentive to encourage land reclamation, and it was not specific to all aspects. Now is the time to implement it in full. No one has yet completed the maximum land reclamation quota of 20 mu per person. It is not that no one has reclaimed 20 mu of land, but the productivity of this era cannot complete the production of so much land. Every farmer who takes care of 10 mu of land a year is already strong and hardworking. Therefore, many people choose to sell the land they have reclaimed and cannot take care of to the government in exchange for other necessary materials, such as the property rights of oxen and houses. For this reason, the first people in the territory to live a debt-free life are hard-working farmers. Because the territory stipulates that the land it belongs to cannot be abandoned, the excess land recovered is used to distribute to the people who need the land later. Of course, these allocated lands are given to the new people in the form of leases, otherwise it would be too unfair to the people who came to reclaim the land first. As long as the territory recovers the cost of reclaiming these lands will eventually be given to the people who planted them. In addition to the ownership of the reclaimed land, other industries also have their own incentives, so the implementation of private ownership is not as difficult as imagined, and it has basically been popularized. In addition to currency and land, the distribution of other property is real estate. The houses belong to the territory and are not rewarded to individuals, so this time Yang Song decided to set a price for the house. It's not that he is not generous, but these houses have costs. Even if they are system rewards, they will be counted together. This is for fairness. You must know that it is not the equality that is more important than the scarcity. This is also something that must be paid attention to in management. Moreover, the price of real estate is not expensive. It is only the cost price, including labor costs. As long as you work hard in production for 1 to 3 years, you can buy a standard house. Don't think that time is long. These standard houses were all independent 2-story villas in the past. All kinds of materials in the territory are worthless as long as they can be found in the wild. Only the labor cost and time cost. So sometimes Yang Song feels that there are still many benefits to opening up wasteland in the new world. At least there is no complicated interpersonal relationship with Chen Ken and all kinds of unnecessary concerns to think about and worry. This is also one of the reasons for the rapid development of the territory now. Yang Song is not afraid of things like cheap grain hurts farmers happening. Anyway, he has to carry out macro control, and he is not afraid of the people below who are secretly obeying and disobeying, driving up prices. He still has the final say in this territory. In order to prevent all the people from going to open up wasteland and no one goes to work in factories and directly affiliated land, he made a promise. As long as you work in the Lord's fields or factories for 3 years, you can get a standard house for free without any extra money. Whether it is a factory or a high quality field outside the city, people are needed to work on it. These are all the property of the territory or Yang Song's property. The territory implements private ownership of land. As mentioned earlier, the land that has been reclaimed belongs to private individuals because the Chinese people's obsession with land is obvious to all. In the past, it was publicly owned and everyone was allocated according to needs. Now everyone is free to choose their jobs and go to reclaim land and farm. It is very likely that no one will go to factories or other positions to work. The factories in the territory are nothing more than large-scale comprehensive workshops of centralized handicrafts. They are only a high-quality power plant away from being a real factory and undergoing certain rectifications. Therefore, Yang Song also set up a very high salary for the workers, as well as a welfare and holiday system, and everything is in line with the treatment of the army, second only to the army. Ordinary soldiers receive 1 tael and 5 coins per month. 2 taels for the sergeant level, 3 taels for the captain level, and 4 taels for the commander level. The wages of farmers and workers serving the territory are adjusted to 1 tael per person per month. Technical workers are temporarily set at 1 tael and 2 coins per month, and teachers are temporarily set at 1 tael and 5 coins per month, etc. These are all detailed regulations. Of course, this is only a temporary decision, and it will be adjusted according to the economic situation in the future. Also, because too much money can't be taken back for the time being, there are not many types of goods in the current territory, so the purchasing power of this money is still very strong. In order to circulate currency, Yang Song decided to mark the price of the excess land from the land reclamation and sell houses, workshops, and shops at a clear price, so as to stimulate the people's passion for work in the circulation of currency, so that it will not collapse easily. Compared with gold and silver as general equivalent exchange objects, Yang Song also regards these properties as equivalent exchange objects, which is also one of the ways to improve the credibility of the territory's currency. With these various measures, Yang Song has a bottom line for the upcoming paper money and is confident that the people will accept it. After the currency is implemented, the economic development of the territory will usher in an upward period. In fact, he has been in this world for almost 3 years, and all the decisions he has made are to lay a solid foundation for the territory. A tall building rises from the ground, and without a good foundation, there is no way to talk about future development. Now it seems that there is no qualitative change in the territory, but all the current construction, including institutional construction, provides infinite potential for future development. Yang Song sat at the desk in the study, watching the drizzle outside the window, listening to the chirping of insects in the courtyard, quietly experiencing the quiet moments after the busy hours, slowly recalling the past scenes, not knowing whether he sighed deeply or lightly. It's really a long way to go. He wanted to come to this strange world, and there were a group of strangers who said they were loyal to him. All kinds of voices, behaviors, faces and environments were completely strange. Today, all the strangeness has become familiar. He was uneasy when he first came to be calm now. He couldn't even believe the changes he had undergone. He could only say that people are forced to do so. Fortunately, he was not a helpless person. Time soon came to the end of the year. As usual, a year-end banquet was held in the Lord's mansion. The main officials of the territory and other important personnel as well as outstanding representatives of various industries were invited to the banquet. This is really a big growth. Even a banquet has political overtones. I have come to understand what political needs are. Yang Song sat in the main seat with a wine glass in his hand, looking at the lively scene around him, responding to his subordinates' compliments with a smile, but thinking about something completely unrelated. The Lord is still wise. I used to think that private ownership must be implemented, but the Lord knows when to implement it. Look, after today, all of us will have to use our annual leave to be busy. Haha. Qian Liang sat below and raised his glass and complimented with a smile. Are you blaming the Lord for not giving you a holiday? Yang Zong pretended to blame him. How dare I? I'm just happy for a better tomorrow. How can I blame the Lord? I would rather not take a vacation and work hard every day to realize the Lord's grand plan. To help the Lord, I will die. Haha. I like this sentence for a better tomorrow, but I don't have any grand plans. I just want the people to have a better tomorrow. In this new world, for the Chinese people to live and work in peace and contentment for a better tomorrow. I hope you will encourage me. With a smile, Yang Song looked at the important officials present, stood up and raised his glass. I wish to encourage you. I wish to encourage you. After the banquet, it is the busy year end, especially the end of this year. On the first day of the new year, the territory will give the people of the territory a red envelope. The salary that should have been received over the years will be paid according to everyone's work situation in the past 3 years. In the past, during the period of public ownership, distribution was based on need, and work was arranged uniformly, based on needs and personal circumstances, so there was no such thing as wages. Now that private ownership is to be implemented, Yang Song decided to start with a big red envelope. Chapter 18 Territory Changes. When the population of the territory is small, unified arrangements can make reasonable use of every precious labor force, and there is not much need for management personnel. However, with the growth of population, more and more people cannot be arranged specifically for each person, so the management also needs to be privatized to reduce the increasingly heavy distribution work. In the future, it is enough to do a good job of administrative work in all aspects. The lives of the people only need to be guided, and there is no need to intervene too much. Let's put it this way. In the past, a citizen was given rice when he was distributed, so he only had rice to eat. Now he can choose what he wants to eat. Of course, the premise is that he has it. In order to eat pork, he went back to work hard. After receiving his salary, he went to the market and found that there was a river fish seller next to the pork. The lively river fish in the wooden barrel attracted him. He thought it would be nice to buy a fish, but he had already decided to buy pork, so it was not good to buy fish. But in a blink of an eye, he thought again. The money he earned through hard work did not say that he could not buy fish, so in the end he bought a little less pork and then bought a river fish. In the end, he sat at the table and sighed at the happiness of life. This is the charm of private ownership. The pork seller will work hard to eat eggs, and the egg seller will work hard to raise chickens to buy food. This is the economic development under the marketization, and the territory maintains the operation and development of the territory and redistributes resources through taxation. The territory is moving forward rapidly, driven by people's yearning for a better life. The territory is strong. The people live happily. This is an indispensable step and a very important step. Wanda just celebrated an unprecedented little new year yesterday. He used the red envelopes sent by the Lord to compensate for the wages of the past 3 years. He used the money in the red envelopes to buy a lot of meat that his family wanted to eat enough before. Now thinking about it, smacking his lips, it's really enjoyable. He was one of the first batch of people who came to this world with the Lord, so now he also has an independent small building belonging to his family in Cheyenne Key City. Although I heard that it doesn't belong to his family completely now, as long as he works for the Lord for 3 years, it will belong to his family completely, and the previous working time will also count. He secretly calculated that it seems that there are only a few months left. Thinking of this, he was even happier. Wanda's job was to be a blacksmith in the Lord's workshop, and it was very different from before. This workshop seemed to be called an arsenal. It was a very large building with few partitions inside, which seemed very spacious. Forging weapons was also different from before. In the past, he completed all the processes by himself, but now he only needed to complete the plasticity and pour the molten steel into a mold. Other steps such as hammering, quenching, and sharpening were completed by special people, so he didn't even need to touch the big hammer now. What kind of blacksmith is this? A blacksmith who doesn't use a hammer? These surprises were only a little bit at the beginning, but now he is used to it. When he heard that this was an assembly line production, he didn't understand what it meant. Anyway, he just had to follow the requirements. There were fixed working and leaving times every day, and there was a 2-hour lunch and rest time at noon. These strict work and rest rules made him very uncomfortable at first, but for the few pieces of meat in the factory cafeteria every day at noon, he overcame them. By the way, he is not a blacksmith now, but a worker. These are all new things. He said it didn't matter, he was used to it. There were new things in this place basically every day. He had been in this place for so long, and he didn't care about what he heard was a different world. Some time ago, he heard that a small town in the south that raised cattle and horses was attacked by savages from this world. Fortunately, the Lord was prepared and no one was injured, but in the end, these savages did not get well. He saw with his own eyes that many weapons and equipment in the arsenal were shipped out. He heard that the Lord killed all the savages from the savage tribe who came to attack and cut off all their heads and piled them up. It's scary to think about it. But who made these savages ignorant actually came to provoke the territory. It is said that no savages dared to come since then. It is said that the Lord scared the savages in the south, and they all stayed away from the territory. The Lord is really wise. Wanda recalled while handling the mold in his hand, thinking about the past, and couldn't help but feel proud of the strength of the territory. Wanda, it's time for lunch. Let's go to the canteen together. Another worker who was in charge of handling the molds greeted him. He looked up at the pendulum clock on the wall. It was really unexpected that it would be noon so soon. Okay, wait a minute. I'll put the things away. Okay, let's go. He put the tools in the toolbox beside him, stopped working, stretched his waist, and followed the workers waiting beside him to the door. When he came to the canteen, he saw that many workers who were closer had already lined up, so he and his workers quickly stepped forward and joined the long queue. Although he knew that it didn't matter whether he arrived early or late, and he would not have no food to eat because he came late, he still couldn't help but eat the delicious food early. Even the big pot rice was better than the one made by the husband at home. Although it felt a bit ungrateful to think so, the food in the canteen was really delicious. Yang Song hoped to provide better treatment to workers under limited conditions, so he provided professional chefs for the canteens of various factories. During the period of public ownership, the biggest feature was the canteens in various parts of the territory. After the transfer to private ownership, some of these canteens were transformed into restaurants, inns, etc. for commercial use, while the other part, such as the canteen of the arsenal, remained unchanged and still provided meals for the workers, but only provided lunch a day, and the workers had to solve the other meals themselves. This was also a benefit provided by Yang Song to the workers in the factory. Wanda and his co-workers finished lunch together, rested for an hour, and started work in the afternoon. Because it was not a war period, the factory was not a highly automated production line that could not be stopped at all, but only used the assembly line method for large-scale manual work, plus some advanced production equipment, to form the current arsenal, so there was no need to work in shifts. There was not much work in the afternoon, and it was easily completed, and it was soon time to get off work. After get off work, Wanda left the factory production room, and came to the outer gate of the factory. After saying goodbye to a few familiar co-workers, he walked to his home in the east of the city. Wanda planned to spend some time, to go back from the market in the south of the city, to see what new things there were in the market today, and to see if there was anything he wanted to buy and bring back. He also bought some paper and pens for his kid. He had to study hard in school, so he couldn't suffer from illiteracy in the future. Wanda was thinking about what to buy while walking. Cheyenne City is not big. It can be said to be very small, only 1 kilometer long and wide, and it doesn't take much time to walk around the city. After a while, he came to the market in the south of the city. The market is not big, with only 2 streets, but the shops on both sides have all kinds of goods, stationery stores, rouge shops, clothing stores, cloth shops, restaurants, inns. All kinds of shops are next to each other, which dazzled Wanda, and he could hardly move. In the end, he only bought a piece of floral cloth for his wife, a small box of rouge, and paper, ink, and pen for his son. The paper was just ordinary white paper, the ink was liquid ink that did not need to be ground, and the pen was a wall pen. I hope that boy can study hard. After buying the planned things in the commercial street, he turned to the second street. This was a street that had only been built a few days ago. It was located to the south of the first street. There was a road in the middle of the first street leading to the second street. Half of this street was a vegetable market, and the remaining half was used for stalls. It could provide convenience for people from other villages and towns, and also regulate the city order, and improve management efficiency. Of course, I came to the second street to buy vegetables. Although I also planted some vegetables in the small yard behind the house, it was only a few days after planting, so I had to come to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. I bought a river fish that I didn't recognize, and also bought a cabbage. It was winter now, and there were not many vegetables in the market. Although the location of the territory was not very cold in winter, the vegetables planted were also seasonal. After buying vegetables, I turned out of the market, came to the main road, and walked towards my residence in the east of the city. There were freight wagons carrying various materials on the main road, and people could only walk on the sidewalk. What sidewalk? Isn't it just to walk to the side, not in the middle of the road? People with intellectuals are different, and they even have to name the road they walk on. Wanda was walking on the side of the road outside a white line, thinking about it. When he was free on weekdays, he heard the foreman of the arsenal say that now all the shops in the territory are basically opened by the Lord, and a small part is opened by the relatives of the several adults in charge of the territory. There are not many ordinary people renting or buying shops. It seems that the shops are too expensive and ordinary people can't afford them. Even if they spend money to rent them, they don't know what to sell. As for the small part of the shops that are opened by the relatives of the adults in charge, rather than the adults in charge, it is because the Lord ordered that officials are not allowed to do business, but tacitly allowed their relatives to do business. He was afraid of the entanglement between officials and businessmen and the abuse of power for personal gain. It's good to have a relative who is an official. No matter what happens, you can always seize the initiative. Although there is a place to announce government orders in the territory, after listening for a long time, I still don't know what is being said. It's not that I don't understand, but I don't know how to do it. There is no way. Who made me uneducated? Hey, I must make that kid study hard when I get home. If he doesn't study hard, I will show you how I will deal with him. Thinking about it, I arrived at the door of my house unknowingly. Standing in front of the house, looking at the 2-story building in front of me. This is my own home, my home in this world. I was stunned for a moment. Boss, what are you doing standing outside the gate? Don't you recognize your own house? The voice of a confident woman sounded in the house. Nothing, I just thought of something. Wanda came back to his senses, walked into the open door, and said, "This is not our house yet. It belongs to the lord of the territory, but it will soon be. What lord or not, what fast or not, I just live in the house. I don't believe there is anyone who dares to drive me out and stop me from living there." The woman took the things from Wanda's hand and said, "You bought so many things again. Don't waste money. I didn't expect that the newly issued paper money can actually be used." Although the woman said it was wasteful, the smile at the corner of her mouth could not hide her inner happiness. Today is the Chinese Valentine's Day. I wish all lovers will finally get married. I wish all girls and fairies a happy girls' day. Chapter 19 Mission completed. You are such an ungrateful woman. If it weren't for the Lord's kindness, our family of 3 would still be sleeping on the street, and you still speak so bluntly to the Lord. Wanda was so scared when he heard what his wife said that he quickly closed the door. "Keep your voice down. If others hear us, how can we live?" "I know, I just spoke quickly, and I didn't mean anything." "Really? No one should have heard it just now, right?" The woman recalled what she had just said, and her face changed in fear. "Although I know you don't mean anything, you are a mouthful, and will hurt us sooner or later." Wanda was really afraid of his wife. "Don't talk nonsense outside." Okay, I'll listen to you, master." The woman was relieved to see that no one knocked on the door after waiting for so long. "Master, the bastard is about to get out of school. I'm going to make dinner." "Okay, that's good to know. Be careful next time. Don't you see who dares to say bad things about the Lord in the territory now?" Wanda didn't care about his own wife and said to himself, "If it weren't for you and my wife, I really want to slap you twice for talking nonsense." Wanda picked up the kettle on the square table and took a big gulp of boiled water. He wiped the water drops from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve and continued, "Our Lord is really, yes, wise and mighty. Really wise and mighty. Look at the 2-story building we live in now. Look at what we eat, wear and use, and then look at the school that kid goes to, who doesn't praise us and who won't accept it." Okay. You keep praising us here. I've already put the rice in the pot. You watch me. I'm going to pick up the kids from school." The woman walked out of the kitchen, took off her apron, opened the door and walked out, regardless of her master's response. HMPH, go ahead. A woman just doesn't understand. She doesn't want to think about what kind of life she lived before. Although Wanda couldn't remember what her life was like before, she always felt that the life now was the life of a human being. Because of the system, the people who came to this world had their memories of the past blurred, especially the people who died in the past. Now, except for basic abilities, they don't have much memory at all. This is also for the good of the people. You know, there is a great terror between life and death. Regardless of the life of Wanda's family, basically from the day when private ownership was implemented, the changes in the territory were carried out at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the implementation of private ownership began. This day was a propaganda for the whole territory, so that every citizen in the territory knew about it. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, banknotes were distributed door to door. According to the records, the number of each household was different. Of course, in order to prevent the occurrence of embezzlement, Yang Song asked various departments to supervise each other. Once discovered, they would never let it go. Fortunately, such things did not happen. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, the market in the territory began to open. It was all run by people sent by Yang Song. The commodities were all kinds of materials produced in the territory. At the same time, Kan Liang's tax department began to prepare to collect taxes. The department for trading real estate was then established and was under the jurisdiction of Yang Zhang. After all, it was within the scope of administrative jurisdiction. On the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, the last distribution of materials was made. The last distribution of rationed materials to the people of the territory was equivalent to a buffer stage. On the fifth day of the Lunar New Year, the chaos of the people in the territory began. There were people everywhere asking and discussing with each other, and they were at a loss. Finally, under the guidance of various managers, they slowly adapted to it, but it was just a familiar pattern. The period from the 6th day of the lunar new year to the 15th day of the first lunar month, the period of small new year, was the adaptation period for the people of the territory. The busy time of various officials was over, and the rest were also returning to the normal track. During this period, people with business acumen also began to do business. Some people put down their work and started their own businesses. Some. Although there is a half-month break at the end of the year and 2 or 3 days of rest every 10 days, the officials in the territory have no real time to rest. It was not until the 15th day of the first lunar month, when private ownership was completely on the right track, that the officials and clerks of the territory found that the original rest days were finally useful. The officials in the territory, they are really free at this time. No more day and night material statistics and distribution, no more competition for work performance, no more noise in the past, but now there is excitement. No more numbness in the past, but now there is vitality. To use a sentence I saw before, let the market spontaneously adjust the allocation of resources, of course, under the guidance and management of the territory. It is very important to stimulate personal subjective initiative. The subjective initiative of the people in the territory is now completely stimulated. In the past, you can survive as long as you work, but now you can create a better tomorrow as long as you work hard. This is the power of hope. As for whether it can be accomplished, that is another matter. Yang Song looked at the document in front of him and started to have a headache again. This was a disaster summary report, and this was a report on earthquake damage. Fortunately, there was no damage. Speaking of which, this disaster was caused by him. Yesterday, the task system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly prompted that the task was completed. Ding, congratulations on completing the first stage of the main task 1. The task reward will be issued soon, please be prepared. Yang Song was still happy about completing the task. When he saw the prompt to be prepared, he didn't think much, and directly chose to confirm to receive the task reward. Unexpectedly, an earthquake occurred. I don't know how many times he has read the content of the task system over and over again. The task reward can be said to be memorized by heart, but there is no earthquake in the reward content. Look at the task system again. Main task 1, establish a large rear area, establish a stable rear area, to prepare for the development of a new world. Task reward, unknown. Phase 1, completed, build a territory. Expand the territory, and develop the territory. Only in this way can we move forward and not relax and retreat. Task reward, a conventional infantry brigade. Except for the completed at the end of the first stage of the main task, there are no other options. Suddenly I saw the 3 words completed in the task system can be selected. Is it a hidden option? After clicking, a row of small words appeared. The channel connecting to the outside world has been opened. Please check it. Where is the channel? How to open it? Use earthquake? Exclamation mark. A series of questions followed one after another, and the most important thing now is to check the disaster situation this time, and the channel must be discovered in time. But calm down and make rational inferences. You can guess that the channel should be in the mountains in the north. And what is the standard of a standard infantry brigade? How many people? Equipment situation? I hope he won't be disappointed. It's useless to think about these now. Only when you actually see it can you know what the situation is. Report. While Yang Song was still thinking, he heard a hurried report outside the study. Come in. Yang Song quickly replied. The person who pushed the door in was a guard of the Lord's mansion. Report to the Lord. An army suddenly appeared in the barracks in the city, claiming to be loyal to the Lord. They are still waiting in the barracks. Please give instructions. Oh, I didn't expect it to be in this situation. Yang Song thought to himself, and replied, I know, let's go and see what's going on. He couldn't wait to see the situation of this army. Yang Song came to the barracks, which had been closed for a long time. There were many soldiers busy outside the barracks. They were defending the army in the barracks. Although it was not necessary, Zhang Wei, the commander, was quite qualified for this awareness. When he came to the gate of the barracks, Zhang Wei, who came in, said, report to the Lord. The army in the barracks suddenly appeared. Although they claimed to be loyal to the Lord, I think we should still be on guard to prevent any accidents. Yang Song nodded to Zhang Wei with appreciation and said, yes, although it is not necessary, this army really came to be loyal to me. He first confirmed this statement. You are cautious and calm. Zhao Wu is brave and heroic. Both are air talents. Yang Song praised Zhang Wei again. After confirming that what the army in the barracks said was true, he said, open the gate. I'll go see what this army is like. You come with me to see it. Yes, I obey. Zhang Wei took the order, turned around and ordered without saying a word, open the door. Be alert. Then he said to the personal soldiers behind him, you follow me, and the Lord in. Yes, Commander. The personal soldiers took the order. Each commander has 10 personal soldiers to pass orders and guard. Yang Song led Zhang Wei, the guards and Zhang Wei's personal soldiers into the barracks and came to the general's platform on the parade ground. The guards behind him beat the drums to gather the soldiers at Yang Song's signal. As the drums sounded, pairs of neat soldiers began to walk out of the barracks and gathered in an orderly manner on the parade ground under the orders of the officers. Before the 3 drums stopped beating, no officers and soldiers were moving around. They were all waiting quietly in the parade ground. Looking at this neat and orderly scene, you can see how strict the discipline of the army in front of you is. This is a disciplined army. Although Yang Song knew that the army rewarded by the system must be good, he didn't expect that this was a disciplined army. What is a disciplined army? In Zhuge Liang Collection Collected Works Volume 2 Military Essentials, it is said, a disciplined army, an incompetent general, cannot be defeated. An undisciplined army, a capable general, cannot win. This sentence is easy to understand. That is, an organized and disciplined army, even an ordinary general leading it cannot lose the battle. On the contrary, no matter how talented the general is, it is impossible to win without good soldiers. And it is not easy to be organized and disciplined. Many times in history, the people regarded soldiers as disasters, even worse than bandits. Although many times it was caused by the indulgence and incompetence of the generals, it can be seen from this that the difficulty of disciplined soldiers can be achieved, which requires faith and military spirit. If there are regular soldiers and talented generals, this will be an army that will scare the enemy. Yang Song is very relieved about this. It is impossible for the system to only reward excellent soldiers without giving a worthy general. Otherwise, the reward content will not be a standard infantry brigade. You know, a regular army includes officers from top to bottom, big and small, whether it is generals, staff officers, military divisions, or the officers, lieutenants, and soldiers below. They must be fully equipped. Otherwise, it is not the name of infantry brigade. Chapter 20. Introduction to the elite team. Sure enough, at the moment when the 3 drums stopped, several generals standing at the front of the army, who had long been concerned by Yang Song, came forward and saluted one by one. Your Highness, I'm D King, the commander of the infantry brigade, and I pay my respects to the Lord. A middle-aged man with a serious face came forward and saluted to Yang Song. I'm Lu Su, the staff officer of the infantry brigade, and I pay my respects to the Lord. Then a person next to him reported, I pay my respects to the Lord. All the officers and soldiers present saluted in unison. No need to salute. As Yang Song finished speaking, wow, the neat movements brought a majestic and shocking momentum. It was so crisp and clear. Thank you all for your hard work coming to this world. In the future, I hope to defend my country with you and me, and guard my new home together. Yang Song did not have any long speeches, but just said what he thought in his heart. D King, whose courtesy name is Hanshin, was from Zai, Fenzhou, a famous general in the Northern Song dynasty. Born in a poor family, he joined the army at a young age. He had tattoos on his face and was good at riding and shooting. He was known as the general with the necklace on his face. During the reign of Emperor Inzong of Song, he was promoted to the commander of Yanzhou for his military exploits. He was brave and good at planning. In the Song-Zhao War, he wore a bronze mask and charged into battle with his hair disheveled. He made outstanding military exploits and made friends with famous ministers such as Yun Zhu, Han Qi, and Fan Zhongyan. Fan Zhongyan taught him Zhuo Zuan, studied hard, and mastered the art of war. Because Song Rinzong's kindness, regardless of his origin, did not allow him to remove his scars, so now that he has come to this world, without Song Rinzong, there is no tattoo on his face. Lu Su, also known as Zijing, was a Han Chinese from Dongcheng County, Linhui Prefecture. He was an outstanding strategist and diplomat in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. A famous figure in the Three Kingdoms period, the most famous for his various activities in the Battle of Chibi. Sun Quan established the post of Zhenjian Zhaoyi specifically for Lu Su. After Zhao Yu's death, Sun Quan adopted Zhao Yu's advice and ordered Lu Su to replace Zhao Yu and lead 4,000 soldiers. Because Lu Su had a good way of managing the army quickly grew to more than 10,000 people. It can be said that being a brigade staff officer is a bit of a waste of talent. Yang Song sat in the main seat of the command post in the military camp. He first said to Zhang Wenyi, "Remove the alert." After Zhang Wenyi asked a personal guard to pass the order, he said to Diking and Lu Su, "Introduce the situation of the infantry brigade." While listening to the introduction, he looked at the biography of the two people in front of him in the system. They are all historical celebrities. Diking is a famous general of the Song dynasty. Although he is not as famous as Yu Fei, he also has a lot of emphasis in history books. Not to mention Lu Su. Those who have seen Redcliffe know how outstanding his wisdom and vision are, and he is proficient in military affairs, more than enough to be a staff officer. After reading the introduction quickly, I listened to Diking in front of me introduce the situation of this infantry brigade. "My lord, the infantry brigade under my command has a total of 3,500 officers and soldiers." Diking stood up and clasped his fists. Yang Song nodded and asked him to sit down and report. "My lord, the infantry brigade is composed of 3 battalions. Each battalion can fight alone and is also the smallest combat organization. Each battalion is composed of 3 formations. Each formation is composed of 3 battalions. A formation is a battle formation. Each battalion is composed of 3 squadrons. Each squadron is composed of 3 squadrons, and each squadron is composed of 12 people." After Diking finished his report, Lu Su, as a staff officer, made a detailed supplement, stood up, saluted, and sat down. "My lord, the 3,500 people are all officers, including Brigade Commander Diking and me. The brigade headquarters is the soldiers directly under the brigade commander and me, with 200 people, including a battalion of 10,800 scouts, messengers, doctors, personal guards, etc." Lu Su paused here and waited for Yang Song to nod to indicate that he understood before continuing to introduce. "Now this regular infantry brigade has 2 battalions and 3 formations. The 3 formations are an artillery formation, a light cavalry formation, and a long-range attack formation. The artillery formation consists of 2 field artillery battalions and 1 siege artillery battalion, with 54 field guns and 18 siege guns. The light cavalry formation consists of 3 light cavalry battalions, and the long-range attack formation consists of 3 long-range attack battalions." Lu Su explained the composition of the 3 formations. The 2 battalions are a regular battalion and a heavy battalion. The regular battalion consists of a regular formation, a long-range attack formation, an artillery battalion, a siege battalion, and a light cavalry battalion. The heavy battalion consists of a heavy formation, a heavy cavalry formation, a heavy battalion, a long-range attack battalion, and a light cavalry battalion. Yang Song listened carefully to Lu Su's detailed explanation. Below the battalion is the formation, which means battle formation or military formation. A regular military formation consists of a close combat battalion, a heavy armored battalion, and a ranged attack battalion. The ranged attack formation has 3 ranged attack battalions. The heavy armored battalion has 3 heavy armored battalions, and the heavy cavalry formation has 3 heavy cavalry battalions. After introducing the formation, the battalion should be introduced next. Sure enough, below the formation is the battalion, which includes close combat battalion, heavy armored battalion, crossbow battalion, artillery battalion, siege battalion, light cavalry battalion, and heavy cavalry battalion. Among these battalions, except for the close combat battalion and the ranged attack battalion, the others are composed of the same 3 squadrons. The close combat battalion is composed of a sword and shield squadron, a spear squadron, and a heavy infantry squadron. The ranged attack battalion is composed of 2 strong crossbow squadrons and a crossbow squadron. It seems that the organization of the bottom level is very simple, and the organization of the middle level is more complicated, but the lower the level, the more types of arms there are. Each squadron is also composed of 3 identical teams, and there are no special cases of multiple arms. Each team has 12 people, whether it is an artillery team or a heavy cavalry team. Each field artillery team has 3 field artillery pieces, and the siege artillery team has 2 long-range siege artillery pieces. Lu Su paused when introducing this, and thought carefully about whether there were any other arms that needed to be emphasized. By the way, the crossbow team is equipped with huge crossbow. Although the range is short, the rate of fire is very fast, which can deal a powerful blow to the enemy who is charging. Yang Song thought that the introduction was almost done, and said, "Let each team send a team to the parade ground, and we will go and see together." He wanted to see the equipment of each team. "Yes, I will arrange it now." Deking received the order at this time, and then went out to arrange it personally. After seeing Deking go out, Yang Song estimated that he would not be so fast, so he said to Lu Su, "You give me a detailed introduction to the army's artillery, and why the infantry brigade is organized like this?" "Yes, Lord." The brigade had a total of 81 field guns and 36 siege guns. All the guns were mounted on a 2-wheeled gun carriage. The field guns weighed 600 kilograms, had a caliber of 90 millimeters, had a range of 1,200 meters, were equipped with shrapnel and solid bullets, and could be loaded with scattershot for close range. Each field gun was equipped with 2 horses, and each field gun squad was equipped with a transport carriage to transport ammunition. The siege guns weighed 1,200 kilograms, had a caliber of 120 millimeters, had a range of up to 2,100 meters, were equipped with shrapnel and solid bullets, and each siege gun was equipped with 4 horses, and each siege gun squad was also equipped with a transport carriage. Lu Su explained in detail the artillery in the army. After seeing Yang Song said he knew it, he went on to explain the basis of the army's organization. Brigade is an army organization unit above the battalion, and the battalion is the standard size of a camp when stationed. The army emphasizes standardization, which can effectively avoid logistical chaos, and the most important thing is to control the army. It also allows commanders to better understand the power in their hands and know themselves first. Lu Su first explained the importance of the army's organization standards, and then began to explain the reasons for the army's arms organization. Lord, the organization of the standard infantry brigade is based on adapting to various battlefields. That is, it highlights adaptability. There are no other characteristics, and there are no obvious defects. If you have to say the advantages, it is that there are relatively more long-range attack weapons in the equipment. This is based on the theory that it can give the enemy more possible blows before close contact, reduce its manpower, deter the enemy, and reduce the enemy's morale. Lu Su put forward a military theory that made Yang Song a little stunned. This is a tactical theory that did not exist in ancient China. If the enemy's army is not elite enough, it is possible that a round of artillery fire will cause it to collapse on its own. Of course, if the enemy's army is elite enough, the infantry brigade is equipped with ultra-long-range artillery, long-range crossbows, medium-range crossbows, and finally close-range spear stabs, heavy shields to defend against impacts, and sword and shield soldiers to fill the gap in close combat, leaving the enemy no chance to take advantage. Finally, Lu Su briefly described the fighting methods on the battlefield. It was completely different from the battle scenes he had in mind, where 2 armies faced each other. The commander ordered a charge, and then they rushed forward together, and then fought in a melee. This really surprised Yang Song. The cold weapon wars he had seen in movies and TV shows before were not so orderly. What he saw most was a chaotic group, each fighting on their own, and whoever had the faster sword would win. Now Lu Su just gave him a simple explanation of the current combat methods of the army, and he could imagine how miserable the enemy's army would be when it encountered an infantry brigade. Yang Song also knew that wars in reality were not so idealistic, and it was the role of the commander to make different adjustments according to different battle situations. Based on the army and his impression and the army led by the 2 commanders of the territory, Yang Song praised, "It is really an army that makes his own people feel at ease and the enemy fears." The organization standards are also very advanced, and it is really impeccable. Report. All the teams have assembled. General Deaking, please ask the Lord to go and inspect. A messenger came in from outside and reported. Let's go, Zijing. Let's go and see if this army is as good as you said. Yang Song joked with a smile on his face. Lu Su also smiled. Lord, don't worry, they are much more powerful than what I say, and my words can only describe them to this extent. If there is a chance, they will definitely shine on the battlefield. Although Lu Su was smiling, his tone was quite proud of this army. Well, then I'm really relieved. Yang Song confirmed easily and affirmatively. As he said that, he led Lu Su and Zhang Wei out of the command post, and under the guidance of the messenger, he led a group of guards, and walked quickly to the parade ground. Chapter 21, Field Exercise. Arriving at the parade ground, they saw rows of soldiers standing neatly together, to form a small square formation. The 5 dart cannons placed next to them were very conspicuous. 2 of the cannons were obviously much larger than the other 3, not only in thickness, but also in length. These 2 cannons should be the siege cannons described by Lu Su. Yang Song thought, what a big guy. I just don't know how powerful they are. When Yang Song and his men walked to the front of the queue, and stood facing the queue, Deaking took the lead to salute and said, your subordinate Deaking, I meet the Lord. There are 10 teams of various types, with 120 people. They have assembled and asked for instructions. Seeing this standard military appearance, Yang Song was also familiar with it. He waved his hand and replied, General, no need to salute, show them in turn. Yes. He turned around and ordered, the first row on the left, turn left, march in step, and start the battle drill. The first row on the left was obviously a sword and shield soldier, holding a shield in the left hand and a sword in the right hand. Lu Su, who was beside Yang Song, explained, Lord, everyone. This is a team of 12 sword and shield soldiers, with 1 captain, and 1 deputy captain. They hold an iron round shield in their left hand, a sharp sword in their right hand, and a spare short sword on their waist. They wear steel half-body armor, and a skirt armor made of steel sheets below their waist. The bottom edge of the steel helmet on their head has a circle of horizontal brims, similar to a straw hat. This circle of horizontal brims can protect the shoulders and defend against arrows falling from the sky. Because it is a steel protective gear, it can be made thinner and light while taking into account the defensiveness. It is impossible for ordinary flow to penetrate this kind of armor. Watching the team of sword and shield soldiers in front of them practicing tactics, sometimes holding shields for defense, sometimes slashing with swords, and even half lying on the ground with their right hand attacking the lower half of the front, while their left hand was across the body to defend against attacks. Finally, they came to a row of wooden dummy targets, holding a shield in their left hand, holding a sword in their right hand, roaring, and slashing forward. There was a row of crisp sounds, and the wooden dummies had been separated from their heads. Good. Yang Song applauded. Both the defense and attack are very good, the warriors are very powerful, and the swords are very sharp. Several people behind him also echoed. Lord, this kind of sword is a horizontal sword, with a straight back, a single-sided blade, a full length of 1 meter, a width of 4 fingers, and all steel. It has been improved and designed, and the center of gravity is very moderate, very practical. The sword and shield soldiers who had finished the demonstration, under the command of the team leader, put away their swords, and lined up to walk back, standing next to the rightmost column, becoming the last column of the small square. Next, it was the turn of the second column just now. Now the first column, a team of spearmen holding long spears began to practice. The spearmen faced the target, raised the gun. At the command, the 12 people raised the long spears pointing to the blue sky horizontally forward, stepped forward with 1 foot, and leaned forward, ready to charge and stab. Stab. The command was concise and powerful. Who? They shouted in unison, and at the same time stepped forward, and stabbed the long spears in their hands. Collect. The spearmen listened to the order, to put away their guns, and stand up straight. Divide into 2 groups, alternating front and back. Continue to give orders. The 12-man team tacitly took a step forward and backward alternately, forming 2 rows, with 6 people in each row. Move forward and take turns to attack. Two rows of spearmen raised their spears at the same time, and at the command of attack, the first row took a step forward and thrust out, while the second row began to move forward. When the first row thrust out their spears and retracted them, the second row was just in the front row, thrusting forward before the first row had finished retracting their spears. In this way, the two rows slowly but steadily moved forward and backward alternately, thrusting out a spear every time they took a step forward. There were not many people, and the speed was not fast, but there was an unstoppable momentum, as if there was nothing in front of them that could stop them, and even if there was, it would be destroyed. Lusu introduced diligently, this is a small team of spearmen, equipped with two-handed spears, with steel spearheads and blood grooves. The spear body is a hollow steel tube, and there is a 4-diamond cone steel cone at the end of the spear for counterweight. The whole spear is 3 meters and 80 meters long. Rather than a spear, it should be called a spear. Each spearman is also equipped with a short knife, in order to prevent the spear from being lost on the battlefield, or being taken by the enemy close to the battlefield. As a backup, spearmen, like sword and shield soldiers, belong to medium armor infantry, with an arm shield on the left arm, and wear 3 items like sword and shield soldiers. Although the defense is not as strong as that of sword and shield soldiers, the attack distance is farther and much more sharp. Yang Song nodded. He looked at these soldiers. There were 3 kinds of clothes. One was the outfit of sword and shield soldiers and spearmen, and another was the armor that covered the whole body. The last one was very light, like leather. The alternating attack demonstration of the spearman squad in the martial arts field was completed, and finally a collective charge was practiced. The charge in the drill is not a rush, but a formation and cooperation at a certain speed, which looks more impactful. After the spearmen returned, the next demonstration was a small group of soldiers wrapped in armor. Even the faces of these soldiers were covered by a visor. Lord, this group is heavy infantry, the most elite infantry. Full body armor made of steel, steel helmet with visor, steel shoulder armor, steel skirt armor, thick soled combat boots with steel plates. Defense is comprehensive, plus the main weapon of two-handed halberd and the secondary weapon of one-handed sword. It can be said to be armed to the teeth. Lusu seemed to be hesitant to say this. What else? Tell me, what are the shortcomings? Yang Song probably guessed it by looking at his appearance. Looking at the halberds in their hands, they are only a little shorter than the spears, more than 2 meters long, but also thicker, plus the swords on the waist. The weight of this equipment is quite heavy. Yes, Lord. These heavy armored elite heavy infantrymen have sharp attacks and stronger defenses, but weight is a problem. Although it is not as heavy as it looks, because of the thin layer of steel armor, it is still more than 40 kilograms. It is not something that ordinary soldiers can equip. It requires strong people. Moreover, this set of equipment is extremely expensive. Therefore, it is very difficult to replenish these heavy infantrymen. In the future, if the Lord wants to expand these elite infantrymen, the equipment is expensive, and the most important thing is that it is not easy to find soldiers. Seeing that Yang Song had guessed it, Lusu pointed out all the shortcomings of this type of soldiers. Well, I guessed it, but I didn't expect it to be so harsh. Yang Song thought it was just a problem of the weight of the equipment, and didn't expect the future replenishment of battle damage, let alone the problem of expansion. A wise man is worthy of being a wise man. He thinks very comprehensively. Not only that, in fact, from a practical point of view, this type of soldier is a bit impractical, or because of the weight problem. It is not suitable for long distance marches, and it will only drag down the army. It is also a problem to fight for a long time on the battlefield. These heavy infantry are very suitable for defense, but not for attack. Therefore, in order to make these elite soldiers play a role on the battlefield, each team is equipped with a carriage. They rest in the carriage during normal marches, and get off the carriage to form a battle array. With the carriage, the cost of each heavy infantry is very high. Lusu was still adding. He was afraid that the Lord would only see the shortcomings and despise this type of soldier, so he hurriedly said, although there are these disadvantages, their role is even more important. Just when Yang Song was thinking about the practicality of this type of soldier, he heard Lusu introduce the importance of heavy infantry, and listened attentively. As long as they appear on the battlefield, it is a symbol of victory. It can not only improve the morale of our soldiers, but also give the enemy a fatal blow. The solid defense is not afraid of any arrows. After close combat, the battle formation formed will leave the enemy no chance. Yang Song looked at the heavy infantry rushing around in the martial arts field. It was true. The rows of dense dummies in front of him were flying all over the sky under the attack of the heavy infantry. With a halberd, the dummies in front of him were dismembered. Looking at the wooden stakes broken at the waist shattered under the impact of the infantry, it was simply a human tank. Looking at a group of 3 heavy armored infantrymen cooperating with each other, they cleared a large open space, just like opening a washang, without a defensive posture, all attacking. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Yang Song was almost dumbfounded. What kind of killing efficiency is this? Although the target of the drillers are wooden dummies that will not move, it is also possible to imagine the performance of these soldiers on the battlefield. Fortunately, these are dummies. If they really encounter real enemies, they may not perform as well as these dummies. These dummies have no senses or feelings, but when the real enemies see their own people being cleared out like cutting melons and vegetables, they will be so scared that they will turn around and run for their lives. Awesome. Really awesome. Yang Song praised again and again. If there were conditions, I really want to change the entire army into such soldiers. Heavy infantry is not only called heavy infantry because of the weight of the equipment, but also because of its status and its very important role on the battlefield. Lu Su heard Yang Song's praise, and he was relieved in his heart. He was really afraid that the Lord would pretend to know and cancel this type of soldier. Lord, there is actually no need to change the entire army into heavy infantry. When Lu Su heard Yang Song's sigh, he was worried at first, so he immediately persuaded him. Without waiting for Yang Song to ask questions, he said, the high requirements for heavy infantry are not the reason. The coordination of the arms is the most important. It is unnecessary for the strong crossbowmen to wear heavy armor. Moreover, the military concept is to defend the enemy outside and never fight in close combat if you can attack from a distance. Next is the heavy shield soldier. The training of the heavy shield soldier is different from the previous arms. The heavy shield soldier pays more attention to defense. Defense is a duty of the heavy shield soldier. Only when forced will he use the small knife on his waist to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The training of the heavy shield soldier squad is that a team of soldiers hold heavy shields with both hands and line up in a row. There are wedges between the heavy shields to fit together, making the entire squad a shield wall. Behind each heavy shield is a support rod for the shield. Lord, this diagonal support on the ground can guide the enemy's impact into the ground, and the soldiers behind will be very safe. After forming a shield wall, they are not afraid of impact. Lu Su explained the defense method of the heavy shield soldier very proudly. Heavy shield soldiers usually cooperate with spearmen. There are no heavy shield soldiers acting alone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Exercise continues. Heavy shield soldiers can defend very effectively with heavy shields, so the soldiers are not equipped with armor, only a set of leather armor and a leather cap on their heads. The heavy shield is not light, and this set of leather armor can also reduce the weight. Yang Song looked at the clothes of these heavy shield soldiers. They wore a dark cotton battle robe as a base, and they were not armored outside, but yellow-brown leather armor. The leather caps on their heads looked very delicate. There was actually nothing to practice for heavy shield soldiers. After demonstrating the shield wall, they then demonstrated the marching forward in unison in the 360-degree defense shield circle. Lord, the next is the long-range attack type of soldiers. Lu Su explained as competently as always. This small team is the strong crossbow soldiers, equipped with a single-shot crossbow, which needs to be strung with the feet. The effective range is as far as 350 meters. Although the firing rate is relatively slow, the power is very strong. This small team of strong crossbow soldiers came out to demonstrate. Facing the target, he stepped on the crossbow's pedal with one foot, bent over and used both hands to lift the bowstring up and jam the mechanism. After stringing the crossbow, he lifted the crossbow with both hands and held the crossbow against his abdomen with his left hand. He used his right hand to take out a long crossbow arrow from the arrow bag on his back and put it into the arrow slot of the crossbow. In this way, all the actions of stringing the crossbow are completed. With his left hand, he held the crossbow body at the front, and with his right hand, he held the trigger at the back. He aimed forward and was ready to shoot. Target, the target 200 meters ahead. Get ready. Shoot. With an order, 12 thick Mitsubishi heavy crossbow arrows with barbs whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, the crossbow arrows hit the target. The entire process of the crossbow arrow flying in the air was very short, which means that the initial velocity was very high. The naked eye could only see a black shadow passing by, and it had hit the target without giving people time to react. The crossbowman did not look at the flying crossbow arrows, but started to reload the second round immediately after shooting. Even for such skilled elite soldiers, the whole reloading process was still very time consuming. After a few rounds, Yang Song estimated that there were about 5 to 6 rounds per minute. Lord, these crossbowmen are now at the peak of their physical strength, and the firing rate is 6 to 7 arrows per minute. As the combat time passes, the soldier's physical strength decreases and the firing rate will also decrease. As expected, Lu Su's explanation appeared in time. But on the battlefield, multiple teams cooperate tacitly, and under the effective command of officers, they can carry out segmented shooting, which can not only prolong the combat time, but also improve the attack efficiency of the crossbow. As for the number of segments in segmented shooting, it depends on the battle situation. This is also the basis of a qualified officer. Listening to Lu Su's introduction, some terms that popped out of his mouth from time to time, as well as very modern quantifiers, Yang Song was no longer surprised. If Lu Su said ancient words such as the distance of so many steps, he would not understand. Because of Yang Song's unified degree measurement before, all new personnel now have relevant knowledge, which also saves these people from the process of relearning, saving him a lot of unnecessary time for the territory. This made Yang Song have a lot of good feelings about the system. The strong crossbow soldiers wear the same leather armor as the heavy shield soldiers, but they are lightly equipped medium and long range infantry. In addition to the foot-operated strong crossbows in their hands, there are also standard short knives on their waists. The short knives of the strong crossbow soldiers are the same as those of the heavy shield soldiers. They are self-defense weapons in case of emergencies. The strong crossbow soldier team then practiced the segmented shooting mentioned by Lu Su. The 3-stage shooting is to divide the 12-man team into 3 groups and 3 rows, with 4 people in each group and row. The first group in the first row immediately loaded the crossbow arrows after shooting. When the first group of 4 people loaded, the second group stepped forward a few steps to cross the first group to shoot. After shooting, they loaded on the spot, and then the last group came forward to shoot. After the third group shot, the crossbow arrows of the first group had been loaded and ready to shoot. This cycle was repeated, and there was basically no gap in attack. When the shooting drill was divided into 2 stages, it was not as fast as when it was divided into 3 stages. There was a clear interval between the attacks. 3-stage shooting is the most commonly used segmented attack. When intensive volleys are needed, segmented shooting is not used. When a faster attack is needed, the segments are increased. Also, when the physical strength of the soldiers decreases, the segments should be increased. In short, the use of strong crossbow soldiers depends on one's heart. Lord, I believe you have also discovered that this type of soldier accounts for a large proportion of the army. Lu Su continued, after seeing Yang Song nodded. Yes, strong crossbow soldiers are a very important attack force in the entire army. Strong crossbow soldiers give the enemy the most powerful blows in the medium and long range, which is the most obvious manifestation of the army's concept. Lu Su kept explaining, and Yang Song felt a little distressed when he saw it, but seeing the excitement, when Lu Su explained, he didn't know how to persuade him. After the strong crossbow team finished the drill, Yang Song was ready to ask someone to bring the target in the distance to see, but he gave up this idea. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the target in person, to see the power of the strong crossbow. Come on, accompany me to the target to have a look. Zijing, you have said so much, so detailed, it is hard for you. Haha. Yang Song joked with a smile, so that the time along the way can also give Lu Su's throat a rest. My lord is joking, I'm ashamed. What does it mean for me to waste my breath? As long as my lord and colleagues can't know the strength of this army, what does it mean for me? Lu Su is also a smart man. After hearing his lord teasing him, he repeatedly bowed his hands to show that he dared not. You, ha ha ha. Yang Song really didn't know how to say Lu Su. He shook his head, laughed and walked quickly towards the shooting range. Yang Song was really impressed by Lu Su's mouth. He was worthy of being a famous scholar in the Three Kingdoms period. He said helplessly, but he was actually very happy in his heart. It seems that I'm just an ordinary person. Yang Song laughed at himself in his heart. When they came to the target at the shooting range, they saw crossbow arrows all over the ground. There were many crossbow arrows stuck on the walls, the ground, and the most densely packed targets. Looking at this scene, Yang Song and others were amazed. You have to know that this is just the output of a squad of 12 soldiers. Although they have fired many rounds, the scene in front of them is also very shocking. He bent down and wanted to pull out a crossbow arrow inserted into the ground. Unexpectedly, one hand took a lot of strength to pull it out. After pulling it out, he found that the crossbow arrow had a length of nearly 10 centimeters deep into the ground. Yang Song looked at the crossbow arrow in his hand, then looked at the ground, stomped his feet, and was even more surprised. Seeing Yang Song's movements and expressions, Lu Su couldn't help but explain. Although the ground here is the dirt ground with the least damage to arrows, it has also been repeatedly compacted. Attacking from a distance of 300 meters, the arrows that fall here still have such power. Imagine what it would be like if a real person stood here. Lu Su himself couldn't help but shudder when he explained this, and others also imagined it, based on his explanation. In the end, everyone couldn't help but feel terrible. Yang Song looked at the crossbow arrows that shot through the target in front of him, thinking that if this was a real person, I'm afraid they would all die miserably. It's really a terrible weapon. As the saying goes, a strong crossbow can't penetrate Lu. But the strong crossbow in this conventional infantry brigade seems to be different. Maybe 300 meters is far from the limit of this strong crossbow. Isn't it said that the effective range of the strong crossbow is 350 meters? What will be the consequences if it exceeds 350 meters? Yang Song thought of this question and immediately asked Lu Su without hesitation. Zijing, what will happen if the range exceeds 350 meters? Lu Su did not expect Yang Song to ask this question. After thinking for a while, he said, Lord, after exceeding 350 meters, the power of the crossbow arrow will decrease to a certain extent, but it will not decrease too much. After exceeding this distance, the biggest impact is accuracy. Seeing that Yang Song seemed to understand a little, he continued to answer. Attacks beyond the effective range will make it impossible for soldiers to aim accurately, because human vision has a limit. It is very small to see a person at 300 meters. Once fired, there is no way to know where the crossbow arrow will fly. Yang Song thought about it. Even if there is a distance aiming scale on the crossbow, after reaching a certain distance, as the speed decreases, the kinetic energy carried by the arrow will decrease rapidly, and finally it will be like the saying cannot penetrate Lu. Isn't this a parabola? Yang Song was surprised. I didn't have any experience with these theories before, but now I realize that science is really everywhere. After seeing the power of the crossbow, I returned to the stands. After the soldiers rearranged the shooting range, they would demonstrate other arms. The crossbowman squad also gathered and stood in the last row. This is a squad of crossbowmen. Their main weapon is this huge crossbow. The effective range is only 100 meters, but the crossbow has an extremely fast firing rate. Lu Su said, Crossbowman squad, forward. As the order was issued, the crossbowman squad, which was now in the first row, turned right and lined up in a row facing the shooting range, marching in unison. Deaking was the commander of this conventional infantry brigade. In this exercise, he served as the commander in charge of the exercise and commanded each squad. From his skillful issuance of various commands, we can see how familiar he is with each arm. He is really an excellent general. Deaking waited until the crossbowman squad came into the firing range before he ordered, stand still and fire continuously. 12 soldiers lined up in a row and stood still. holding the crossbows in their hands and shooting at the target in front of them. Short crossbow arrows were fired one after another, and the crossbow arrows fired by the 12 soldiers formed a small range of arrow rain. It was continuous and uninterrupted. It did not stop until all 10 crossbow arrows in the crossbow quiver were shot. Yang Song thought that these crossbow soldiers would stop to reload the crossbow arrows, but he did not expect that the soldiers took off the quiver on the crossbow and took out another quiver from their waists and put it on, just like changing the magazine. No, this is changing the quiver. This operation really surprised Yang Song. Changing the quiver is not a high-end technology, but it is a concept, and this concept is very advanced. Chapter 23 Iron Cavalry Demonstration. The speed of changing the quiver was very fast, but in just a few seconds, the second round of continuous shooting began. After the second round of shooting was completed, Deking promptly ordered, "Forward and shoot." This was a drill for another attack method. Lord, the crossbowmen are equipped with loaded quivers, which can be quickly replaced, and the rain of arrows is endless. Lu Su explained diligently. Once the enemy breaks through the attack line of the strong crossbow, the crossbowman will suppress the enemy at a short distance, leaving the enemy with nowhere to escape within 100 meters. After Lu Su said this, Yang Song probably understood the reason for the configuration of the two long-range attacks, just like the army in the previous world. If the strong crossbow of the strong crossbowman belongs to a rifle, then the crossbow of the crossbowman is a submachine gun. It's a pity that he didn't see equipment such as a long-range suppression weapon like a machine gun, which made him a little regretful. Under Deking's order to forward and shoot, the crossbowman team marched forward in unison, firing a crossbow arrow with every step forward, advancing steadily, and the small team had an unstoppable momentum. The crossbowmen are suppressing each other as they advance, and they are also attacking. Lu Su said they still have short swords to protect themselves after being approached, but the probability of being approached is too small unless the enemy is desperate to take lives and use up all the crossbowmen's arrows, but this assumption is not true at all. War is not a joke. No one type of soldier can take care of everything. The army is to let these types of soldiers complement each other and cooperate with each other. There is no saying that a single type of soldier can be invincible. This is Lu Su explaining why the assumption is not true. And the logistics force is part of the military system. With sufficient logistics supplies, whether it is a strong crossbow or even artillery, they all have the ability to fight for a long time. Zijing is right. The army is about being systematic, and having a system is not as simple as talking about it, and war is not just playing house. Once it happens, everyone in the entire territory is inseparable. Yang Song thought of many military theories he had seen before, and said as if he had gained something. And the entire territory must be united to win. Soldiers are the most important thing for a country. Yang Song continued, no one wants war, unless they have to. I hope I won't have the opportunity to use this army in the future. Of course, he was just talking and sighing. He knew what was going on. War will never go away, and peace is short-lived. Although he sincerely hoped that there would be no war, he was not naive enough to believe that war would never happen. And as a lord, he was destined to abandon some things that were very important to ordinary people. During their conversation, the crossbow squad also finished the demonstration, walked to the end of Fang's Heng, and returned to the team to stand. Next is the light cavalry squad. The light cavalry is known for its mobility and speed. The half-body armor and helmets are equipped with the same as those of the infantry, but because they are on horseback, they have no skirt armor. The weapons are hand crossbows and cavalry swords. The attack range of hand crossbows is similar to that of Zhujianu, but it is single shot. The cavalry sword is longer than that of the sword and shield soldiers, which is conducive to chopping on horseback. Lu Su also introduced the soldiers' weapons and equipment first. The soldiers of this light cavalry squad stepped out of the line and led out their war horses from the stables nearby. They mounted their horses neatly and quickly. Under the order, the light cavalry began to gallop on their horses, and after running around the parade ground for a week, they took out their crossbows and strung them. The crossbows were small and strung quickly. They shot at the dummies from dozens of meters away. Because the war horses were very fast, there were only 2 or 3 rounds of attack opportunities with the crossbows. When approaching the target, they put away their crossbows, drew their swords, and with the help of the impact of the war horses, they easily split the dummies in half. The role of light cavalry cannot be truly demonstrated in the parade ground. Light cavalry is about long-distance raids, mobile harassment and other highly mobile tactics. Charging into battle is not the greatest use of light cavalry. They will not attack the enemy's already deployed formations, unless they have to. Lusu explained the role of light cavalry. In addition, light cavalry can also be used as scouts or to protect the two wings of our army, to prevent the enemy's sneak attack. Finally, he concluded, light cavalry is flexible and has a wide range of applicability. It takes excellent generals to use it properly. Yang Song knew that there were many famous cavalry in ancient China, such as Ziliang Iron Cavalry, Bing's Iron Cavalry, Black Armor Iron Cavalry, etc. He also went to check the information in this regard. From the information, he learned that the various iron cavalry in China were not the heavy cavalry with full armor as imagined, nor were they the knights in the West, who were like tin cans, but light cavalry. He was very surprised when he knew that these iron cavalry were light cavalry. These famous cavalry were actually light cavalry, not heavy cavalry. In his impression, cavalry equipped with various protective gear can be called iron cavalry. Finally, I learned that the term iron cavalry does not refer to equipment, but to combat effectiveness, fighting will and the most important record. The role of light cavalry is actually far greater than that of heavy cavalry. It still exists until the era of hot weapons, and even after the invention of machine guns, there is room for it to play a role. The most important thing that makes light cavalry exist for so long is its irreplaceable mobility that other arms cannot replace. The demonstration of light cavalry is to run from one end to the other, and then run in circles. Anyway, it is to show its mobility. Although it is just running, this running still needs skills. How to maintain horsepower and physical strength during the maneuvering process. How to keep the formation from falling behind. How to maintain integrity. How to change the formation to form an attacking front line during the maneuvering, and so on. All these details cannot be underestimated. These details are the key to distinguishing the elite from the mob. The various mobility performances displayed on the parade ground made Yang Song dazzled and a little overwhelmed. Although there are only 12 people and horses, the battle caused is not small at all. The dust filled the parade ground is the best interpretation. After showing the light cavalry, the next is the heavy cavalry. This time, without Lusu's explanation, Yang Song can guess it. Looking at the armor of the soldiers from beginning to end, it is very close to the heavy infantry. Anyway, it can't be light. As expected. Lord, this team is heavy cavalry. Their full body armor is very similar to that of heavy infantry, except for some details that are convenient for riding. The most obvious difference is that there is no skirt armor, but there is more leg armor to protect the legs when riding. Lusu also explained the difference. The weapons and equipment include lances, swords, and hammers. The lance is a disposable weapon. During the charge, there is no time to pull out the lance inserted into the enemy's body, so it can only be discarded. Giving up the lance can prevent the soldiers from getting injured in the hands. Using more flexible swords and hammers in the chaos is the best choice. It was not until the heavy cavalry led their war horses out of the stable that they saw that even these war horses had armor. Warhorse face armor, breast armor, leg armor, and back armor are all available. This is really waterproof. Fortunately, it is a warhorse that has been improved by the system, so it can bear so much weight and have the spare energy to charge into battle. It can be called a magic horse. Under the command, the same uniform posture of getting on the horse, the same tacit cooperation and synchronous charge. This made Yang Song and others who were watching on the side very pleased. Lord, heavy cavalry does not have as many functions as light cavalry. They only have one function, which is to break the formation. Lusu's explanation this time was very simple. Charging into battle is the destiny of heavy cavalry. Their charge is not easily interrupted. Therefore, defense is their first element. Attaching importance to defense does not mean that attack is not good. From the weapons they are equipped with, it can be seen that the attack power is not small, but their most powerful attack is collision. In front of the high-speed charging heavy cavalry, the flesh and blood body is still too fragile. Lusu said with emotion. Heavy cavalry, like heavy infantry, has obvious shortcomings. That is, the function is too single. Not to mention the high cost, the endurance is not as strong as that of light cavalry. But its power and use can completely make up for these shortcomings. Yes, heavy cavalry is ridiculously strong, and its shortcomings are also conspicuous. And without sufficient national strength, heavy cavalry is a joke. High cost equipment, precious war horses, and well-trained soldiers. Without sufficient national strength, these things cannot be used. Looking at the heavy cavalry squads charging in the parade ground, they are real gold and silver, moving one by one. They are the ones that frighten the enemy, and they are also the ones that make the monarch of this side proud and painful. No wonder the heavy cavalry were eliminated in the end. In addition to the development of weapon technology, that is the terrible cost. Even the current territory can only afford the supply and maintenance of these new heavy cavalry. Supplementing and expanding is a dream. Whether it is light cavalry or heavy cavalry, they all pay attention to quantity. Only when the number is increased can they form combat effectiveness. Breaking the army formation alone is a legend and myth. After watching the demonstration of the heavy cavalry on the parade ground, it is very difficult to maintain the battle formation during the charge. A squad of 12 people can only simply demonstrate a few commonly used battle formations, such as triangle formations and square formations. Charging and charging are not just rushing in a blind manner. You have to find the enemy's weak points, what methods to use, and what is the purpose. Is it to disrupt the enemy formation, or destroy the enemy formation, to deter the enemy's morale, or to improve the morale of our army? These are also a test of the general's ability to use troops. Seeing the tired expressions of the heavy cavalrymen after the demonstration, Yang Song knew that this was an explosive force. It had only been a short time since the demonstration, and the soldiers were already tired, and the horses were starting to pant. It was only half an hour. The other forces were all fine after the demonstration. This was really a physical job. Lord, heavy cavalry is like this, strong in bursts, weak in endurance. Seeing Yang Song's frown, Lusu explained, during the exercise just now, the heavy cavalry went all out without stopping, so they are tired now. On the battlefield, this little bit of fatigue is nothing. Lord, please rest assured, the soldiers will not let you down. Chapter 24, Artillery Power. It seems that the development of heavy cavalry will be decided according to the situation in the future. If there is a need, develop it and form more heavy cavalry. If there is no need, eliminate it. If the heavy cavalry still needs to be verified in the future, then the next type of arms must be developed, and more must be formed. That is artillery. Lord, there are two types of artillery. One is a large-scale ultra-long-range cannon used for siege. The other is a light field artillery used for two armies to fight. Lusu looked around the parade ground and said, Lord, it is impossible to demonstrate artillery here. Please move outside the city. Okay, let's go and try it in the wasteland outside the city. Yang Song thought to himself, that's right. How can you fire artillery in the city? The movement of artillery is not small. Even outside the city, it will inevitably disturb the people. But the gathering in the parade ground is not without value. At least we know the transfer process of artillery. Pulling out the horses from the stable, the large siege artillery team was divided into two groups, each with 4 horses onto siege cannons. The field artillery squad was divided into 3 groups, and 2 horses were harnessed to each of the 3 guns of the entire squad. Whether it was a siege cannon or a field artillery, they were all 2-wheeled gun carriages. There was a long support behind the gun carriage, which was used to counter the force of the gun when arranging the gun position, and was used as a traction component when maneuvering. The difference between the 2 types of artillery was the size of the gun carriage. After the artillery was harnessed, the horses were also harnessed to the carriages on the side. Each squad had 1, all of which were large carriages with 4 horses, 2 axles and 4 wheels. They were used to carry ammunition. Yang Song carefully calculated in his mind. A siege artillery squad had 2 guns and 12 horses, while a field artillery squad had 3 guns and 10 horses. The entire conventional infantry brigade had a total of 81 field guns and 36 siege guns, which meant a total of 486 horses. This did not count other types of horses from other arms. How many horses would that be? He was a little scared after the calculation. He didn't know if he could afford it with the current territory. Horses consume much more food than people. Fortunately, the territory has been developed for several years. Fortunately, he has prepared for a rainy day and carefully stored food in advance. So now there is still enough to support the new army of 3,500 people. If it had just arrived in this world, needless to say, it would definitely go bankrupt. An army of 3,500 people has more than 100 artillery pieces. Isn't this ratio a bit high? Yang Song suddenly realized that this so-called conventional infantry brigade had a lot of artillery, so he asked Lu Su about this question. Lord, there is no problem with the configuration of the army. Lu Su replied, in fact, the configuration of the army is still based on the principle of not close but far. Artillery is the weapon that attacks the enemy the farthest and earliest. Under the bombardment of multiple artillery, the morale of the enemy's army will almost collapse in advance. Even if it has been bombarded by artillery, there are still several more blows waiting for the enemy. Yang Song thought about it. If he was the enemy of this army, he would have to fight at the cost of moral collapse and heavy losses if he wanted to defeat them. And even if he rushed to the front of this army without losses, he would be defeated in front of the spears piercing out of the shield wall of those heavy shields. He shook his body. It was really a terrible army. Of course, he also knew that war was not limited to the army. War is a competition of national strength and wisdom. An accident can make this invincible army disappear. Whether it is a trap or a water attack or a fire attack, there are too many ways to make it disappear. Therefore, he would not think that he could be invincible with this army. And when he didn't know how far the technology of this world had developed, he would not be proud and complacent. While Yang Song and Lu Su were chatting, and he was daydreaming, the two artillery teams had already prepared for the transfer, and the speed was still very fast. Let's go. The target is outside the East City, Deking ordered. The direction was pointed out by Yang Song. In fact, the entire area around Cheyenne Key City has been developed almost, and there is no wasteland. We can only go to the enemy farther away. The marching speed of the two artillery teams was neither fast nor slow, but it was much faster than ordinary soldiers walking, and the soldiers of the artillery teams rode in carriages or gun carriages. It took half a day to reach the selected wasteland. Not only the artillery team came, but also the escort team. Although it was in the territory, some defenses still had to be taken. The first to be set up were the 3 artillery pieces of the field artillery team, and then not long after that, the 2 artillery pieces of the siege team were also set up. The 5 artillery pieces were lined up a few meters apart. Because it was such a vast wilderness, there was no small team to prepare. All of them were ready and just waiting for the demonstration to begin. The demonstration was still carried out in small teams. First, there was a team of 3 field artillery pieces. Lord, the field artillery weighs 600 kilograms, has a caliber of 90 millimeters, and a range of up to 1,200 meters. It is equipped with shrapnel and solid bullets, and can be loaded with shotgun shells at close range. Lu Su explained to Yang Song, who was also riding on a horse. Those who came to watch all stopped on the small slope on horseback, looking down at the artillery, lined up at the bottom of the small slope. Because the artillery is all made of steel, not heavy bronze, the weight of the artillery is relatively light. Oh, really, Zijing, will this steel cast artillery crack? Yang Song asked. He remembered that the reason why bronze was used to cast artillery was because bronze had good toughness. Lord, don't worry. It's the pig iron that will crack, and these artillery pieces are forged with fine steel, so they won't crack. Lu Su replied. Yang Song was very surprised when he learned that all these cannons were made of fine steel. How many kilograms of fine steel would it take? Each cannon would weigh hundreds or thousands of kilograms. At least the current output of fine steel in the territory is not much, and it is not enough. There is no way to cast new cannons. Field artillery team, get ready. Load the shrapnel shells. Target the rocks on the slope 1,000 meters away. The command was relatively general in setting the target, because the shooting accuracy of black powder cannons was very poor. For shells without rifling and aerodynamic shapes, a rough range is enough. Fire. Boom 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 as the order to fire was issued. 3 roars of artillery sounded in succession, and shells that were completely invisible to the naked eye flew out. Only in the distance. could a red and black shadow be seen passing by. Not long after, about 1 or 2 seconds later, there was a burst of flashes on the opposite side, and a few seconds later, the sound of the shells exploding came over. When the smoke cleared, there were obviously several craters near the pile of rocks on the opposite slope. It's quite powerful, but it doesn't seem to be as powerful as the Navy's artillery. Yang Song had seen the test firing of Navy artillery before, but the battle at that time was much bigger than the current artillery firing. Lord, the smallest naval guns on the Navy's warships are larger than these field guns, so it's reasonable that they are more powerful, Lu Su explained. I see, the larger siege guns are larger than the guns on the 3 warships, so are they also much more powerful? Yang Song continued to ask. According to the introduction, the caliber of the Navy's 5th level naval guns is only 100mm, while the caliber of the siege guns is 120mm. Not necessarily, it depends on the level of the artillery equipped by the Navy. Lord, we are new here and don't know the situation of the territory's naval warships. We can't compare them. Please forgive me, Lu Su replied in a matter-of-fact way. Oh, look at me, I'm fine. Yang Song then realized that these people in front of him had just arrived in the territory, and it was normal for them not to know. Then he slapped his head and replied, the 3 warships of the Navy are frigate level, and the naval guns are level 5 shipborne guns with a caliber of 100mm. Thank you, Lord. According to what you said, the guns of the Navy's frigates are only 100mm, so the Army's siege guns belong to level 4 shipborne guns, and their power must be greater than that of the Navy. Lu Su replied. The Lord will know after the siege artillery drill. Field artillery is a bit close in naval battles. If it is forced to be graded, field artillery belongs to level 6. Load solid bullets. The target remains unchanged. Continue to give orders, and the drill continues. Fire. There were 3 more roars, and it was still unclear, but this time there was no explosion. Only a cloud of dust was seen on the small slope in the distance. This time the attack was much smaller. Yang Song probably wanted to highlight the power of the field artillery, so he loaded the exploding shrapnel in the first shot. After each shot, it takes a short while to clean the barrel, as there is still a lot of black powder residue. Load the shotgun. Target, there is a weed patch 100 meters ahead. Fire. After the report was ready, Deaking ordered the cannon to fire. Boom boom boom. A large area of weeds in front of each cannon was cleared in an instant. The cleared space was fan-shaped, and the farther away, the larger the range. And a faint white gas came out of the entire cleared space. I don't know if it was gunpowder smoke or hot air, or both. It seems that cannons can be used not only for long-range attacks, but also for close combat. It's just that the rate of fire is too low. I guess they won't use this trick, unless they have to. Lord, the last shotgun is like the short sword of a heavy shield soldier. They are the last choice. If it is not necessary, the cannon will not choose close combat. Sure enough, Lu Su's explanation was also in line with his psychological expectations. And the practicality of shrapnel and solid bullets also depends on the battle situation. Solid bullets will bounce after hitting the target, and one shell can attack all the way, while shrapnel will explode and attack the surrounding area. Well, I understand. Next, let's watch the performance of the siege artillery team. Yang Song nodded and replied. The siege artillery team had already made preparations, and they also started with shrapnel. Siege artillery team, get ready. Load shrapnel. Target, the woods on the upper slope 1,500 meters away. The loading speed of siege artillery is obviously slower than that of field artillery. If field artillery fires 5 or 6 rounds per minute, then siege artillery can only fire 3 or 4 rounds per minute. It's nearly double the full capacity. Yang Song also knew that the larger the artillery, the heavier the shells and the longer the barrel, and it would definitely be more inconvenient to load. So he didn't say anything. Fire. Chapter 25. Powerful. 2 cannon shots far louder than the 3 just now rang out. The 3 just now were booms, and now the 2 are booms. Be more straightforward. Also 2 or 3 seconds later, 2 fires rose from the opposite grove, and some debris-like branches flew into the sky, and the rest could not be seen clearly, too far away. The explosion took longer to come, like a thunderous explosion on the ground. Without glass, there is no telescope. In addition to a few naval officers who have monocular telescopes, the senior officers of the newly arrived regular infantry brigade are equipped with monocular telescopes. These monocular telescopes can make distant scenes clearer, but only a little clearer. Don't expect the telescopes of this era to have a high magnification, and don't expect the view to be clear. But with a monocular telescope, there will be a great advantage on the battlefield. Whether it is to predict the enemy in front or the battlefield dynamics, it will be much more convenient and quick. Load solid bullets, the target remains unchanged. Fire. The same process, the same command, the same cannon sound, but a different result. This time the target is not a pile of rocks, but a grove. Solid bullets have a much more obvious destructive effect on the target. In the distance, the grove suddenly broke apart in two places, and rows of trees fell down. As for the siege artillery used by the army, there is no scatter shot, which means that the current artillery demonstration has been completed. After Deking reported that the demonstration of the 5 artillery pieces was completed, Yang Song took the lead and ran to the artillery position, followed by others. Yang Song watched these artillery pieces up close with his own eyes. The deep black color gave people a steady and restrained feeling. The dark muzzle looks scary. He tentatively reached out to the artillery, and when he saw that no one stopped him, he touched the barrel. It was not too hot, but a little warm, and it felt very heavy. At this time, Lu Su, who came over next, said, "We have only fired 2 shells, and the temperature is not very high. If we bombard for a long time, we need to cool it down, otherwise the gunpowder will be detonated before it is put into the barrel." Well, not bad. Let's go to the small slope opposite to have a look. Yang Song wanted to go to the scene to have a look. It was too far away just now, and he couldn't see it clearly. A team of people and horses galloped quickly towards the opposite side. It didn't seem to be a long distance, but now it didn't seem to be shortened much. It seems that even riding a horse will take a while. This is the legendary horse running to death. When we arrived at the pile of rocks, we saw some obvious craters, and some very unnatural stones that were obviously broken at a glance. Even if the big rocks were not completely blown up, they were all broken. Deking looked around and asked the soldiers on the side to search around. After a while, 2 soldiers came back with 2 deformed iron eggs. "Lord, this is a solid iron bullet fired by a field artillery," Deking reported to Yang Song, who was still watching the battlefield. The 2 solid bullets that Deking asked his personal soldiers to retrieve were fired from field artillery. There were 3 in total, and these were 2 of them. Yang Song looked at the 2 completely deformed solid iron balls and took one with his hand. The cold shells were very heavy. This shell has now become a flat oval, and one of the flatter sides should be caused by direct collision with a harder rock. Return this shell to the personal soldier so that they can take it back and reforge it. He is still relatively frugal. A mosquito is also meat. Besides, the price of a shell is not cheap. A cannon is worth a lot of gold. There is nothing to pick up for the shrapnel shells. They are completely turned into iron pieces and scattered around. A crater at Yang Song's feet is the best proof of the power of the shrapnel shells. After inspecting the pile of rocks on the small slope, the group rode on their war horses and headed for the grove further up the slope. The distance of several hundred meters was soon reached. When they got close, they found that there were some thorn bushes outside the grove, which greatly affected the passage of the group. So they found the landing point of the shells outside, and then cleared a relatively close path with the guards. After getting off the horse and walking into the grove, they found that the trees in this grove were completely different from the big trees in the large forest. The boundless forest to the west of Cheyenne-Key City is mostly tall broad-leaved trees. The long section of the tall trees close to the ground has no branches. In addition, there is a rare sunlight and the competition is not better than these big trees. There are still many places in the forest that can be passed, and this grove is blocked by thorns and bushes outside. It is not clear what is inside the woods. After ordering to open the way in, it is found that it is all small trees. There are not many tall trees. It is so dense that it is impossible to set foot. In fact, Yang Song has long discovered that the plants in this world are not much different from those in the previous world. There are no luminous plants that fill the night and the forest is imagined, and there are not many plants that want to eat people, let alone sky plants suspended in the sky. There are plants that can glow and capture creatures. It is not that there are no plants, just like in the previous world, but only a small part. It seems that the evolutionary paths of organisms in the two worlds have something in common. Otherwise, there is no way to explain all this. After walking into the grove with great effort, I saw the results of the siege artillery. Took craters that were dumped all around, and 2 rows of gaps plowed out by solid shells. It seems that the power is beyond description. It took another effort to get out of the grove. Hey, I really shouldn't have gone in. I'm covered in leaves. Ouch. This dress has been cut open a few times. I like this dress very much. I'll go back and let the 2 little beauties fix it. After leaving the grove, Yang Song stood in the open space to clean up the mess on his body while still thinking about the 2 little beauties at home. Seeing Yang Song cleaning up his appearance, Lu Su hurriedly walked up to Yang Song to help him sort it out regardless of his own mess. Lord, hey, don't go into this place. Let the subordinates go in and check it out and report back to you. Zijing, I'm not at ease. Only when I see it myself can I have a bottom line in my heart. This little hard work is nothing. Yang Song replied while looking at whether there was anything wrong with his body. My lord, you are wise. Your subordinates will definitely share your worries. Lu Su knew that Yang Song's words were not empty words, and he was a little moved. Hey, it's nothing. In this world, only we, the descendants of Yan and Huang, need some force to prevent any eventuality. We have gained a foothold for the time being, but I don't know what this world is like. It is still unknown whether this force is enough to protect ourselves. Yang Song was a little emotional, and his fear of the future and his expectations for unknown civilizations were intertwined. This taste is unique. My lord, don't worry. This army will do its best to defend the country. Even if it is defeated, it will buy time to delay the migration of the people in the territory, and it may not be defeated. Lu Su persuaded confidently. No more, no more. Let's go back to the city first and welcome you. Yang Song changed the subject. It was really useless to talk about this matter now. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.